right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Anna, we're going to start the board meeting. All right, good morning and welcome, members of the public. We welcome you to our public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council Executive Officer, and our Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Reverend Pat Langlois, MCC United Church of Christ in the Valley from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Curtis E. Rhodes II, member of the Veteran Peer Access Network from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you so much. Beloved ones, members of this Board of Supervisors, and the incredibly diverse community of over 9.5 million persons you have dedicated yourselves to serve. I ask that we all take a moment to prepare for the work in front of you. And as we do so, I'm going to ask that we all take a breath. And as we do, may you inhale peace. And as you exhale, may you release your to-do lists, if only for a moment. May you inhale wisdom. And as you exhale, may you release any division that may hinder the work ahead. And lastly, may we inhale understanding and exhale compassion. As we gather here, I ask that we all remember that there is one thing that connects us all, no matter our faith or our beliefs, and that is the spirit of compassion and love and community. And I call on that presence to be with each of us today. For all of you, I ask that you discern the best way to serve those entrusted to you to lead. So precious and sacred one, I pray that you enter all of our hearts and minds and souls, clear a path for solutions to the most difficult of issues, and I pray that bridges be built between communities and not walls. And may first responders and law enforcement and firefighters, healthcare workers, childcare workers, educators, and public servants, may you know that you are honored for your often long and thankless jobs. And may we also lift up and center the most vulnerable amongst us, the elderly, the poor, those experiencing homelessness, the immigrant, the marginalized, the trans youth, and all within the LGBTQIA+ community, the hungry, communities of color, the disabled, and all of those in need. And may we find ways to ensure healing and wholeness and celebrate the diversity amongst us all. And lastly, I ask blessings upon each of you here and those in this county, that you continue to find strength for the journey, to help us become the beloved community where all are housed and we can all call home. May you receive all of these blessings and more, and share them in your worlds. Amen. Amen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute. And join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know about you, but that was the centering I needed this morning, and I really want to thank Reverend Dr. Pat Langlois, the senior pastor of MCC United Church of Christ in the Valley in North Hollywood, for leading today's invocation. For the past 8 years, Reverend Langlois has served a dynamic, justice-centered faith community known for living with compassion and loving creation. Her ministry is rooted deep in connection to the people and places around us, showing up for the needs of her community with courage and with care. Originally from the Bay Area and later New Mexico, she has made Los Angeles her home for over 2 decades, serving as Founders MCC before taking on her current role. She has served in a wide range of community leadership roles to bring people together in service for our most vulnerable, including our LGBTQ+ and immigrant communities and people experiencing homelessness and hunger. As president of the Los Angeles Queer Interfaith Clergy Council, she continues to be a leading voice for dignity and equity in faith spaces and beyond. Her church is expanding its food pantry program and actively working to develop affordable housing, putting faith into action for those most in need. Reverend Langlois also enjoys spending time with her family, including her wife, the love of her life, and her teenage daughters, who she is very proud mother of. Thank you, Reverend, for your special invocation with us this morning, and for your spiritual leadership and your commitment to building a more compassionate and just Los Angeles County. We truly appreciate you being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we all want to thank Sergeant Curtis E. Rhodes II for leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Sergeant Rhodes is, yes, let's thank him. Sergeant Rhodes is a resident of Long Beach and was a member of the United States Army from 2013 to 2022. During his time in the Army, he served as an airborne soldier at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and was deployed to Korea, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He was also part of the forces involved in the withdrawal from Afghanistan, completing a year-long deployment. After leaving the military, he continued his service by giving back to his community. He engaged in outreach programs, volunteered, mentored youth, and provided peer support and social work to help veterans transition to civilian life. He remains committed to youth mentorship and hopes to continue making a positive impact in the lives of young people. Today, he's with our Veterans Peer Access Network, VPAN, which is the nation's first ever community-driven support network serving veterans and their families. VPAN works with the VA and other partners to link veterans to the services they have earned. Thank you, Sergeant Rhodes, for your service to our country, your service to our community, and for joining us here this morning. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. This is a token of our appreciation today. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. And before I start, I just want to acknowledge we have many of our labor partners in the audience, and I just want to acknowledge, I know in the invocation we talked about our first responders, our nurses, our social workers and all, and represented in this audience are the people that each and every day help us with the county and are truly dedicated public servants. So I just want to acknowledge them to my colleagues. And now we're going to move on to scroll presentations, and I'm going to begin. We're going to begin with a presentation of scrolls to the winners of Los Angeles County Library's 45th Annual Bookmark Contest that I have arranged. Yep, we're good. Hi there. How are you? Okay. You hold it like that. There you go. Come on. All right, today we are celebrating the winners of the 45th Annual Bookmark Contest conducted by the Los Angeles County Library. Since 1980, the LA County Library has offered this contest to encourage children's artistic expression and celebrate the love of books and reading. This year, more than 10,000 children and teens from across Los Angeles County entered the contest, creating original artwork to promote books and reading. Today, we celebrate the winners whose bookmark designs were selected to represent each district in 4 different age categories. In addition to special prizes that they received from the library, with support from the LA County Library Foundation, the winners' bookmarks will be printed and distributed throughout LA County libraries in LA County. It is my pleasure to honor the following winners from the 5th District. Karen Fu is a 2nd grader from Duarte Library, and she was inspired to make her bookmark based on her love of eating popsicles. Where are you? Where's, right here? And then we've got Grace Cruz, is an 8th grader from Quartz Hill Library and aspires to be a teacher. Grace's bookmark was inspired by her older sister, whom she loves to create art with. Right here. Let's give a round of applause. And we've got Sharon Chu, 5th grader, attends La Crescenta Library. Sharon aspires to be a writer, and through her bookmark creation, she shows how books are the foundation for creativity, imagination, and growth. And last, but certainly not least, we've got, is it Surreal? Say it? Surazong, a 10th grader, and is from Stevenson Ranch Library. Her bookmark was inspired by the peaceful experience of reading, encouraging readers to take a deep breath, relax, and enjoy every page with a calm heart. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations to these talented bookmark contest winners from the 5th District. And what I told them is we're going to be honoring 20 individuals today out of 10,000, which speaks volumes to the creativity and the dedication of our youth in LA County. Thank you to Sky Patrick for being an incredible librarian who leads this effort and really makes us all proud. And I'd now like to turn it over to Supervisor Solis to introduce the winners from the 1st District. We'll do a picture here. Thank you so much.
Come on up. Hi. Oh, wow. Right here. You're good. You're good. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Catherine Barger, our chair, for hosting this annual LA County Bookmark Contest Winner Award Ceremony. And I also want to thank Sky Patrick, our librarian, who's been at this for some time now. We want to thank her. And as you can tell, it's an exciting time to really lift up our young artists throughout LA County. First, I'd like to acknowledge Mia Mendoza. Unfortunately, Mia couldn't be with us here today, but I did want to say that she is our youngest first district winner, and she's only in the 2nd grade, so she's probably maybe watching us, but let's give her a big round of applause. Mia dreams of becoming an artist. With her beautiful drawing of a caterpillar reading a book while sitting on top of a stack of books, I think she already is an artist, and I look forward to hearing about her famous artwork in the near future. So we thank her. Our first contest winner here today is Isis? Yes. Isis Yen. And Isis is representing Hacienda Heights Library and is a 5th grader. Her beautiful drawings with plumeria and pineapples reminded me of Hawaii. How many times have we not fell in love with Hawaii? She loves to ride horses, play the piano, and golf. Maybe she could teach me a lesson there. She loves math and social studies classes and dreams of becoming a pharmaceutical scientist when she grows up. So you can find, if she can find a cure for cancer, we're all there with you. And again, we want to thank you for all that you do, and congratulations to you. Thank you, Isis. Our next honoree is Kay-Win Chin, and she is representing Montebello Library in the 6th grade. She is an incredible artist, representing her diverse knowledge and bestowed upon her by books, visually showing snippets of broad information available depending on what book she reads. So you're an avid reader, which is great. Keep up the good work. Your curiosity in learning new things such as soap making, everything you learn will make you a better person in your career and the career path that you choose. Kaylin, I believe you are well on the track to reaching your dreams of becoming an animator. Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause. And our final bookmark contest winner is Alejandro Jamie. Alejandro attends La Puente High School, my former alma mater, Go Warriors, and is in the 12th grade. His drawing of a boy sitting on a freeway overpass reading a book at dusk with the skyscape in the background was inspired by the sunsets of Los Angeles. Alejandro's dream is to become a concept artist in the cinema industry. Since he will be graduating soon, Alejandro, I recommend that you look out for those internship applications released by the LA County Department of Arts and Culture. We need talent like yours. You are clearly talented, and I want to wish you all, every single one of you, the very best. Thank you all, and congratulations to all the honorees today and their parents, their teachers, and their schools. Thank you. Let's step forward.
Good morning. Good morning, Los Angeles. I too am excited to join with my colleagues here to participate in one of the actually fun aspects of our job. My staff, my first year here, said, oh, we have some recommendations for you. I was like, no, I'm gonna look at all the bookmarks and make the choice myself. I gotta have some fun too. So I'm really glad to have done that again this year. And we've got so much talent countywide, and I'm proud to say the 2nd District reigns supreme. We've got a couple of students that weren't able to be here today. They're probably taking tests or something. Not us, right? Good. Our K through 12 winner is second grader Abigail Kransdorf. Again, Abigail couldn't be here today, but let's give Abigail a round of applause. Abigail's bookmark was inspired by her love of reading in bed. Her favorite hobbies are drawing, art, swimming, basketball, and piano. Abigail and her sister dream of becoming an author and illustrator when they grow up. Our second winner who was not able to be here is our 6th to 8th grade winner, and that's 8th grader Olachukwu Lois Amafole. And I practiced that name, and he is not here to hear it. Again, unfortunately unable to join us, and her bookmark uses color pens and pencils and makes a fun pun about tacos and books. We are joined today by our 5th grade winner, Benjamin Hain. Benjamin's love for ramen inspired his bookmark, bringing to life its warmth, blend of flavors, and the noodles' textures. His favorite hobby is drawing, and he enjoys basketball, flag football, swimming, and Pokemon. Benjamin dreams of being a chemist who will mix chemicals together and make new discoveries. We're waiting for that. Give Benjamin a round of applause, please. And our high school senior, our 12th grade winner, winning the 9th to 12th grade category, is Valeria Gomez. Valeria's bookmark was inspired by childhood memories of bedtime stories from her mom. She loved them so much that she held the book like it was a stuffed animal and dreamed about the story. Valeria loves soccer, softball, drawing, writing, and reading, and she hopes to be a lawyer in the future. So again, please join me in congratulating the 2nd District bookmark winners. I appreciate you coming. Let's step up here and take a picture. Next, let me bring forward Supervisor Lindsay Horvath from the 3rd District.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. Love to see our artists from the supersonic 2nd and now from the thrilling 3rd District. I love these artists. We had so many outstanding submissions this year, and I just wish you could see them all because these young people are phenomenally talented. It's truly incredible to see what our young people can create from their own inspiration, from their own imaginations, and now it is my honor to introduce and congratulate the honorees from the 3rd District. First, Emmy Shu, who is in 2nd grade, for her bookmark design, she said she likes drawing animals and thought it would be fun for them to be in a library. When Emmy grows up, she would like to be an architect and fashion designer because she enjoys drawing houses and clothes. Did I get that right? All right. Next, we have Parker Runyon from 5th grade. Parker's bookmark design was inspired by some fairy tale books, and her poem emphasizes the power that reading has to transport readers into different worlds. When Parker grows up, she aspires to become an engineer at NASA. Yes, just like Hidden Figures, we love that. And next, we have Allison Lee, who is in 6th grade. Allison was inspired by the birds she sees flying over the LA sky at sunset. She said she could tell each bird carried their own stories, so she literally drew birds with open books for wings. How beautiful is that? Allison dreams of being an interior designer or a fashion designer. And finally, we have Tessa Solano from 12th grade, who settled on the bees for her bookmark art because she loves everything with flowers and a spring theme. She's going to study spatial experience at the Art Center College of Design and would like to be an interior designer. I want to congratulate all of these fabulously talented artists who participated in our bookmark contests, and congratulations to our winners. Let's give them a round of applause. And next, we'll turn it to the fabulous 4th District Supervisor Janice Hahn.
So last but not least, the winners of the Bookmark contest from the 4th Supervisorial District, which is mine. And let's give them all a big round of applause to start this off. And of course, thank you to Sky Patrick, our most wonderful librarian who brings such innovative programs to our libraries. And I do appreciate this bookmark contest every year, and I hope we always do this. There is something about a bookmark that is so special, and it tells us that we should be holding a real book with real pages. And there's nothing as exciting as when you are ready to fall asleep or you're finishing a chapter and you have a real bookmark. I'm afraid that all this digital online reading will make people forget how wonderful real books are and how satisfying it is to have a bookmark that you can place in your book and you will never lose your place. So I would like to first introduce our kindergarten through 2nd grade winner, Matthew Gonzalez. Matthew is in the 2nd grade and regularly visits Sorensen Library in our unincorporated West Whittier, Los Nietos. Matthew's favorite subject in school is science, and he hopes to become a scientist when he grows up. His favorite hobbies include drawing and reading. He also plays the piano, baseball, and flag football. And when asked what inspired the art for his bookmark, he said going to the park with his parents and reading a book under a tree. Let's give Matthew another round of applause. Congratulations. Our 3rd through 5th grade winner is Lily Kim. Let's give Lily a round of applause. Lily's in the 4th grade and visits Clifton Brackenseek Library in Bellflower. Her favorite subject in school is science, specifically biology. She enjoys learning about living things. Lily's a volleyball player and plays on a team called Spiking Dragons. When she is not studying or playing volleyball, she enjoys visiting national parks with her family, building Legos, and reading. When asked what she wants to be when she grows up, she said a veterinarian. Fun fact, Lily's older sister is a past winner of the Bookmark contest. What a talented family. Congratulations, Lily. Our 6th through 8th grade winner, Ayana Giwala, is not here, but I still thought we should give her a shout out. Ayana is in the 8th grade and frequently visits our George Nye Library in Lakewood. When asked what inspired her artwork, she said how unique and diverse people are in this world. She said that each and every person has a beautiful story to tell that represents them as an individual, and that is the message she wanted to convey through her bookmark. Her favorite hobbies include traveling, thrifting, and collecting little trinkets. She's also part of her school's ASB and Green Team. Her favorite subject in school is English language arts, and she's currently reading Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Ayana loves volunteering and helping others. Let's give her a round of applause, even though she's not with us today. And our 9th through 12th grade winner is Rachel Corbilla. Rachel is in the 12th grade and visits our Artesia library. Her collection of books is what inspired the art for her bookmark. She's involved in Girl Scouts, a youth Catholic group, and as a dancer in the Filipino cultural dance group. Her favorite subject in school is science, and she hopes to become a dentist someday. Rachel shared with staff that winning the bookmark contest was a childhood dream and is happy to fulfill this goal in her senior year of high school. Congratulations, Rachel. Let's give her applause. And all the 4th District winners. Congratulations.
We're going to do a group picture with all the recipients. Now we'll have a presentation by Supervisor Solis honoring Women's History Month.
Once we. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning again and buenos dias to everybody. But more importantly, happy Women's History Month. You know, it's an honor to be standing here before you today as we celebrate annually Women's History Month, a time dedicated to recognizing the extraordinary contributions of women. And just take a look. There are 5 women on the Board of Supervisors. Who would have thought? My goodness. You can clap. For far too long, the stories of women, our leaders, our innovators, our change makers, were left out of the history books. But today we stand together to acknowledge the resilience, the courage, and the brilliance of women who have shaped our world, and the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles. This month is not just about celebrating achievements, it's about giving recognition, education, and inspiration. It reminds us of the countless women who fought for the rights we often take for granted: the right to vote, the right to work, the right to be educated, and, of course, the right to lead. It honors pioneers like our good friend Dolores Huerta, Susan B. Anthony, Rosa Parks, Malala Yousafzai, and so many others whose courage has changed our history. But Women's History Month is also a call to action. While we have made great strides toward equality, there is still a lot of work to be done. Let us use this month to educate, to uplift, and empower, and let us share those brilliant stories support one another, and continue to fight for that progress. Because when women rise, we all rise. That's why I'm so honored to recognize in celebration of Women's History Month during today's Board of Supervisors meeting 4 outstanding women. And I'd like to mention their names. Council Member Isabel Jurado. Trustee Sarah Hernandez. Corinne Sanchez, Esquire. Laura James. And they're all to be recognized for their leadership, their dedication, and sacrifice in making a lasting impact on community residents here in Los Angeles County. I'd like to start off by recognizing Councilmember Isabel Jurado. I just want to mention she is one of our newly elected representatives representing her district in Los Angeles. Councilmember Jurado is a former tenants' right attorney, affordable housing activist, a single mom, and daughter of undocumented Filipino immigrants. She currently serves as the council member for the City of Los Angeles, representing the 14th Councilmatic District. She is working with us and the County of Los Angeles and with other stakeholders on expanding affordable housing, supporting small businesses, tackling climate change and crisis, and building a more just economy for all of us. Please give her a big round of applause. We want to present this to you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to recognize Ms. Sarah Hernandez. Sarah currently serves as a board of trustees for the very prestigious Los Angeles Community College District, and she brings years of experience as a public policy advocate through her work as an educator, a nonprofit leader, and public servant in city government. Before entering private practice, Sarah's career focused on advocating for local policies that improve public education, develop public infrastructure, promote economic development, and provide access and opportunities to under-resourced communities. We'd like to thank you for your leadership. Thank you so much, Sarah. Third, I'd like to recognize a good friend and colleague of mine that I've known for many years, Corinne Sanchez, Esquire. Corinne is the president and CEO of Proyecto del Barrio, which serves the San Gabriel Valley and East Los Angeles communities, providing culturally and linguistically comprehensive primary health care, child development services, and behavioral health programming. Under Corinne's leadership, Proyecto del Barrio continues to deliver high-quality programming and services throughout Los Angeles County communities. And finally, I want to say thank you for her leadership on creating the Latina Lawyers Association, one of the first of its kind here in LA County. And of course, last but not least, I want to recognize Lauren James. Lauren is the Director of Communications at the Suburban Water Systems and co-founder of the grassroots movement, Mama Bears for Change. Mama Bears for Change. She is also the president-elect of the Regional Chamber of Commerce in the San Gabriel Valley. She oversees internal and external communications. She leads the supplier diversity and conservation departments and spearheads food distribution programs throughout the county. Under her leadership, Suburban Water Systems has been recognized as a state leader in the supplier delivery system. Lauren works tirelessly to advance initiatives that promote equality and equity for all. Every year with her help, we partner with Suburban Water Systems to distribute over 600 turkeys to local nonprofits as part of our annual Operation Gobble Gobble. We've been doing it for more than 20 years, and we really thank you for your leadership. I want to say to all of you, these honorees all together represent so much diversity and strength, but let's give Lauren her scroll and recognize her. And again, just want to say thank you to all our honorees and to the Board of Supervisors in helping us to congratulate and recognize the valor, the sacrifice that so many women partake in, not just in this month as we celebrate them, but every single day of our lives. So thank them, and we thank the County of Los Angeles and all that are here today to celebrate. Let's take a picture in the front.
Supervisor Mitchell, or no, Supervisor Horvath is next, sorry.
This morning, I am so proud to recognize Captain Jennifer Seetoo, a true partner in addressing public safety. She is a fearless leader and someone I've come to deeply respect and admire. I also want to thank Sheriff Luna for joining us today to help honor Captain Seetoo. I know your presence speaks volumes about the kind of leader that she is and the impact that she has across our communities. Captain Seetoo has led the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station through our community's most difficult moments, including the January wildfires and throughout our ongoing recovery. Time and again, she has shown up as a first responder, as a listener, as a neighbor, and a problem solver. She's also a dedicated daughter and mother, a woman who truly does it all, making time for family and friends in her mom group without missing a beat on the job. From coordinating wildfire evacuations to responding to mudslides during major storms, Captain Seetoo has worked around the clock, working with county departments and our local, state, and federal partners to protect lives, to keep people informed, and to help our communities recover. She meets people where they are, and in the midst of fear and uncertainty, she brings compassion and clarity. Whether it's Malibu, Agora Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Westlake Village, or our beautiful, beloved Topanga, Captain Seetoo knows and cares for every part of our beautiful region. She shows up to every neighborhood, earning the trust of our community members and doing the hard work to keep people safe. And I've talked about emergency preparedness being a way of life in the 3rd District. She is truly the embodiment of that work. We were planning to honor her this year as our 2025 Woman of the Year for the 3rd District, but the ceremony was canceled due to the fires. But we know that this recognition is long overdue, so we are proud to have you here with us today. Your incredible leadership continues, and so does our gratitude. Captain Seetoo, thank you for leading with empathy and with a spirit of partnership. It's leaders like you who make our county better for everyone. On behalf of Los Angeles County, I'm honored to present a scroll as a small token on behalf of our thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and really thank you for your partnership and your leadership. Even before the fire started, you were right there shoulder to shoulder with the fire chief and I, figuring out how we were going to prepare for our upcoming fire season, so thank you very much. And I know what this award represents. It really represents all the men and women of the LA County Sheriff's Department who day in and day out are heroes that have served so much of our community. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to the men and women of the LA County Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
I really want to thank Supervisor Horvath for taking the time out to award Jennifer, and congratulations, Jennifer, but she said it earlier, it represents all the men and women who are on the front line from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who put their lives on the line, both physically and mentally, every day, 24/7. They absolutely did it during the fires, but please remember, they're doing it every day for us in Los Angeles County to make this community the safest one throughout the United States. So thank you very much, Supervisor Horvath, for recognizing us. Thank you.
And now we'll have a presentation by Supervisor Hahn. That was a good one. She's great. I know she's great.
I'm going to say this right. This is Chum Reap Sur. They can go on this.
But the irony is I don't remember when they've all been together. Yeah.
We still have a lot more to come. I feel like this should be up more.
Up more, yeah.
Can we have help moving this podium up more? I'd like to move this podium up.
You want us to help? Is it heavy? Oh, there we go. We can do it.
Okay. I was gonna have county employees do it, but okay.
I'm one, so
You're one.
it's okay. So it's okay.
Gentleman in the back.
Got everybody?
My name is Antu.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to start this by Chum Reap Sur. Chum Reap Sur. We're here today to honor the beautiful Cambodian community. And on the dais, we have Cambodian community leaders who represent the first generation of Cambodian refugee survivors, Cambodian children refugees, and second and third generation Cambodian American leaders, building on the resiliency of their elders who are all part of the Long Beach Cambodian community that I am so proud to represent. Long Beach is one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse cities in the nation and is home to the largest Cambodian population in the United States and in the world outside of Cambodia. April 2025 is an important milestone for the Cambodian community. In April 2017, I authored a motion to declare April 17th as Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day, which marked the first time in the history that LA County recognized the Cambodian genocide. And this April 17th marks the 50th anniversary of the Cambodian genocide. On April 17, 1975, the Cambodian capital of Phnom Penh fell to the Khmer Rouge, which triggered hundreds of thousands of Cambodian refugees to flee to our United States. The Cambodian genocide was a human tragedy that we must never forget. The scale of violence and devastation perpetrated against the people of Cambodia. And I would like to begin the commemoration of the 50th year with a moment of silence to honor the lives that were lost and grieve again together with the Cambodian community, marking 50 years after the genocide. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. While many Cambodian Americans continue to cope with the atrocities they witnessed and experienced, the thriving Cambodian community in Long Beach is a testament to the perseverance and unbreakable spirit of the Cambodian people who have reestablished their communities and enhanced the cultural diversity of our county, of our state, of our nation. On March 18th, last week, this board adopted two of my motions. The first one recognizes April as Cambodian Heritage Month, and the second motion recognizes the 50th anniversary of the Cambodian genocide on April 17th. April will be a time to celebrate the history, culture, and achievements of the Cambodian people, and to honor those who survived the genocide, as well as those we lost. I'm now going to pass the microphone to Sam Limon and to say a few words. Sam is the chair of the Cambodian American Cultural Center, a board member for the LA County Cambodian Employees Association, and she has worked for our Los Angeles County for 36 years. Here you go.
Thank you, Supervisor. Before we start, I would like to present each of us, the five folks that I've already identified, would like to present gifts for each of our supervisor, the Khmer and the Cambodian flag, which represent the Angkor Wat, two of the country's iconic. Angkor Wat, if you're not familiar, is one of the oldest religious monuments that is still standing today. And the Khmer is a Cambodian garment that is versatile and can be used for multiple purposes. It could be used as a scarf, as a skirt, as a hammock. So basically, it's really a staple of garment for a Cambodian community. Susanna from the United Cambodian Community will be presenting as well. Bong Kim Tai Kuch, who is the executive director for the Cambodian Association of America. Ms. Chan Hobson is the president of the Khmer Parent Association. Ms. Tavi Galano is one of the board members for the Los Angeles Cambodian Employee Association. They've already know which supervisor to go to. If you don't mind, head to your supervisor and present the scarf and the Angkor Wat pen.
This one's beautiful. I love this.
It has the association logo.
Oh, that's
Cambodian
fantastic.
Employee Association.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Good morning, Jumriep Sur, Madam Chair and Supervisor. As Supervisor Hans mentioned, my name is Chanwanta Sam Limon, and I have proudly served the board of member of the Los Angeles County Cambodian Employee Association for over 30 years. In addition, I currently serve as the interim chair of the Cambodian American Cultural Center. I'm the co-chair of the Asian World Film Festival Cambodia Day, and the board director for the Aquarium of the Pacific. Yay for the aquarium. Yes, yes. And I'm also a 36-year, proudly call myself 36-year employee of LA County, the greatest county to work for the county Department of Public Social Services. social service here. Yay for social services. Yes.
We need our social services.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Supervisor Han, for your unwavering commitment and support of the Cambodian community. Your recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day and your proclamation of April as the Cambodian Heritage Month mean so much to all of us standing here today. I am honored to stand here this morning representing 3 of the 22 organizations that stand alongside me. Thank you. These community leaders work tirelessly to preserve and celebrate Cambodian heritage and tradition. Los Angeles County, particularly Long Beach, has the largest and the oldest Cambodian community in the nation. April 17 is the day to remember the Cambodian genocide. We will never forget the atrocity committed by the Khmer Rouge regime. As I often say, every Cambodian carries the weight of our history. And it is part of who we are. I lost my sister and my brother to the horrors of the genocide. My story is no different than any of the people that stand here today. But through the pain, we've learned the importance of resilience and hope. Our story didn't end with the genocide. It continued to inspire strength, resilience, and hope. We have responsibility to keep their memories alive and honor their legacy through celebration of our culture and our tradition. April is also when we celebrate Cambodian community, when we celebrate our Khmer New Year, Chol Chnam, and Chol Chnam is celebrated on April 13 to the 15 every year. Temple or community, you will see lots of festival. So April's calendar, there's a vibrant festival that reflects Cambodian cultural and religious heritage. These celebrations are time for families to come together, honor our tradition, and express our devotion. There are 2 upcoming major events that I would like to share with you. Saturday, April 5th is Songkran event hosted by the Cambodian American Cultural Center in collaboration with Long Beach City College, the Pacific Coast campus, and also with the United Cambodian Community and the 6th District, Councilwoman Dr. Suli Saro is our collaborator as well. And then on Sunday, April 6th, is the 17th Annual Cambodian Town Parade and Cultural Festival at the same, yes, so you got to come. The supervisor will be in the parade, you have to come. And that is going to be the next day. The festival will be at the same location as the Songkran at the Long Beach City College campus. I also want to shout out to our Los Angeles County Cambodian Employees Association New Year event. Friday, April 11, the county leaders and department heads and community leaders have been invited to partake in this cultural event. So we hope to see you all there. Please reach out to any of these community leaders standing here today if you want to know a little bit more about the Cambodian community, but of course you got to go outside to ask questions. More for the LA County Festival. So thank you for standing with us, for recognizing the importance of our history and culture. Let's continue to inspire and uplift one another. Thank you, and Som Akun. Som Akun.
Yes. Wrap-up words. Yes. Thank you, Sam. And now on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, I wanted to present you and all of the organizations here on the dais with these special scrolls from the county in honor of Cambodian Heritage Month, the 50th anniversary of the Cambodian Genocide, and for your community's tenacity in not only building a culturally vibrant Cambodian community, but also for sharing your traditions with us here in the county. And if my colleagues with their scarves would like to come up and take a photo with us, I think that would be special. Yes, that would be special. What do you want us to do with the podium? Keep it here?
Maybe move it to the back.
Yes, we need county employees.
County employees. Right next to you.
Yes, how are you? Very nice. Beautiful. Oh,
You got your scarf on?
they're cute.
How are you? Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting. Good morning. It's going to be afternoon, actually. Welcome, everybody. So each day, social workers transform the lives of the most vulnerable residents of our county. They connect residents to essential resources like food, housing, behavioral health services, healthcare, and so much more. They are the unsung heroes who ensure residents have support when they need it most. March is National Social Work Month, and to celebrate, I'm joined by 3 amazing foster youth agencies from the 5th District. All 3 organizations do invaluable work to serve the Altadena and Pasadena communities. And while they are always committed to their clients, they've gone far and beyond in the wake of the Eaton fire. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our honorees. First, I'd like to recognize the team from 5 Acres, a place that I volunteered before I was elected supervisor in your emergency intake center. It's represented by Claudia Rice, Elena Becerra Johansson, and James Merritt. 5 Acres has been a longstanding fixture in the community, supporting local children and families since 1888. Today, 5 Acres partners with families across Southern California to create a permanent, safe, and healthy environment for every child. Though they've weathered many storms over the years, The Eaton fire presented challenges no one could have ever anticipated. But because they are so experienced in forwarded thinking, their team proactively prepared supplies in anticipation of the worst. When the evacuation orders came in around 3 a.m., the team leapt into action and evacuated both their short-term residential therapeutic program and shelter care within 15 minutes. Once safely evacuated, 5 Acres treatment team provided ongoing support to the youth entrusted to their care, including a 6-year-old who was brought to the shelter earlier that evening. I can't even imagine. Despite the scary circumstances, the 5 Acres team was committed to keeping morale up for the youth and allowing them to just be kids. As a much-needed source of distraction and fun in the weeks that followed, the youth went to Lakers games, movies, and Sky Zone trampoline park. The field trips provided respite and were a thoughtful way to make the best of a horrible situation. 5 Acres team has continued to serve youth without wavering, even while 25% of their staff members were displaced by the fire. Thankfully, all 5 of their facilities remain standing, thanks to our incredible firefighters that were on the front line. And their historic Altena site just celebrated its 137th anniversary. They are continuing to provide mental health support to clients and offer connections to support services and supplies for families who have been impacted, which is overwhelming. Thank you, 5 Acres, for continuing to serve and support youth and families in our community when they needed it most. Let's give them a round of applause. Next, it's my honor to recognize our partners at Sycamores, represented by Tim Lin and Danielle Hager. Sycamores has had a long-standing role in the community, serving the region since 1888, 1902. As the Eaton fire encroached on their short-term residential therapeutic program in Altadena, Sycamores was evacuated for 2.5 weeks. At 3:30 a.m. on January 8th, the staff ensured all youth were evacuated to another Sycamores site. For 20 days, staff continued to serve youth in this new setting, even as many of them were displaced themselves, something I hear time and time again. They balanced communication with families, schools, and partners to ensure a seamless experience for all of the youth. In addition to providing mental health services, they met the tangible needs of many families by assisting them with the immense amount of paperwork that they had to complete to access support and help many find temporary housing. And while they were displaced from their campus, they generously allowed the team from the Altadena Sheriff Station to utilize the space as they continue to serve the community, and even provided deputies with coffee and breakfast burritos. The youth and staff alike displayed incredible resilience in the face of uncertain time and are thankfully back on their campus. Upon their return, actress Tiffany Haddish and her She Ready Foundation paid a visit to share about her own journey in foster care, to gift each of the youth with a suitcase, t-shirt, and book, and launch a mentorship initiative. Thank you to the Sycamores team for continuing to be a beacon of hope for youth and connecting families with the support that they need. Let's give them a round of applause. But I'm looking over at you because I'm going to say, and last but certainly not least, I'm glad to honor Bourne Family Services, represented by Timothy Tucker, Darlene Ramsey, and Candace Clayton. Bourne is a small but mighty agency founded in 1999 that provides a positive home environment for at-risk youth 12 to 18 years old, encouraging and empowering them to live productive and fulfilling lives. They provide residential care and mental health services to youth and emphasize the importance of equipping young people with the tools they need to get on the path to a bright future. In the wake of the Eaton fire, 5 teen girls staying at Bourne's site in Altadena were evacuated, and sadly, that location was lost in the fire. Because of the loss of that home and everything in it, Bourne has been raising funds to replace belongings for the girls and to maintain operations seamlessly. Bourne is laser focused on reestablishing the home that was lost and securing a new office space to grow the important services that they provide to the community. And we will be side by side when you're doing that. Even amidst their loss, they have an exciting new initiative underway to serve student athletes. Through a state grant, Bourne is developing an app for middle and high school student athletes to manage stress and promote self-care. The app is currently being tested and will be ready to engage students in a few short months. Thank you, Bourne, for continuing to find creative ways to serve our youth in the midst of the loss that you have experienced. My deepest thanks to all of these amazing agencies with us today. Each of your stories illustrates the invaluable impact social workers have on the lives of our youth and the families when they need it most. So thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all. We'll do a picture. Thank you. All right, and last but certainly not least, we are going to have a presentation by Supervisor Holly Mitchell from the 2nd District. Thank you.
I thought that was you, Madam Mayor. Welcome. Hello. Hello. I see you. I see you. I'm all right. I'm all right. It's good to see you.
As always, yes.
Good morning. Oh my gosh, I'm getting all kind of goodies this morning. Oh, how beautiful. Thank you. It does. Oh, that's gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Good morning again, Los Angeles. What a great day. I love it, the fact that we're getting gifts today, colleagues. As I watched all the presentations, I'm reminded how proud I am to be not only a LA County native, but also a member of the LA County family now in particular, because as we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, that is not about exclusion. Rather, it's a reflection of our strength, our humanity, and from my perspective, our competitive edge. And so it's wonderful to be here today to celebrate these amazing Angelinos for the work that you do. And again, happy Women's History Month. It's important for us to acknowledge and recognize. I'd like to welcome the mayor of the great city of Compton, Mayor Emma Sharif. Thank you for joining us, Madam Mayor. And it's hard to imagine that in 2025, we're still experiencing firsts, but we are, and you're going to hear a first shortly. I heard that it's pronounced like glamorous without the G. Okay, glamorous without the G. Please join me in recognizing Amaris Leatawa. Thank you, Leatawa. Amaris, like glamorous without the G, is a first-generation Samoan American from the great city of Compton.
Yes.
She is proud to have attended Roosevelt Elementary, Roosevelt Middle School, and Dominguez High School, public schools in the Compton Unified School District. She is the first in her family to graduate from college. earning a Bachelor of Arts in Social Welfare and Education from UC Berkeley and a Master of Education from UCLA. Amherst has dedicated over a decade to teaching and creating educational pipelines to higher education for historically underrepresented students, including teaching 7th grade history in Compton Unified School District. Here it is. Amherst graduated with her Juris Doctorate from BYU Law School in 2024, making her the first Samoan from Compton to do so, and one of around 3 Samoans in all of LA County ever. While in law school, Amherst interned at the Utah Supreme Court and United States District Court for the District of Utah. She also served as president of the only Pacific Islander Law Student Association in the nation and on the board of the Black Law Student Association. Amherst is currently working in the real estate, construction, financing, and bankruptcy group for Holland and Hart in their Salt Lake City office. She dedicates all of her success to her family who's surrounding her today, especially her parents and grandmas and the city of Compton. Despite all of her accomplishments, her most important title is Auntie to Moi Moi, who reminds her that her future is in great hands. All right, Moi Moi. The Board of Supervisors of the County of LA hereby congratulates and commends you during Women's History Month for being, again, the first Samoan to earn a Juris Doctorate degree in the city of Compton. Please give her a round of applause. I'm proud to give you this 5 signatures resolution. Isn't that amazing? Let's turn that around. Let's step forward so we can all take a picture, the entire family. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate you.
I'll give you a copy.
Okay. Hello, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. I see you. While this next organization we're presenting isn't a women's organization per se, it has the privilege of being led by women. And so I'd like to recognize the Consolidated Board of Realtists, and again, the women who spearhead the organization. The National Association of Real Estate Brokers was founded in 1947, and it's the oldest minority professional real estate trade association in the country, dedicated to promoting democracy in housing. And in 1949, 2 years after NAREB was formed, a group of visionary African-American real estate brokers here in LA came together to form the Consolidated Board of Realty of Southern California, becoming a powerful collective of advocates for equal housing opportunities and fair treatment of Black real estate professionals. Remember, 1949, when redlining was still the law of the land across LA County and this country. The term realtist was used because Black real estate professionals were prohibited from becoming members of the National Realtor Association and from using the term realtor. Today, the realtors continue their mission of increasing access to homeownership for Black Angelenos and supporting Black realtors. 2 women have been integral to the success of the organization and in making homeownership for many families a reality. They are the Realtors' current president, Lyric Armstrong. Give Lyric a round of applause. and Evelyn A. Reeves. Give Evelyn a round of applause. Today's a special day for Evelyn. I hope Evelyn lets me give this magic number. Again, we want to acknowledge Evelyn really as a trailblazer in that it's Women's History Month. Evelyn was the first woman president of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. And as a licensed real estate broker since 1973, she broke barriers and paved the way for future generations in real estate. Her legacy is one of empowerment, mentorship, and service. Today is Evelyn's 84th birthday. Yeah. It's Saturday. I've been corrected. It's Saturday. So today, Evelyn's 83 3/4. We honor all of your accomplishments and thank you for showing us what it means to be a fearless leader with purpose and heart. Again, we wanted to acknowledge and congratulate, and I left the certificate. Somebody, can you hand that to me to your right? It's my honor on behalf of all of my colleagues, it's a 5-signature scroll to recognize the long-standing commitment and work of the Consolidated Board of Realtors and all of your work on behalf of Black professionals in the real estate industry, as well as the work you have done historically to make sure that Black families could experience Black home ownership. So thank you very much. Thank you. Step to the front. I'm coming right around you. All right, you're very welcome. It's good to see you.
That concludes our presentations. With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
We will begin on page 3, Set Matter. On Set Matter 1, this is a report by the Executive Director of the Homeless Initiative on the implementation of the People Experiencing Homelessness missions. This item will be held for discussion. On page 4, Public Hearings, items 2 and 3. These items will be held for hearing. On page 5, Administrative Matters, items 4 through 8. On items 4 and 5, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held. On items 6 and 8, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. On page 10, Notices of Closed Session, items CS1 and CS2. On CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 1st, 2025. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The request for continuance is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with public comment on items not held by the board and general public comment, followed by public hearing items 2 and 3, followed by set matter 1, which will be taken up after 11 o'clock, then items 5, 4, and finishing with items 6 and 8, which will be taken up together. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by the supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0. Now, to comment on these items, you must indicate which agenda item numbers you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on these items.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on items 7 and CS2 and general public comment. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Antonio Lopez Cornejo, Javier Garcia, Juan Zarate, Leandra Martinez, Lyric Armstrong, Martha Reyes, Zoe Montanier. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Your first participant is Roy Humphreys. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Okay, we have items 1, 5 in general public comment. As to homelessness, you continue to ignore the term transient as highlighted today in Channel 4 News with Supervisor Solis passing the buck instead of Trump command situation. Law firms should be brought in to sue all the above. You failed to establish a 60-freeway crossroads homeless site as well as a countywide system of transient campsites. A budget of $1 billion a year is needed.
Mr. Humphrey, please speak on items that are not being held by the board. The homeless items will be discussed.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then we will go to general public comment. The Gang of Four has damaged this county, state, and country borders on subversion and a pathetic example for the youth. Let's not forget Supervisor Solis and the gang of four who voted no on the 2,000-bed psych facility and the $1.2 billion men's central jail with Supervisor Barger, the only adult in the room. So much for Care First. 1 penny spent on Biden illegal aliens is a felony and a ticket to federal penitentiary. Pathway to rapid success to rescue the society is to cut off the head of this venomous snake. I must believe that there is a God, and that God spared the life of Donald J. Trump to save this nation county from the Democrats' perverse criminal enslavement. Doge. Was the sheriff talking about safety, about the reign of terror at the Gale, Nogales, and City of Industry? And Mr. Pedrosa will be getting back to me later on that for that. Such a Channel 4 News. It's a great video, a great view, but it speaks poorly about
Thank you. Next
the
speaker,
sheriff.
please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
And the general public comment. So that's 3 minutes. Is that accurate?
What item? General public comment and
all of the items that are open. Yeah, the open items.
if you stick to those not held.
Item 7,
well,
CS2 or general public
you're not
comment.
going to be monitoring my. Yeah, I'm going to speak on the items. Okay, just please don't interrupt. It's so difficult as is. And I want to just say my heart goes out to the DHS budget. I had no idea we had an almost $1 billion problem prior to the, the threat from DC. Now, in terms of the homeless, I know you don't want me to
That
get
item
into
is
it
being
too
held
much,
that item is being held for discussion.
Okay, all right. I'll come back for the bureaucratic spectacle later. But in terms of the criticism, I'm very happy that both Estrella and the ISD replacement have done assessments of how the emergency contracting is going. However, I have to admit, absent from both reports was anything about FEMA, and I know that we've got a 1.28 billion or something authorized without much transparency, and almost 300 and something of that is FEMA reimbursement. And when are we going to get that money? That someone, Horvath asked that question. And in terms of the parking enforcement, I don't know what to say about that. I mean,
That item's being held, Mr. Previn. That item's being held.
All right, I'll come back to it. Then we'll go to Bungee America out in your neighborhood. Look, I am starting to wonder whether or not these environmental objections are just to put these people through the ringer. They have 67 people a day out there doing bungee jumping. How can that possibly have a dramatic impact? But I mean, they got to take care of it. And I agree that the emergency safety is important. You got to get out of there if there's fire, and they need a credible plan. Now, Gerardo was down there from CD14, the Kevin DeLeon replacement. It was very nice to see Solis bring her political ally out on the stage and give her a nice honor.
Thank you. Next speaker,
we very
please.
much appreciate that. Now,
next speaker.
Mel Biley, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. Just for public comments. Just wanted to thank you all for highlighting. I don't want to butcher her name, but the young lady from Compton, especially now being Women's History Month, I just wanted to give a shout out and spotlight, and thank you all for spotlighting her and highlighting her, and our wonderful Madam Mayor Sharif. So I just wanted to happy Women's History Month, and thank you all. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Javier García Navarro. Con respeto y admiración, reciben mis más sinceras felicitaciones para nuestras autoridades del Condado de Los Ángeles por su dedicado trabajo y desempeño.
Good morning. My name is Javier Garcia Navarro, and with respect and admiration, please receive my most sincere congratulations to our Los Angeles County authorities for your dedicated work and continued collaboration.
Por su dedicado trabajo y desempeño oportuno para resarcir los daños colaterales causados por evento fortuito e involuntario por el cambio climático sobre los sectores que integran el Condado de Los Ángeles a su digno cargo.
For your dedicated and voluntarily opportunity to reimburse all of the collateral damages that have been caused by the climate change, the involuntary climate change that has happened in our Los Angeles sectors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Zoe Muntaner. I am from District 3 of Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and I want to address the Board of Supervisors because on November, voters in LA County passed a measure for ethics in government, and I applied to be part of the commission. 2 weeks ago, we found out through an officer from the Santa Monica Police Department that the city attorney of the city of Santa Monica is giving instructions to several departments not to file fines or charges for people that violate the code of the city. I know that Holly Mitchell has in her staff a member of the City Council, Caroline Terrosis, and I think this is a horrible violation at the heels of a measure that is to have ethics in government. We have to do better when the head of the department.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muy buenos días. Soy Antonio López Cornejo.
Good morning. My name is Antonio López Cornejo.
Lo que quería decirles sobre el tema en desastres naturales.
I wanted to talk to you about this topic on natural disasters.
Ustedes saben que todo Hollywood o mucha gente diabólica estaba adorando antes al diablo y eso no es posible. Por eso han tenido lo que han tenido. Su respuesta.
As you know, Hollywood has a lot of diabolical people, and they admire the devil. So that is not something that is acceptable, and that is why things have happened.
Ustedes saben de que bolas de lumbre volaban a 200 millas cuando 200 millas venían de los aires de Santana, y es por eso es de que han tenido sus respuestas después de haber adorado al diablo, que solamente Dios es el grande, mas no es el diablo.
As you know, there was fireballs coming at 200 miles per hour that were coming from Santa Ana fast, and therefore that is the response you get for admiring the devil. And we know that only God is the only person.
Y por eso el Consejo de Los Ángeles no tiene la culpa. La ciudad del condado de Los Ángeles no tiene la culpa. El gobierno de Gavin Nixon no tiene la culpa, los bomberos no tienen la culpa, la supervisora Hilda Solís y todos los que están aquí no tienen la culpa, Karen Max no tienen la culpa, ninguno de esos porque no hay seguro contra ninguno, ni de sus quemaciones porque volaban las bolas de lumbre a 200 millas.
And therefore, the council is not at fault, LA County is not at fault, the government is not at fault, Hilda Solis is not at fault, none of the supervisors are at fault, and the winds would just keep going at 200 miles per hour.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, esteemed Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. First of all, I would like to thank you for the service here for Los Angeles County. My request is that of 6 months after you hear my words. My name is Martha Miranda Reyes. I was born here in East LA and continue to reside in LA County. I am here to speak on behalf of someone very dear to myself and to share his journey and accomplishments, integrity, and valor in his career. He prestigiously longs to continue and serve Los Angeles County. His grandfather was an engineer, Javier Gonzalez. His father, Captain Cesar Gonzalez, is the captain. His uncle's a fireman, Michael Gonzalez, in addition to another related captain and battalion chief. He started his journey on October 26, 2021. All of it ended the morning of Friday, January 24th, 2025, after having served 4 straight nights of fighting the fires in Palisades and Malibu. My grandson, Andrew Reyes Gonzalez, was—
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers who
Would you do
signed
me a
up.
favor? We'll have someone come over and talk to you. Anders? Yeah. And we'll get that, and I'll make sure the board sees your remarks. Yeah. Thank you.
No other comments.
All right. That concludes our time for public comment on these items and general public comment. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda items on which we will be voting.
Item 7 is before you.
All right. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve item 7. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move on to public hearings. Executive Officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Wow.
Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. We're going to begin with item 2 for members of the public on the telephone. Please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 2 is a hearing on the 2025 Defensible Space Clearance Weed Abatement Referees Hearing Report for the Department of Agricultural Commissioner, Weights and Measures, and the Consolidated Fire Protection District's removal of hazardous brush, dry grass, weeds, rubbish, illegal dumping, and combustible growth or flammable vegetation. No departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received.
Who's going to provide a short report? Okay.
Yeah, Ron Durbin, Forestry Division Chief, LA County Fire. What we're doing here today is to receive the referee report from the referee hearings that we held throughout the county. We completed 7 referee hearings. There were 128 people that attended. 1 parcel was removed from the list, and so we're down to 129,542 parcels, and we're here for your comment.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, I want to thank you and your team for the outreach you did in the community hearings that you had. I appreciate it. And with that, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Now, our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
There's a loud noise being, okay, but I'll give my comment quickly. And I want to thank the fire department for monitoring these. There's a lot of feedback, guys. I don't know what's wrong with your system. But what I'm curious about is in this weed abatement, and I know many of you would agree with me, what can we do to get the goats up and running? Because I think that this is a sustainable and nice approach. Now, I realize they can't cut fire lines, but there's got to be some way to put that into effect. And, you know, whereas I appreciate the site and fine if you don't clean it up, I prefer taking care of it in a more sustainable, holistic way. And, you know, for the people in the Palisades, there's got to be some kind of a, and also obviously in Canada, but there's got to be some kind of a natural break that allows the residential community to be protected. Because we're kidding ourselves. We can't live in a wind, you know, it's like the folks who had the flood in the valley.
Thank you. Next
you
speaker,
gotta
please.
Look to the future. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
All right, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. And now we'll move on to item 3, hearing on appeal project number 2018-003069 for an existing amusement ride in the Antelope Valley planning area. Do we have a presentation?
We do, and I can read
Go
in
ahead.
as well. Item 3 is a hearing on the appeal of project number 2018-003069-5 to authorize an existing amusement ride, a private heliport, and overnight camping with appurtenant facilities, and in variance to waive parking requirements. Applied for by Bungee America, Inc. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
All right, do we have the appellant that is allowed to speak? Can you please call up the people that are going to speak on this?
Yes, we have the appellant first.
Hello. Hi.
Can you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes. Hello, my name is Grace Holbrook. I'm an attorney at Mitchell Sy Law Firm representing the appellant Save the East Fork.
There you go.
Yes. Hi. So we would just like to discuss that our primary concern with this appeal is the safety of the users and customers of this project, specifically related to the now state of the trail, having followed the wildfire that burned through the area. So our main issue is we would like an evacuation plan in place for those customers, so that if, and one that goes before the county, so that if another fire breaks out while there are people on a tour, as there already was, there's a clear evacuation plan in place to limit impacts on health and safety. Additionally, we'd like limits based on the now flood risks associated with the area, as wildfire burned regions have increased risks of flash flooding, and so any participation within the entire watershed creates a substantial risk of flooding. And the trail to access this project has, I believe, 6 river crossings. Again, we would highlight that the project should undergo CEQA review, as there has never been a CEQA review. It's operated unpermitted by the county for decades. So the existing facilities, the class 3 and class 23 exemption should not apply because those existing facilities were never permitted. And then additionally, the remaining exemptions shouldn't apply, as the project utilizes and is located within a sensitive environmental region due to the nature of it being within the Angeles National Forest. Again, we would just really like to highlight our concerns surrounding safety, and we thank you very much for hearing our appeal. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a few questions for Amy Bodak, our Department of Regional Planning. Can you talk about the Airport Land Use Commission process, if this project went through it, and what was determined?
Certainly, Chair Barger and members of the board, thank you. This is a very unusual, unique situation and a facility that has been in existence for quite a while and actually predated CEQA. So one of the issues is that they do use a very small helicopter for purposes of servicing the site and for any emergencies that may exist. So the California Department of Transportation does have broad authority to regulate the establishment of heliports, and they've delegated that to airport land use authorities. And in this case, the board has delegated airport land use authority to the Regional Planning Commission. The Regional Planning Commission acts as the Airport Land Use Commission for the County of Los Angeles. In this case, we determined that they needed a minor permit, not a major permit, and so it did not have to go to the Planning Commission acting as the Airport Land Use Commission. That permit was reviewed by staff and will be eventually submitted to the board for consent hearing, but we did not bring this to you because the project is on appeal. And so if the board determines that the project can proceed, we will then schedule the minor permit for your review.
Thank you for that. And then I have a question for County Fire. We recognize that the San Gabriel foothills have experienced wildfires and debris clearance in the last year. Can you discuss how fire safety considerations are incorporated into the CUP?
Yes, Supervisor. Well, when we looked into
Can you
this,
provide your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Nicholas Duvali.
Yeah.
We looked into this conditional use permit, and one of the requirements is a wildfire safety evacuation plan, and we're counting on that component and that plan to mitigate the problems that could arise if there was a fire, and those components would have to be looked at yearly to make sure that everything is still in compliance with current situation.
All right, thank you for that. I have no more questions. I don't know if the applicant wants to weigh in.
Hello, Madam Chair. Hello, board members. Thank you for your consideration of this case. I'll take about 20 seconds. I've been working on this case for 11 years, and we're finally here. It's a day of celebration for us. I also want to thank Director Bowick and her staff because they've been exemplary in doing a comprehensive review of this case. We just ask you respectfully that you deny the appeal and uphold this approval. So with that, I turn it over to Dr. Ron Jones, who owns the business. Thank you.
Can we turn on his mic?
Good morning, honorable supervisors. We hope that you'll support our future as previously approved unanimously by the RPC by denying this appeal and approving our CUP and variance. As Aaron said, yes, we are a very unique business in a unique location and have worked diligently with planning staff, and we'd like to also thank them for their support. I wish to summarize a letter provided to the Planning Commission prior to our RPC hearing, and it comes from Mr. Bobby Park, the Principal Safety Engineer and Statewide Program Manager for the State of California Amusement Ride Unit. It reads, I have been alerted to a public hearing in which your commission will consider the application for Bungee America to continue its longstanding commercial bungee jumping operations at the Bridge to Nowhere. I am writing in support of your approval for the CUP and variance. Over the past 24 years that I've been with Cal OSHA's Amusement Ride Unit, which oversees the safety compliance of the bungee operation, it is clear Bungee America has developed a unique recreational experience. Bungee America is the only legally operating bungee site in the state, and it would be a shame if Los Angeles County's approval was not granted. The inspection reports from my office confirm the favorable safety and compliance history, which has been a key factor in the operation's success. Supervisors, you only need to look to the past to predict the future. For 35 years, we've operated with state approval and with a perfect safety record. We've been the eyes and the ears of the canyon and provided assistance to the public when in need. And for 35 years, we've allowed public access onto private property and been great stewards of the environment. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? William Vasquez, Michael Gonzalez-Tome, John McClendon, Chris Ostergaard, Alex Gross, Dylan Bone, Larry Fuhelm, Ed Donovan, Peter Gonzalez, Cynthia Morgan-Reed, Stephen Claus, Craig Branham. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
And Madam Chair, there are no speakers in the queue to address the board. Actually, one moment, please. We do have Eric Previn. First participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute, speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
So, I agreed with it sounds like this has been environmental and people hassling this group unnecessarily, but they've been shepherds of the environment good enough. The only thing about bungee jumping is, when a harness, people can get hurt. And there's also whiplash, and sometimes they measure the cord wrong. I'm sure they've got it down to a science now. But also, if you swing wide and hit into something, and also there's human error. So politely, I think you need your head examined, but I think it's okay to allow them to proceed as long as they have a fair evacuation plan so that they can get people in the neck braces and the back braces out safely without eating up LA County Fire resources, which are in short supply based on the structural deficit and all the difficulty we've been facing. So once again, thank you to a very, very generous board for taking care of this. And let's make sure all of the office holders are treated with the respect they deserve following this approval. Thank you, Bodek. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is William Vasquez. I'm the founder of a nonprofit org called We Explore Earth, where we provide creative nature experiences for individuals in the outdoors, and also nature conservation projects, trail maintenance projects, cleanups are at our core. Throughout the past few years, we've taken out groups of individuals on group hikes to the bridge. And we've partnered up with Ron at their core as well. They like taking care of nature, taking care of that canyon. They look out for individuals. They literally save lives. I've helped them. I'm a wilderness first responder as well. I've worked with them and helping individuals that are dehydrated in the trails. They do that on the daily whenever they run their business. They're also, I think their role there and placement is crucial. Also considering all the defunding happening as well, just by chance. It's unfortunate what's happening, but they've been doing that and they'll continue to do that, I hope, and I'm in full support for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Gonzalez Tome. The day I joined a hike with Bungee America, it was transformative. As someone who works as a behavioral technician with children on the autism spectrum, I understand the need for spaces that foster confidence, trust, and personal growth. This organization provides exactly that, a space and well-managed environment where people can push their limits while feeling supported. Beyond personal experiences, Bungee America has consistently demonstrated a commitment to safety, environmental stewardship, and community enrichment. Their track record speaks for itself. Denying this project would not only limit outdoor access, but also take away any opportunity for individuals like myself to connect with nature in a meaningful way. I respectfully ask you to support Bungee America and deny this appeal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Chris Ostergaard. I'm an employee with Bungee America, and I would just like to say I'm in full support of Ron Jones, and I believe he deserves this permit. We provide lots of help and support to anybody that comes out into that canyon, and yeah, I'm in full support. Yeah.
Good morning, members of the district. John McClendon, I'm the lawyer for the project applicant. I just want to say that this has already been subject to a lawsuit one time before. I worked with your Deputy County Counsel, Roland Trin. It was a CEQA lawsuit. They brought up a bunch of CEQA issues. They offered to settle for $50,000. We turned it down. We later beat them in court. They actually owe us court costs still on this. And I just want to say that today I'm hearing a whole new raft of excuses they're trying to make to kill this project. I'm an environmental lawyer by trade. I'm usually on the environmentalist side. These folks here are the environmentalists. They keep that canyon, that trail clean. And they do a remarkable job. That's why I believe in them. And I hope you'll approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Alex Gross, an employee at Bungee America since 2020. I'm an Eagle Scout, environmentalist, and all-around outdoorsman. I met Ron while backpacking through San Gabriel Canyon, and soon after, we began our working relationship. Since starting this job, I've picked up thousands of pounds of litter, including organizing multiple cleanups with hiking groups to clean the East Fork Trail. I have taught people the ethics of leave no trace and how to be respectful to the outdoors. I've broken up hiker dams, swimming pools to allow fish to flow freely through the San Gabriel River. I've also provided first aid to hikers, not part of the bungee tour. And I've spent so much time walking off trail to campers to ask them to put out their campfires. We're talking about fire safety. I've done so much to step out of my comfort zone to keep that canyon safe, off the clock, and I think we are the stewards of that canyon. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Dylan Bone for Agenda Item 3, and I'm an employee at Bungee America. I'm an Eagle Scout from Atlanta, Georgia. Growing up in Georgia, you hear about the shining city of Los Angeles, truly the place where you go to accomplish dreams and see wonders. Having moved here, I realized that everything people say about Los Angeles is true. This truly is the best place on earth. To keep the dream of Los Angeles alive, I don't see any reason to oppose Bungee America. We are the first licensed and operating bungee jumping company in the entire country, #1. We are ground zero for something that is on basically everyone's bucket list. What could be more Los Angeles than that? Not to mention the fact that Ron Jones is an immigrant who moved here in the hopes of chasing his dreams. In my opinion, the city of Los Angeles should be doing everything they can to open as many doors as possible to keep Bungee America here in Los Angeles as a beacon of what this city stands for: originality, exceptionalism, and the American dream. Please allow us to continue to change lives and educate people on the need to treat the outdoors with respect.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Daniel Watson, Steve Kinney, Rachel Sahar, Warren Hornday, Natalie Batraj, Albert Sharp, Sky Ostrom, Karen Malik Whitley, Carol Ann Batraj. Next speaker, please begin.
Who's supposed to be up at the mic? Can you put, at mic 3, please? Thank you.
Good morning. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Gonzalez. I'm a native Angelino and avid hiker. I'm also a character witness here for Ron Jones, the owner and operator of Bungee America. I've had the opportunity to work closely with him and his wife, Gretchen, for more than 10 years. I assisted in helping the team process the conditional use permit with the county. It's been a long time coming. This project has been vetted very carefully by staff. Bungee America provides an amazing and unique opportunity for the county. This is an amazing business, but what makes the business great is the people who run it. I hope that my sincerity comes through on my words here, but Ron Jones is a man of character, of integrity, and I can tell you that he's going to be a good steward of the land in the Angeles Crest. I respectfully request you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Ed Donovan. I'm here to voice my support for Bungee America. A little confusion on the kiosk out there. I want to oppose the appeal and support Bungee America. A number of years ago, my daughter asked if we could celebrate her 18th birthday by bungee jumping at the bridge to nowhere with some of her friends. She invited Katie, Emily, and Brittany, and my wife and our son to join us. Bungee America was happy to accommodate our little party, and we scheduled our activity. The girls all jumped, had a great time, and a very memorable adventure together before they all headed off to college the following fall. These are the type of outdoor family activities that are important character builders and help shape our youth. Today, my daughter has a master's degree in early childhood education. Katie is a physician assistant at a women's clinic in Northern California, and Emily is a speech therapist. Bungee jumping at the Bridge of Nowhere is...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Larry Fearhelm, 99% support for this project, a true asset to Southern California, and 30 years proven safety record.
Like a half hour.
Please deny this appeal and support Bungee America for the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Stephen Klaus, Supervisors. Bungee America is an exciting adventure and sport that is available to the entire public and is one of the few places in the U.S. to provide this opportunity. Their dedication to serving the public with an amazing, unforgettable time, creating great memories, shows in their high numbers of repeat customers, demonstrating their 100% existing safety record and the quality of their efforts and their caring. But this is way more than just about bungee jumping. Bungee America spends countless hours each year throughout the year maintaining the trail from the trailhead to the bridge. They allow complete access through their property and amenities at all times to the public to enjoy hiking through the beautiful canyon to the bridge and beyond, irrespective of the public participating in any bungee jumping or any of its associated events. You would be hard-pressed these days to find another entity who provides and allows complete access of the public to their property and business. Allowing Bungee America to continue its
Thank
direct...
you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Craig Branham, and I'm here in support of Bungee America. There's no company that I know of that provides such an amazing experience. People need fun in their lives, and by the Joneses sharing their amazing property with the general public really speaks volumes for their integrity. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Karen Malik-Whiteley. I'm a longtime business owner in Santa Clarita, and I've also been on the board of Bridge to Home for a very long time. I want to just speak to, echo everything people have said and speak to the integrity, the community involvement, and support that we receive from Ron and Gretchen, as do we from our supervisor. It's very important that they participate in the community outside of their business, besides what they're contributing to the environment and to the lives and experiences of so many people by continuing to offer this unique experience. So please support the CUP and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on Bridge to Home.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Rachel Saker, and I'm here in support of Bungee America and in opposition of the appeal. I just would like to state that this particular company and this particular location is very, very special, very, very unique to Los Angeles. I'd like to echo some of the same things that other people have said about their stewardship of the environment, about their promotion of the conservation. This place is absolutely a gem for our community. Please don't let this go. This is one of the few opportunities where people get an experience to go into nature as deeply as this, with some hand-holding guidance and some really, really good education. So thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sky Ostrom. I'm a public school science teacher and the chairwoman for the Parks and Recreation Commission for Santa Clarita. As an appointed advocate for Santa Clarita's Parks and Recreational Services, I am tasked with helping to design, develop, and maintain the natural, social, and active opportunities of my city. As such, I appreciate this amazing business and its owner, Ron Jones. I've had multiple opportunities to see the educational, environmental, and community benefits that come from this small business. Not only that, but Bungee America fits perfectly into the image of LA. Active, educational, unique, extreme, creative, supportive, environmentally aware. As you help prepare to host the world at the next Olympics, it's the diversity of experiences for the visitors that will help make our Olympics so memorable. And I believe Bungee America will be one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that will make the world remember and make LA proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Albert Sharp, and I'm here in support of Bungee America's continued operation at the private property at the Bridge to Nowhere. I'm in a unique position and provide a unique perspective in that I was previously an employee there from approximately 1995 to 2015, but I'm no longer an employee there, so your decision doesn't affect me. In the time I worked with Bungee America, I participated in providing joy and education to literally thousands of Angelenos. During the 2-hour hike to the property, we educate people on the history of the land and how to enjoy it responsibly. We tried to make it a game many times where we remind them of the golden rule of the backcountry, which is to pack out what you pack in, and then ask them to pick up just a little more litter on their way out to make up for the people that didn't care as much. By the end of the day, the joy and exhilaration of their bungee jump turned out to be a smaller part of the adventure than they realized. When they looked back on the beautiful day outside, it made a tremendous impact on them. I can confidently say that Bungee America is a good steward of the land. Please allow them to continue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. I'm Steve Kinney. I've been a group organizer for my work in church. I'd like to share one experience when I took a church group up to the Bungee Bridge 10 years ago. This support group for divorced parents helped them get better connected with their kids that were dealing with the trauma of divorce. One lady in our group, Cindy, was recently divorced. She had 6 kids, and she brought her oldest, Ben. Ben was 15 years old and struggled to get the courage to jump, but when he did, he was elated. Ron took time away from working with the others about to jump to pull Ben aside. Meanwhile, Cindy and I were behind them about 5 feet away hearing Ron's talk with Ben. Ron Jones said, "Ben, what you just did will change your life. Most adults are not able to overcome their fears like you just did." Cindy began to sob. She said she divorced Ben's dad because he was physically abusive to the kids, especially Ben. She said Ben was afraid of his own shadow, and this experience would change his life. This was not an exception, as I've seen this type of experience almost every time of the dozen times that I've been out to the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Watson. I am also a previous employee of Bungee America. I started working with them in the 90s when we first started. A lot of the bungee companies were very crazy, doing a lot of illegal activities. Ron Jones has always been at the front of doing things legally and safely. He still works on the board for developing new and safe methods of improving bungee jumping. So I feel as though 30 years of experience gives him a pretty good place to sit in this community and make decisions on how to operate safely. He's always found the best ways to take care of the clients and customers who come out there, and I am in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie Backrack, and I'm here to speak on in favor of Bungee America. Bungee America is so much more than just a bungee jumping company. It's an experience that allows people to step away from the stress of everyday life and reconnect with themselves, with others, and nature. At the start of the day, we might feel like a group of strangers chasing an adrenaline rush, but by the end, we're a formed community facing our fears together and cheering each other on. When I went, I brought my 17-year-old niece who struggles with severe anxiety and panic attacks. The 2-hour hike to the bridge was peaceful escape from reality, much needed moment of calm for the both of us. Along the way, we walked alongside 2 jump masters who educated us on the land, and we all shared stories about what brought us there. I met a mother and her 2 adult daughters, one there to jump for her birthday, the other hesitant, but ultimately deciding to jump. She was about to start chemotherapy in a few days and didn't want to let fear stop her. When it was my niece's turn, they got her to jump not once, but 3 times. Each time, she trusted the process just as the jump masters taught us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Supervisors. Warren Hornaday. I'm just a local hiker. I haven't done the bungee jumping, and I don't really plan to. But what they do up in that canyon goes well beyond that canyon. You know, LA County is full of hiking areas, just all over everywhere. And none of them have any kind of educational programs or people or anything to help people learn how to do things the right way. These guys are out there showing people how to do safe water crossings, how to be safe out there, how to be, keeping no trace. It's just unbelievable the amount of good that not only from that canyon, but from all the canyons. Because the people that go to that canyon, they go everywhere throughout LA County, and they take that knowledge and education with them. That's eliminating a lot of problems throughout a lot of hiking areas just by what they learned that one day with Bungee America up there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Caroline Backrack, a former employee at Bungee America, now lifelong friends with the owners. If this was in a later afternoon or on a weekend, you can imagine how many more speakers would be here to speak on their behalf. They are wonderful people who care very much about their company and the trail that goes up to Bungee America's jumping site. I heard earlier, speaking of, flooding rivers and stuff, but Ron makes sure before he allows jumpers to go that the river is not too high for everybody to jump, which is very important. I've brought my kids up there to jump with friends, and we walked out at night with Ron. He was the last one out, and he made us make sure there was no trash on the trails, that everything was clean behind us as we left. Don't let this end. We need this to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address this item.
Thank you, and thank everyone who spoke today. It would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on the item. Item 3 is before us. I will move it, and seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll. No, we are. We're denying the appeal. Go ahead and, Madam Executive Officer, please read what we will be voting on. We're denying the appeal.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye for denying the appeal. For point of clarification. Yes.
Supervisor, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, and thank everyone for being here. All right. We will now move on to the set matter. Number 1, report on the county's implementation of the people experiencing homelessness missions. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and 0 to comment on this item. Cherie Todoroff, Executive Director of the Homeless Initiative, Chief Executive Officer, will make a presentation. Thank you.
But it isn't always a lot of people of color that can afford that. That's, because it's hard to get up there to the. I know where they're talking about, because that's where we would go as kids. So I know, and I'm more of the preservation. So it's kind of.
All right, Cherie, welcome.
Thank you. I had to do a quick time check to see if I was going to say good morning or good afternoon, but I think I'll go with good morning. Pleasure to be here today. I'm Cherie Todoroff, the Director of the Homeless Initiative. I'm going to do a brief update for us on the state of the emergency declaration. So while year 1 of our emergency declaration was focused on building faster, more nimble programs and processes to accelerate our work to end homelessness, year 2 has been about putting that new infrastructure into action. So today I'm excited to show you the new initiatives we have launched and progress we have made in year 2 of the Emergency Declaration on Homelessness. To kick off the presentation, I'd like to share a short video highlighting what we've accomplished together over the last year. Thank you. There were so many county departments, our colleagues at LASA, our colleagues at LACDA, colleagues at all of the cities and councils of government, and all of our service providers and other stakeholders who are part of that work. Too many to call out today, but I just want to acknowledge and recognize
Madam Chair,
everybody.
can I just stop? Cherie, so a couple of your numbers were different from that slide. Do we have a new PowerPoint? On the Pathway Homes, the numbers were...
That was a number of our entire system, not just Pathway Home. Pathway Home would be a subset of what you just saw.
I thought one of the slides was Pathway Home.
How
many encampments you've moved?
Yeah,
it's just different. So I didn't know if there was a new one that we didn't have.
I think some of the numbers we were seeing here reflected all placements like interim housing and permanent housing. The recreational vehicles were related to Pathway Home, and the encampment resolutions were both Inside Safe and Pathway Home. We can make sure we get you all of the details on that. All righty, we can go to the next slide. So the state of emergency's delegated authorities allow us to expedite contracting and hiring, purchasing and grant acceptance, and generating more resources to effectively address homelessness and to scale impact. Over the last 2 years, the Homeless Initiative has worked with other departments, such as the Department of Human Resources and ISD, to continue to improve and leverage the infrastructure built to achieve these goals. This slide elevates examples of how we and our departmental partners continue to elevate these authorities for a rapid response and how the county is using these opportunities to cut red tape. Since the state of emergency was declared, we have made over 1,200 emergency hires to date, a rate of 2 new hires per day. And this slide shows the number of emergency hires by department since the emergency declaration. DMH alone has made over 700 new hires in just under 2 years. Other examples of the work are elevated in the regular reporting that we send to your offices with detail on contracting and procurement and grants and other areas in addition to this. Today, I want to elevate one specific example that demonstrates the impact of the delegated authorities on our collective ability. If we go to the next page, we can see that the Emergency Coordinated Response Center is an example of what is possible to execute quickly and effectively with the delegated authorities. The timeline on this slide outlines the process of getting ECRC up and running in time since the board adopted the motion on September 24th, 2024. The time from the board motion's approval to ECRC launch was less than 3 months. ECRC was prompted by the need for better coordination and communication among outreach teams operating within the county and its 88 cities, and is designed specifically for elected officials, local jurisdictions, governmental agencies, and outreach teams to coordinate and support outreach to and encampment resolutions for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. LASA, DMH, DPH, and DHS are all critical partners at the ECRC and were involved with the planning workshops that took place in October. Local jurisdictions were invited to participate in the design as well and to get updated on how it works, and we had sessions for them in December. The goals of ECRC are to establish a single location with on-site staff. This is an in-person daily operation with staff on site that are working together in person. We have staff from the county's Homeless Initiative, the Departments of Mental Health, Health Services, Public Health, as well as LASA and others. They're centralizing coordination for outreach efforts and encampment resolution. They're providing updates on interim housing and other resource availability so we can bring sheltered people inside. And they're supporting the LA County Office of Emergency Management in the coordination of response during emergencies or inclement weather. We'll talk more about that as we move to the next slide. Less than a month after it was established, the new ECRC was put to the test by the devastating and fast-moving wildfires in Pacific Palisades and Altadena. This slide details the activities ECRC took to help people experiencing homelessness be safe during the fires. While ECRC only had 1 staff person dedicated at the time, ECRC's collaborative structure provided the coordinated outreach and access to interim housing that was needed during this disaster. ECRC was well positioned to serve as a central hub for the county's homeless services delivery system to evacuate hundreds of people experiencing homelessness who were in shelters that were located in harm's way. ECRC was the hub for the county departments and LASA representatives to centrally collaborate and organize to do whatever it took to lead emergency efforts on behalf of unsheltered people. Under past processes, ECRC probably would not have been up and running in time for us to respond in this manner. Under these new processes, we're able to lead the coordinated effort to this disaster out of ECRC. As we look at the next slide, I'm going to give you a few, some information on what happened during 2024. These are some of the numbers that you just saw in the short video. In 2023, the state of emergency had a significant impact on the number of people we moved off the streets into safe interim housing. We have sustained and grown that number in year 2. For the second consecutive year, the countywide homeless services system achieved the highest count of people moving into interim housing and permanent housing to date. In calendar year 2024, our preliminary calculations state that over 4,100 people experiencing homelessness moved off the streets and into safe interim housing where they were on a path to housing stability. As we move to the next slide, we have also increased the number of people who have moved into permanent housing as soon as it becomes available. This number reflects the number of people permanently housed throughout the county system-wide in 2024. The highest count of people moved into permanent housing in 1 year to date, almost 28,000 people. On the next slide, we have some information on the work that has happened to prevent evictions with our partners at the Department of Business and Consumer Affairs, and the Stay Housed LA program. And as of January of this year, they've provided legal services to over 25,000 households and tenant navigation services to over 27,000 tenants. And have had over 1,000 Know Your Right workshops serving over 23,000 people, and have provided more than $4.5 million in rental assistance to about 400 households. Next, we will look at Pathway Home. So this will give you the Pathway Home information for this calendar year. So I just want to note that this is calendar year 2024 information. It is not totals to date. So Pathway Home is the county's encampment resolution program. It's in 87 of the county's cities and in our unincorporated areas. It also provides support to the City of Los Angeles and their encampment resolution efforts, including Inside Safe. Pathway Home is intentionally designed to promote system flow while moving people off of the streets and into permanent stable housing, while also returning public spaces to their intended use. So this shows the Pathway Home dashboard for 2024. In 2024, we had 21 Pathway Home operations in partnership with 13 cities and 9 unincorporated areas. 662 people were brought inside. We were able to house 52 people permanently, and we were able to move 532 recreational vehicles off the street. I do want to elevate that none of us are satisfied with that flow into permanent housing. We need to see those numbers be much higher. Through your approval of the Pathway Home budget, you have supported the rental subsidies and the case management services to help people go inside. So it's not an issue of having the funding for the rent. It's an issue of housing stock and being able to support our clients leasing up, which is why our investment in unit acquisition work, we need to see that pay off in order to increase these types of numbers.
Cherie, you just said 52 individuals permanently housed, but this says 58.
I apologize.
Oh, it is. Okay, great.
So in addition, through Pathway Home, we remain in partnership with the city and their Inside Safe participants and supporting them with encampment resolution. And also having the array of investments in housing navigation, supportive services, rental subsidies, et cetera, that we support countywide are also supporting Inside Safe participants as they come inside and go on their journey to permanent housing. So in 2024, we supported 44 Inside Safe operations, bringing the total number of encampment resolutions in LA County in 2024 to 65. I think that was a number that we were referring to earlier on this slide that had both combined Inside Safe and Pathway Home operations. With the next slide, in addition to expanding our encampment resolution work, the Homeless Initiative has driven new innovations through Pathway Home in collaboration with our departmental, nonprofit, and municipal partners. So in April of 2024, the county received a $51.1 million encampment resolution funding state grant to expand Pathway Home and connect nearly 600 people living along the Interstate 105 freeway and nearby riverbeds to access to housing and services over the next 3 years. We've greatly expanded the number of our service connection events hosted countywide. Pathway Home Service Connection events are county-organized, resourced one-stop shops for people experiencing homelessness as they come indoors through Pathway Home and Inside Safe. It's a place where many resources and county departments come together on site and serve clients in real time in field-based locations. We recently launched the first Pathway Home RV interim housing pilot program located in Supervisorial District 2 in the Crenshaw area, to provide people experiencing homelessness in RVs with legal parking, a safe environment to sleep, supportive services, and case management to support them in transitioning out of homelessness and into permanent housing. And we're also expanding our partnership with motel and hotel owners. We added 19 new sites to our portfolio, and we now have approximately 1,000 interim housing beds associated with our Pathway Home operations. I'm going to wind this up now as we move to the next slide. Beyond Pathway Home, we have undertaken new initiatives to continue to expand our collaboration with our municipal partners. This slide shows some of those areas in which we have been deepening our investments. We have worked on and developed an encampment resolution guide for local jurisdictions, which we put out in a number of different forums, both through virtual ones and through online and through communications. We've launched the Municipal Minute as a way to share information with our local jurisdictions and keep them updated on resources and the work that is underway. And we host webinars and we post so partners are able to access them at times that are convenient for them. In addition, we're continuing to do all of our regular engagement through our local jurisdiction coordination and support team with all of our local jurisdictions, our cities and COGS, and our unincorporated areas. That concludes our presentation for today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the work that's happened under the emergency declaration.
Thank you, Cherie. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sherry, for your presentation. You know, I'm really excited about some of the things that we have been able to accomplish, especially the Stay Housed LA program, and that's prevention, it's legal assistance. Can you go into detail again, how many people have been served? What slide was that?
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull that back up. We do have the slides. We did show some of those slides were slides to date. We also have information for 2024. So in 2024, there were legal services provided to just under 3,900 households. Those were new cases that were open. There was rental assistance provided to households, and there was disbursement of about $1.6 million to provide financial assistance to at-risk households. There were 216 tenant Know Your Right workshops that were attended by over 4,400 tenants. There was tenant navigation services to almost 13,000 tenants, and there was outreach to about 36,000 tenants in unincorporated LA County. We can provide these numbers directly to your office as well, so you'll have them.
And this is slide 8 that we're looking at?
Yeah, this is off of slide 8. Slide 8 shows numbers to date, and the ones that I just provided show just what happened in 2024.
So I'm equally concerned about, after the fire, obviously, and I hate to say it, but the new administration, I think it's even more evident that we need to continue to have prevention service in terms of legal representation, especially for people who may be confused about what kind of aid they're capable of accepting without endangering their families. So would you agree, and how could we continue to sustain this program?
Yeah, so right at this point, and just for awareness, like we are reporting here on work that's part of our overall countywide effort, and this is work that's happening through DCBA. I have a typo in my talking points here, and this is not work that is being funded through the Homeless Initiative budget, so I just want to clarify that. However, what we are in a very fortunate with the passage of Measure A, it creates a new funding stream for tenant protection and support programs. That's about $100 million annually. That is a new investment. That will scale up multiple times over the investment that we have in tenant protections and support programs right now.
And how do you envision that funding to go through? Would it go through the DCBA or portal, or would it, how would we look at that? How do we structure that?
That funding is being administered by La Casa, and there's an allocation of that funding that would be prescribed by legally, that would go to cities, and a portion of it that stays with La Casa. So La Casa is working on its spending plan. I understand that there will be an initial presentation of that happens at an upcoming La Casa meeting, and that in June, I believe, is when the La Casa board will be asked to approve the spending plan. I am speaking right here on the most recent information that I had, and so we'll need to confirm that with La Casa if that continues to be their schedule. In addition, there is an allocation of that is allocated to the unincorporated areas, which we get to program in conjunction with your offices. And we would highly recommend that those funds go to support Stay Housed LA, to expand that and make those resources more available in the unincorporated areas. And that's also an opportunity for other cities with their allocation. They could leverage that resource as well if they chose to do so.
But currently, that auspices is under kind of your purview, right? Right now, or DCBA. I mean, it's part of a county initiative, but you have a lot of input. I mean, this makes so much sense for prevention purposes. So do you see that changing once this, the $100 million goes over to La Casa?
What I see with that investment is a significant scale up of resources across the county for tenant protection and support programs. It adds about 5 times more funding than we've ever been able to fund with Measure H, so that's a significant scale up. There is an allocation methodology that does allow local jurisdictions to get an allocation of that and to be involved and make decisions about how those dollars are programmed. A very streamlined way to get those dollars invested and to make sure that they are out in the community would be to leverage existing infrastructure, such as Stay Housed.
And that's what I'm trying to get you to say. Yes. Because I'd hate for us to reinvent and start all over completely, because especially for unincorporated, I'm talking about East Los Angeles and unincorporated areas in the San Gabriel Valley. They really don't literally have an infrastructure in some cases, so we need to have something that's already existing. So I want to make sure those discussions happen, because I don't totally agree with that shift. I guess it makes sense to some people, but for me, it's really going to change unless we have some key foundational, set of standards that are going to continue to support the unincorporated. And I would think my colleagues may be interested in seeing that we move that in that direction.
Yeah, so absolutely, there is an allocation of these dollars for the unincorporated areas. They will go from La Casa back to the county as part of that allocation formula, and we will be able to program those dollars in conjunction with the board with your approval.
Well, that's what those are the details I think that we need to be assured of. And then for me, on the pathway home, obviously, you carried out one of those exercises in East Los Angeles, correct? And can you go over that just really briefly? I know it was a smaller number, but.
I'm going to have some of our colleagues maybe joining us later with the detail on Pathway Home. So I apologize, I don't have the details on that operation with me.
All right, I know it was conducted in East Los Angeles, and I think there were 31 individuals that were eventually housed, I guess out of maybe 60 or 40, I forget how many. Doesn't matter, but at least 31 of the group size was housed, which I thought for us was successful, but at this point I am very concerned that there may be processes in place to cut back on the pathway home. And I don't like that, because we are sending a mixed signal to people in East Los Angeles, unincorporated areas, and even in MacArthur Park, where we know it's mostly city, but it is under the county's jurisdiction, and we're working with the mayor
as well as with the councilwoman and LA Care and many people who want to help us there. I would hate to see us abandon that effort that's already being planned now. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So the funding recommendations in the board letter that is also before us today include a budget for Pathway Home. If that budget is approved, we'll be able to proceed with that operation and others. If it's not approved at this time, or if there is an adjustment in the budget amount, that depending on what that actual budget ends up being for fiscal year 25-26, we may not be able to add new locations.
And is that based on formula that we're going to be voting on?
It's the board letter today. It's actually not. Pathway Home is just one of the directives in the board letter today, that if the budget is approved at that amount, we would be able to proceed with all of the operations that we've been planning with your districts. If it changes, then we would have to revise the plan and the schedule.
Okay, because I'm going to be watching that. Obviously, I have to be fixed on what is in the 1st District and East Los Angeles, a continuance and expansion. And obviously, there was, and also conversations that we had about going into the Bassett-Valinda area. And we do have a large population. In fact, just yesterday on the news, there's it's an encampment on private property, 70 RVs that have been utilized, I guess, by folks that are unhoused since October of last year. And if that goes away, and it probably will because it's a private ownership, where do those 70 times 3 or whatever, 120, maybe 150 people, where do they go? And it has been a big priority of mine to try to see that we establish something in the San Gabriel Valley, and you know that.
Yeah.
And we are trying to tackle getting a hotel, motel in our area, but we really need to have more cooperation from our neighbors, because this is not going to go away. They're there now. Physically, that's one group, but we know that there are more that live in the riverbed in San Gabriel Valley, in the Rio Hondo area, and all of that, and upper parts of even surrounding the foothills. No one seems to want to put up more hotels. We've already saturated El Monte, who's already done this. We need other cities to step up. And I think that really we're going to have that hook in some way to get some of our cities to understand this is not just the county problem. This is our community's problem. And there's been the funding solutions for them to come together. And I think it's time that they have ideas about how to kind of needle this and get it done. And I know you've been working on it, but I think with the opportunity of the funding, we've got to make clear that people need to really get engaged and show them where the numbers are and not be penal. I mean, how could I say it? I don't know, carrot and stick here. We have to do something to get more of the cities and even the unincorporated neighborhoods like Hacienda Heights and unincorporated areas in Valinda that need to help us move in this direction, the locals, the local residents, because I don't think there's enough education. That's why I'm a little troubled about cutting back on prevention, information, and legal advice to give people those tools that they need to prevent homelessness, but also to let people know that they have current rights if they are currently housed. Those to me, you can't really separate. But anyway, I just want to say that. Thank you for the presentation. I know you've done a lot, and we expect greater things to happen, bigger things. So thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sherry. I just want to follow up on the Pathway Home slide. And first, what is the current budget for Pathway Home?
You guys are moving right into the next presentation here, aren't you? Okay.
Well, not really. I mean,
I mean, this is actually. Can I really quickly, because it does blend? I think I should have called up both of them together, both of the set item, and so why don't we just kind of move in that direction? Because at the end of the day, it does. To your point, Supervisor Hahn, your questions center around what our next discussion is going to be.
Yeah, but I think if you don't have it, that's okay.
I do have it.
Okay, because I just think I was just going to talk about this particular slide as it related to your budget, just on this.
So this
That's
is now
okay.
item 1 and item 5 being called together. Once the questions from this board are completed, we will have the people from the executive committee come and speak as well.
Okay, so but my comments on item 5, I should wait. Yeah. Yeah, now it's confusing.
So to answer your question, our current budget, well, what we're currently projecting to spend this fiscal year is about $132 million. And I want to clarify that I said it that way because the budget amount is higher, but it factors in ERF funding and other funding that we know we need to carry over into next fiscal year in order to continue to fund interim housing sites and the permanent housing placements.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. And that's, I think, sometimes I'm still a little bit troubled. I'm just looking at your slide, Growing Our Impact Pathway Home. So only 21 Pathway Home encampment resolutions, which is kind of the core of Pathway Home, right, is the encampment resolutions where you move the entire encampment into a motel. But I think you added Inside Safe, which is the city's version of our Pathway Home, when you got to 65 was the number that you put on the slide, which means that
those were, yeah,
which means that the city did 44 Inside Safe for just the city, and we only did 21 Pathway Home. I think that's just kind of what I want to drill down, because I know, I think a year ago when we had this, I was like, can we at least do one a week? And it doesn't seem like we're any closer to doing one a week. What do you think is the biggest barrier for us to do more Pathway Homes?
Oh, the biggest barrier, it's only one. It is permanent housing. So it is having access at a much higher scale to apartments that folks can move into. Ideally, what we would want to see is having nobody stay in any interim housing site, whether it is a Pathway Home or an Inside Safe or a regular shelter.
Right. Yeah, because I'm looking at your slide, and on your Pathway Home slide, you have, out of the 21 or 65, and I'm not sure which number you're using, 662 people were moved into interim housing, and then on the same slide, only 58 got permanently housed. That's such a low number.
Yeah.
And so what's happening is just what you said. We're having resolutions, moving them into shelters, but we're just not getting them permanently housed.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, this is why we have a homelessness crisis, right? We don't have enough affordable housing. That is the number one. There's two things for our homelessness crisis. There is prevention and supporting people to stay in the housing that they're in, and there's having enough and having a housing stock, sufficient housing stock that's affordable for people to be able to live in. We have built out a very big homeless response system. We are outreaching more people than ever. We have more shelter beds than ever. We are doing all of those at a scale bigger than we ever have before. What we have not done is stop the inflow of folks into homelessness, and what we do not have is enough housing that's affordable for people to exit homelessness or to be able to afford the housing that they're in.
Okay, thank you. Well, I do have comments on 5. Well, how would you like to have this go down?
She has a different presentation. Okay, so finish up with item 1, but we are going to bleed right into item 5, so we're going to have public comment on both items.
I held 5.
Yeah, so 1 and 5, we're going to hear them together, but we're going to have, and the public comment is going to be on both 1 and 5, but we will let Sheree do 1, and then we'll.
Okay, and then after public comment on 5, then I would like to make comments on 5.
No, after public comment, no. I'll come over and explain it to you. Supervisor Horvath? Or no, Supervisor Mitchell, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I assumed that there was going to be a presentation on 5, so I'll stick to my comments on standing item 1. So thank you very much for the update. I have to say that our office continues to receive consistent calls and emails from our residents, who continue to request immediate action for encampments to be resolved. And I appreciate that we are taking the right steps to expand the encampment resolution teams. It's clear that we're still understaffed in proportion to the need and are facing a decline in the revenue that ensures that the work is going to be done in a timely manner. I'll give you an example of what I'm facing in the 2nd District. In the HERES dashboard, there are 26 locations yet to be scheduled for cleanup or resolution in the unincorporated areas of the 2nd District. And the reason I raise the cleanups is because this is county residents' daily experience with county government. While I actively encourage constituents to report and communicate with the county for those basic quality of life services, the response time is so long it leaves residents in the unincorporated communities feeling like they're not heard, that we are not prioritizing them as their local government, and frankly that I'm not elevating their needs to the appropriate departments. Residents from Florence Firestone, West Rancho, and East Gardena have literally been calling my office since I took office now in 2020. And those encampments have yet to be resolved. So my interest is not just in understanding, but really seeing the direct impact of these different programs and reconfiguration of county teams for both our unhoused and housed constituents. And the emergency, I think, Centralized Response Center is just one of those examples. So my question is, how will your team ensure that the creation of the center won't create more delays for people who've been waiting in line for services and cleanups? We hear that there are ways in which people skip the line, and I think with no transparency where people can't see where they are in the queue, it fuels that assumption. Oh, if I call this elected office, or if I do this, if I do that, I can skip the line. And we called you 5 years ago, Mitchell, and other encampments have been resolved. So what can we do to guarantee Angelenos that there won't be more delays?
Yeah, so, as we discussed, briefly here, ECRC was launched very quickly, moved very quickly into wildfire response and recovery work, and then was able to go back and focus on the staffing it, which is getting close to being fully staffed. The staffing of it is still a small, but going to be a mighty team. A lot of it is reliant on our partnerships with the other, with our departments and with LASA. And the next phase of it is to be responsive to what you were just elevating, is actually under a single sort of command and leadership to have the response that whether we're calling them protocol, non-displacement, expanded and expedited, all versions of those encampment cleanups that happen in the unincorporated areas, combined consolidated leadership with that, with our other outreach efforts under one command under ECRC. And we're actually we're working right now and having conversations with our LASA colleagues because they're such an important partner in this, as well as the host teams, to align the host response for the teams that serve the unincorporated areas with the priorities of your offices and with the HERES priorities to expedite those response times, and also to have engagement that does not need to wait until there's the scheduled cleanup, which we know that's very important, but we also can be doing a lot of engagement leading up to that point, and even help resolve some of the homelessness and support clients with dispositioning, even leading up to the cleanup date. So that's the direction that we're moving in now, to have it be, to expedite, response times, to have oversight of the entire coordinated response. and to engage those locations leading up to scheduled resolutions so that we are placing clients and getting connected to services and housing and not waiting for it all to happen on one day.
So when you say expedited time frame, just so you could manage my expectation as well as residents of unincorporated community, what does that mean, expedited time frame?
Yeah. I don't want to give you misinformation, so I do need to go back and get that information from the team to see what we're anticipating. We have, there has been decreased times, but we also have a long list.
We do.
You know, so we're making progress, but there's a long way to go.
So about a year ago, we talked about an online dashboard for not only internal county use, but for the public to see where they are in the queue. Again, that could help manage expectations if people could see where they were and could see progress being made in terms of themselves moving up. Again, I've got these communities who've have not been touched in now going on 5 years. So what's the status of the request for the online dashboard?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So there is a demo. We're currently sharing it with board office staff to get input on the components that it contains, its ease of navigation and accessibility, et cetera, to get your input on how you feel it may meet the needs of your constituents to see if we need to make any tweaks or adjustments before we have it go live. So we're right now in that sharing with board offices, doing a round of feedback, and then depending on the level of that feedback, going back and sharing with board offices again or going straight to deployment.
Again, a guesstimate on time frame when the public could anticipate having access to this information.
I'm going to ask somebody, my colleagues who are listening to me on the phone right now will text me and I'll answer that question.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I just really want to underscore the need for this public-facing information on the cleanups and on the decision-making of the Emergency Centralized Response Center, as well as information on how the public can be engaged, since we're really making decisions that impact resource allocation. I hope in our future presentations like this that we can have, to measure response times, that we can have the current baseline response times and resources and what impact the ECRC is having on residents, as well as any future changes in organizational structure. Again, my goal is to make sure that my constituents in unincorporated areas have access to the information, that we don't continue to feed this notion that there are communities that are able to jump them in line. And so I think with this public-facing dashboard, it will really allow people to have faith in a system, that if we're asking them to report, that they continue to do so, and they know that their report doesn't fall into the file 13 someplace, and that we really are tracking, and that their communities are indeed valued. Again, unincorporated communities look to us first as their local level of government, and we're ultimately responsible. And so the fact that I still have these communities that have had zero touch by any of these programs since 2020 is problematic. So I appreciate that. I was trying to stall while you got your answer. If you didn't get it yet, maybe you can just tell me later on in your presentation.
It's coming.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. First, I want to ask, I know you had a slide around the emergency declaration and how it's allowed for hiring. Has it strengthened cross-departmental coordination, or has that really been done by the ECRC? And is the declaration still helping us at this point?
The declaration is absolutely still helping in a number of different ways. It's like all of these things that we're able to launch, whether it's staff, whether it's new funding, whether it's contracts or programs that get operationalized, those are all contributing to the homeless response system, contributing to helping folks. A number of those are cross-departmental initiatives. Sometimes they're within departments depending on what it is, but a lot of them are cross-departmental. And so we have a full list of all of the different ways in which the declarations have supported either being able to expedite actions, but also a number of the results of those. In particular, some of the ones that we focus on because it means sort of services are hitting the ground on the number of contracts that are getting executed in a timely way. And I can uplift that to all of the offices. I apologize, I don't have the list here today, but I can definitely uplift that.
No, I think it's helpful to hear, and I just hope that as we're thinking about with Measure A being introduced and everything that's being discussed, you know, whatever lessons we're learning from the emergency declaration, at some point there isn't going to be a declared state of emergency, but it shouldn't mean we go back to a status quo that didn't work. So I want to make sure that we're implementing, you know, whatever those changes are. I like what I'm hearing from you, that it is allowing faster action, easier contracting, you know, better hiring processes. That should become the standard. So I'm glad to hear that that's working. One of the topics that you focused on was Stay Housed LA. And for me, Stay Housed LA has really been the place where a lot of prevention work has happened. So is it your expectation that Stay Housed LA continues to be in relationship to DCBA and the county? Or is it that Stay Housed LA, your expectation is that it then becomes in relationship to La Casa with this prevention funding?
Well, DCBA, and by the way, I'm speaking on behalf of, you know, another department and director here, so I want to acknowledge that. But they have their own budget, you know, which continues at the discretion of your board. There's the opportunity for more investment with the La Casa funding. I think this board gets to decide the county's allocation of those prevention dollars for tenant protections and support programs. For the unincorporated areas, there's an allocation for that. Gets to decide how to program that. And certainly the first place we should be looking is DCBA. And then the other cities will also have their allocation, and La Casa itself will have a allocation that it keeps centrally that it gets to program. DCBA provides a place where there's an infrastructure that could support the deployment of those dollars in a very sort of efficient and effective way.
But I just want to be really clear. So the Stay Housed LA function that currently works with DCBA, is your expectation that that will largely be subsumed by La Casa with that 100 million, whatever that 100 million and change number is? Or will the county have a dedicated stream of funding for Stay Housed LA efforts separate from that, from the La Casa funding?
I apologize, I don't have direct involvement with the DCBA budget.
No, that's not her question.
Okay.
It's regarding the program.
Okay.
Yeah, how will the county in any department be funding any version of Stay Housed LA, or is the expectation that the relationship with Stay Housed LA will become exclusively with La Casa? I'm just trying to get an understanding of how each of these entities is working together in a functional ecosystem.
Right.
And I think we have to set expectations about what role, if any, the county is going to play with Stay Housed LA and prevention going forward. How we're reading, and I know we'll get into this in more detail in the next item, but since Stay Housed LA was called out in this presentation, I just want to understand on a going forward basis, what is the county's financial relationship with Stay Housed LA?
Well, there's currently funding that the county is putting into to Stay Housed LA.
And that will continue?
Will that be moved to La Casa, or will that stay in the county?
I apologize. I realize you're asking me a question, but
Okay. Oh, Madam CEO wants to jump in. Okay.
I don't know if I have the actual answer, but as I understand it, so Stay Housed LA is an existing county program administered by DCBA, funded either wholly or in large part with one-time funding.
That's right.
So the question on the table is, where do we identify, it's, you know, a foregone conclusion that the program has benefits and has helped many people. I think the question on the table is, where do we identify one-time funding? So the logical option, well, one option would be identify county resources to put into Stay Housed LA some or all of the budgetary needs. What I hear you saying, Cherie, is that La Casa could potentially put money on the table as well to sustain the program. But I think the challenge that Cherie is having is that she doesn't know what the DCBA budgetary plan is, and I don't think you could speak to that.
I'm clear that you're not in charge of DCBA's budget.
Yeah.
I'm just also clear that this presentation included explicitly what we're doing with Stay Housed LA. So maybe as part of our budgeting, I need to understand what our relationship is going to be with them going forward, and really understand, what the expectations are going to be. I'm clear that La Casa is getting a certain allocation, but Measure A is county funding, and it is our job to make sure that it is allocated appropriately and that we are accountable for where those dollars are going. And so if the expectation is that it's La Casa that's supposed to administer funding for programs like Stay Housed LA, then it's important for us to make that really clear so that relationship is established. And there isn't an expectation that the county is going to support it if that's not what our intention is.
Understood. And what we will do, what I think would be helpful, Cherie, is for us to speak with Director Carbajal. I can't remember off the top of my head where we left off in our last discussion regarding funding.
Okay. And then with regard to Pathway Home, I saw the slide that you showed, and I know my colleagues have touched on, what the numbers have been. Are those numbers discrete? If I added them all up, is that the total number of people that are served, that have been served by Pathway Home this year? Or what is the total number of people who have been served by Pathway Home?
We are serving about 1,400 people. Actually, we're not there. Right now we're serving about like 1,000. And we're hoping to increase that if the board approves the budget.
So we served 1,000 roughly 1,000, and you said the budget that we spent on it this last year was 130 million for 1,000 people. Okay. I just raised that because I know that it's an important program. It's important for us to have encampment resolution efforts, and I think it's also important that we are being outcome-driven in how we're using those dollars. And so if what we're saying is that we're severely challenged by the lack of access to housing, then we have to solve for that problem in a way that isn't sort of just funneling money into people who are not getting the solution that they need. So I think that's the one piece of Pathway Home that I want to see fleshed out more if that's going to proceed, because this is a substantial amount of funding, and we'll get into that conversation in the next item. But it's helpful to know how many people have actually been served. I think what I have talked about in terms of the success of Pathway Home is every person who comes into it, we're identifying, and your team has done an excellent job really routing how do we ultimately get to a housing solution. It's not just how do we get people off the street, it's really thinking through that whole lifeline, and I think that's how we need to be thinking about it. And but we also have to be honest with ourselves if we don't have the housing solutions to match it up to be able to actually scale Pathway Home. I think we need to be honest about that too. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question, then I'll call on you. I appreciate the line of questioning, Supervisor Horvath, because I think we need to have a clear understanding of La Casa's role as it relates to the umbrella of the Measure A. And it should be seamless in terms of how the services are provided. And if my memory serves me correctly, the Stay Housed LA was put into play prior to Measure A passing. But yet it was put into play because it was identified as a way to keep people housed, correct?
Stay housed, yes.
Yeah. So I guess my question to Fizia or Cherie is, at what point are you going to make recommendations to this board as it relates to prevention dollars that are now being moved out that would go to La Casa so that we can advocate on behalf of the prevention dollars and where and how they're going to play out? Because I think we all have a seat on La Casa, and I think it's important for us to understand what's going away, because I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to go out to my constituents, for example, on TAY, transitional age youth, and say that we are zeroing it out because we don't have any more money when they just voted for Measure A. And their attitude is, and that's the number one, I think the top percentage that ends up unhoused based on the homeless count. And yet we're not providing funding, but yet the voters just voted on Measure A. It contradicts and it doesn't resonate well with people. So I want to understand. I want to understand how we are going to prioritize, but you all have to bring that forward to us so that we understand what we're advocating for based on priorities, especially when we're hearing that things are being zeroed out. That's my ask to you on that, and that's why I appreciated Supervisor Horvath's question on that, because, for example, Sheree, we know that the budget's tight, and we know that Stay Housed Los Angeles is something that was put into play prior to Measure A, probably could have used Measure H funds, but the point of me saying that is that now, rather than our director being put in a position to have to zero it out, we should be advocating to make sure that the funding that's allocated under Measure A follows that program. So that's what I'm saying, and I think it's important for us, but again, we have to hear from you all in terms of priorities. My question actually started out with, so I'm looking at the slides, and under the new placements in interim housing, the 41,559, and then 27,994 new placements in permanent housing. So there's a delta of 13,565 that are still in interim housing.
We actually county-wide have over 20,000 interim housing beds when you look. So there's a difference between total beds and how many were placed, but yes.
Because one of the questions that also is asked of me is if we are having people in interim housing for an extended period of time, why are we not transitioning that from interim to permanent? I mean, because they're in those beds, and they're in those beds for sometimes 2 years and up. So what is your answer as to why we're not transitioning from interim to permanent?
Are you asking about transitioning within a physical location? Or
Yeah,
okay.
if we have, I mean, I know there are people that have been in interim housing for 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
And actually, there's a friend of mine who said, what is the difference between interim and permanent? If they're there for 3 years, that's... Yeah, I mean, why not look at what we need to do to make that permanent?
Yeah, so most of the interim housing portfolio is some version of congregate shelter, and it's just not a space where people hold a lease. And so we consider permanent housing to be a place where it's...
So it's not insurmountable, we just haven't done it. It can be done, we just have not done it.
Most
because if we're short on permanent housing, and it seems that we are putting online interim, why wouldn't we look at the bird in the hand and see how we transition that to permanent?
Absolutely. So this board has made significant investments in permanent housing, I think, and has we've continued to grow. There's permanent housing that continues to be built, acquired, master lease, unit acquisition, et cetera. Typically, the actual physical location of most of our shelters would not be amenable to conversion to permanent housing unless it was a new ground-up construction, if we were just to do that capital investment. But securing other sites, like through acquisition and through master leasing, would be investments that would scale up that permanent housing.
No, and I hear you, but I think interim was set up to be just that, interim.
Yeah.
And when I hear from LAHSA that some are staying in more than 3 years, actually, and actually probably don't even want you to notice it because it's the first stability they've had in a long time. It just raises questions in my mind as to why we are not accepting that that's maybe permanent housing. And I just think it's an opportunity for us to rethink. I mean, I guess my challenge would be to everybody, and Sheree, I have a lot of respect for the job you're doing. You're doing a tremendous job, and you get all the tough questions about a subject that is on the front page all the time. and it's not always flattering in terms of the criticisms that are provided. So I want to preface my comment with thank you, but I also, I want to also challenge us all to think outside the box. And one of the reasons why Supervisor Solis and I put together the Rubin Commission was to know when to pivot, know when to change, know what to do that may not be necessarily what we've always done. And my challenge to you, or permission to you, is to be that think outside the box. And if there's opportunities for us to change the interim to a permanent based on the fact that we've got people that have been in some of these facilities for well over X amount of time, maybe that's our opportunity to pivot and see what we can do. Yeah. All right, Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, when I asked sort of the same question, why is it so little that we're getting into permanent, your answer was because we don't have, at this point, enough permanent housing spaces. But of course, we all want to think out of the box. It's just difficult. So just following up on the Stay Housed LA conversation, and I realize it's not the same thing, but again, in item 5, the recommendations are to cut $20 million from prevention. So we had $21 million in change before in prevention for all age groups, and the recommendation is to zero that out. And is the thinking for doing that because La Casa now is carrying the mantle of prevention and preservation?
Yeah, so Measure H is expiring this month. A sales tax collection starts April 1.
Right.
It's going from a 1/4 cent sales tax to a 1/2 cent sales tax.
We got that.
The Measure A allocation formula, which is embedded in the ordinance, has a specific allocation and set aside for prevention. And prevention is defined as tenant protection and support programs. Those are the same programs that we have been able to invest in at the level of 20 million, a little bit less, but with the Measure H funding. We now, with the transition from H to A, there's a dedicated pot of funding with a specific allocation that is about $100 million that can do the same use as we've been funding.
So that's why you're zeroing it out in your recommendations, is because that money will go to La Casa.
Yes, we will be increasing the investment with it 5 times over with the investment at La Casa.
Right. And then again, just, I think in the future, I have a lot of interest in Pathway Home. And I'm maybe just a kind of a separate presentation on Pathway Home, because I think this slide is just not your best work. It's kind of a 30,000 feet global view, but even, the total encampment resolutions, 21, but then you added 65 of Inside Safe. The individuals moved into interim, you had 662, but then you had a 41,000 in our whole system moving people into interim housing. So I think there would be a feeling, again, I think we like Pathway Home, but for the budget, out of all those that have gotten into interim housing, you're only crediting Pathway Home with 600, and everybody else was 41,000. So it feels like maybe it's not as successful as we want it to be, or we think it is. So maybe in the future, we could really drill down a little bit on Pathway Home. And, well, the slide's not up there, but I was thinking even the recreational vehicles removed, which is great, 532. But I think for me, I can't speak for my colleagues, I would want to know, out of those recreational vehicles moved, were they empty? Did they have people in them? And where did they go? And then under the permanently housed, 58, I was complaining about 58, but then you had on the presentation, it was 27,000 were moved into permanent housing. So I'm just feeling like this slide for me it's not misleading, but it just doesn't, I don't think tells the right story. And so maybe, and for me, and then next time I'd also like to know who left the program, right? What happened to them? Did they end up back on the streets? Did they end up in jail? Did they die? What happened to, because I just think all the numbers kind of don't add up. So maybe kind of a separate pathway home presentation that really gets to whether this program is working or not. I want it to work because I like the theory behind moving an entire community together. So I really want it to work, but these numbers kind of don't support that. But maybe you could tell that story in a different, a more complete way next time, for me anyway. I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I hear you, Madam Chair, with regard to interim, and I think, you know, when we think of the concept of interim, it's time frame versus the kind of facility.
Right.
So yes, something interim, we wouldn't expect somebody to be there 3 years, but as I hear Sherry talk about those facilities are appropriate to be considered permanent because of the kind of facility it is. So I don't want to say, well, because you've been there 3 years, I'm just going to call it permanent, because it's not appropriate to be a permanent housing facility. You see what I'm saying?
But, no, I don't, because I still don't understand why or what would prevent us from making it permanent then. If we know we've got a deficit on the permanent housing side and we've got all these people in interim housing that have been in interim housing that actually, quite frankly, probably want to stay where they are, then why wouldn't we look at opportunities to convert that to permanent housing? That's
so
all.
I think it depends on what it is. If it is a motel that we could then convert to a motel room combined to, as many organizations do, to make it a unit with a kitchen, bathrooms, et cetera, as opposed to a congregate setting. And I think you said, help me, that it would require capital improvement. I don't know that we can't, but that's also time and dollars to do the physical plant investment, right? I just wanted to get back to the interim in terms of time frame versus the kind of facility it is. No one should be in a temporary place for multiple years, but I don't think it's appropriate for all interim settings just to assume, oh, because you've been there 3 years, we're now going to call it permanent, because it's not conducive to permanent living.
No, and I hear you, but I look out, I see Richard Loa with the city of Palmdale, and we've got a project up in the Antelope Valley that is Hope of the Valley, and it's interim. But I will guarantee you, if I go up there right now and ask those and it's families, if they would rather stay there, at this point, they would say they'd rather stay there even though it's interim, and they don't have their own kitchen and all. So I guess my point is that it's not always, I mean, I think that, yeah, exactly. Thank you. One size does not fit all.
And all interim aren't the same. That sounds like, I don't know, I've not seen it, but even if they don't have a kitchen,
It's
maybe
a
they want to stay.
motel that's been converted.
But in Culver City, we've got a tent. And that needs to be interim. It is literally a big master tent that doesn't have private bathrooms or anything. And so that's interim and shouldn't be considered any form of permanent. You see what I'm saying?
I completely agree, and that's why I appreciate Supervisor saying it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Right, it is
and
not.
I just would offer up that there are some families that want to transition out of there, but this is a motel that's been converted that has a playground, has everything for families, and many of them fleeing domestic violence, and for the first time they feel safe, and they don't want to move.
And so, do they have any kind of, they don't have kitchens there?
They don't have what?
A kitchen.
No, they have, their meals are prepared.
Are brought in.
Yep.
And so, you know, maybe we need something in between interim and permanent. Because maybe that certainly for me is closer to permanent than the tents in Culver City.
Yeah.
And so, you know, maybe it's a matter of semantics, but figuring out.
Yeah, because actually we've changed the term. We used to say shelter, and now we say interim, and it's confusing.
Yes.
And that's what makes not one size fit all, is that we changed the designation.
And also, you know what, I mean, we know that interim for many of these has been de facto permanent. And yet the public doesn't understand that. They think that we're just like putting them in motels and not providing services and all this. I think we need to do a better job of narrating what we're doing, so that, and also not get caught up in words like I did on interim and permanent, all that, because.
Well, just to be clear, that interim isn't just a time frame, it's also a type of setting, I think.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
The second clarification, and I was going to ask a question on it when we got to 5, but because it came up, and we're hearing people come to La Casa, and I want to be clear, because you get Measure A money also for prevention, and I think services for persons experiencing homelessness would need to be funded for you, legal services, versus legal services for already housed tenants will be funded by La Casa. And so I don't want us to continue to conflate, and make sure that we're clear that some Measure A dollars come to you, that it doesn't all go to La Casa. La Casa did get a allocation, but this notion that you're gonna punt all prevention work to La Casa, as opposed to you get some Measure A dollars that pays for prevention also. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, thank you. We were specifically referring to the tenant protection funding. We do have prevention investments in our funding recommendations. We have the Homeless Prevention Unit, which uses predictive analytics to identify clients who are at high risk of losing their housing and to engage them and to provide a solution to their housing crisis. These are folks who may or may not have ever come to our attention through a traditional sort of tenant protection program. We're also doing problem solving, which is sort of quick financial assistance and case management, negotiation, et cetera, to help people right in the midst of their housing crisis to resolve it quickly. There's investments in that in our funding recommendations. We also are proposing investments in financial assistance along the lines of guaranteed income programs for both transition age youth and older adults, which also serve as both prevention as well as rehousing opportunities.
Thank you. And just to circle back to our last point, you know, Redondo Beach has reached functional zero, thank you, ma'am, because they have the pallet shelter, which is interim or temporary, and they built permanent supportive. And so that's one microcosm of an example of a community that did both at a number such that they can manage. And so whatever we need to do to build more, convert more, as you suggested, but also be clear that there are settings, pallet shelters, I don't think should be considered permanent. The Culver City facility should not be considered permanent. It is a step. It got people off the streets, out of RVs, out of tents. Right. So all we can do to do more conversions, whatever we can do to get appropriate permanent is really, I believe, what we're all saying. It's a matter of semantics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
8 weeks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell, 8 weeks.
8
the HERS viewer.
Say it one more time.
8 weeks for the public-facing HERS viewer.
Thank you. Eight weeks from today.
Yeah.
Thank you. 2 months.
Thank you. So now, do you want to stand up and then sit down again? Because we're going to move to item number 5, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. Once Supervisor Hahn gives her opening remarks, we're going to call up the Executive Committee and public comment on this item. So with that, Supervisor Hahn.
Well, thank you. I'm just going to level set that, Madam Chair and colleagues, what we're looking to approve is over $600 million in Measure A funding recommendations, which also include that very important $96 million in a local solutions fund that's going to support our cities in addressing homelessness in their communities. And that's the big difference between H and A, is that the coalition of providers and advocates that created Measure A wanted more money to go to our local jurisdiction. So that's my opening comments. I think we're going to hear from the public, and then I would like to speak again. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. With that, Executive Office, would you please call up those who testified or signed up to speak, and we'll have the executive, I can never say it, and then also this trustee, Sarah Hernandez with the LA Community College District, also come up and be first to speak.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Nithya Ramon, Sarah Hernandez, Paulina Uvidia, Steph Stewart, AJ Milner, Ronson Chu, Stephanie Klasky Gamer, Joe Franklin, Paige Kaluderovich, Daniel Rolias, Leandra Martinez, Khadir Azab, Savannah Benton, Jesse Brown, Mauricio Alvarado. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address SEP Matter 1 and Item 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
You know what we're going to do? I'm sorry. Before we go to the phone, we're going to go to in-person, the executive and the LA Community College trustee. So we're going to do the executive and the college trustee, and then we'll go to the phone. So why don't we start with Councilmember Loa. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. First of all, thank you for the new approach in the point-in-time count up in Antelope Valley using drones and other methods that recognize the vast areas of the desert in which homeless reside. And we get a better count there. However, it seems to me that approving this budget today is a bit premature as the cities try to grope with the formulas that are going to allocate the amount of money that is going to be given to them. Under a Measure H, for example, for the Antelope Valley, the city of Palmdale, and the city of Lancaster sent down a disproportionate amount of money in relation to the amount of money that went back up to Antelope Valley to deal with the unhoused issue up there. And we fear that this is going to continue under what seems to be the situation now. I think the cities are in a position where they're not receiving a fair allocation of the money that is needed for us to deal with the unhoused in our areas. So I'm urging that you consider putting this over to another date so that that can be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember Loa.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Sarah Hernandez. I'm the Vice President of the Los Angeles Community College District Board of Trustees. Also chaired the ad hoc committee on basic needs, but first and foremost, I am an educator. I'm a former LAUSD middle school teacher, and I've previously taught constitutional law at Valley College, and I've seen how vital homeless support services are for our students in need, which is why I'm here today to respectfully urge you to reconsider the program elimination of the Campus Peer Navigation Program, which serves nearly 1,000 students during the last fiscal year. The program links students with homeless services providers across LA County and serves all populations, youths, adults, and families. And for our housing insecure students who are trying to make their way through college, having that ability to access these supports can be a difference in their educational success. Of course, completing their education is the first step towards finding a good job, of building a strong career that enables that long-term financial stability. And most importantly, the Campus Peer Navigator program plays that critical role of preventing individuals from falling into chronic homelessness, a key priority that really significantly is more costly to address later down the road. And so that's why this program is so important. For a relatively modest amount of funding, the program delivers a return that is really beyond its costs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker,
If
please.
you could go like this when you agree, that would be great. And you can wave. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Tanberg, Senior Advisor with Councilmember Rahman, and I'm here on her behalf today. She is the Chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee in the City of Los Angeles and the Vice Chair of the Executive Committee on Regional Homelessness Alignment. First, I want to thank the experts on the leadership table for their intensive work in helping us to craft the goals for the expenditure of Measure A funds. The ECRA unanimously voted to support these metrics and send them to you for your approval. I wanted to share with you 3 concerns today. Firstly, as shared in our letter to you, the City of Los Angeles, including Mayor Bass, strongly recommends choosing option 1 for the allocation of the Local Solutions Fund dollars. The City of Los Angeles is the epicenter of the homelessness crisis and has over 60% of the county's unhoused population, despite recent progress over the last 2 years in reducing unsheltered homelessness. Option 1 ensures that cities with persistently high levels of homelessness receive the resources needed to address this ongoing crisis while maintaining equity across the county. ECRA Vice Chair Rahman is also supportive of the hold harmless proposal that the committee recommended. Secondly, city leadership and all of the board members on the Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment strongly feel that there is a disconnect, and I think this was shared here also amongst members of the board, that there may be a disconnect between the goals and metrics for Measure A and the programs being funded in this recommended budget. The goals being presented to you are aggressive. 30% reduction in street homelessness and a 15% reduction in the number of folks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Paige?
Good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors. Supervisor Solis, you mentioned you wanted cities to be
introduce
Oh, I'm sorry.
for the
My
record?
name is Paige Kalajetovich. I'm Mayor Pro Tem in Redondo Beach, and I sit on the ECRA committee. Supervisor Solis, you mentioned you wanted cities to be engaged, and I represent the Southwest cities on the ECRA committee, and we're not sideline cities. We want to partner with the county on this emergency. And thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, you mentioned we have reached functional zero in Redondo Beach, and we work closely with our COGS and our local solutions funds to do that. With this proposal, about 77 cities with a population less than about 100,000 would be splitting 12 to 14 million, and that doesn't give us much skin in the game. That leaves kind of the burden on the county to do it for us. That being said, with the limited time we've had to discuss and understand these funding formulas, we support Formula 4, which doesn't penalize cities that have success. Option 1 would penalize cities that are making progress towards addressing homelessness. And lastly, I just want to point out, with the proposed funding for data and accountability, it seems like we're keeping us in a wheel that we've always done, the PIT count, those being accountable for the outcomes, all the same. And we need new data that's comprehensive and relevant at the local level, at shelter levels, so that we're funding successes and not negotiating arbitrary funding recommendations.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have a next speaker, please?
Dana Lunch, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Dana Lynch. I'm a young person living here in Los Angeles. And I know that the way I was raised and my parents had a really big impact on how much success I was able to find later on in my life. I know there are a lot of young people here in Los Angeles that, are just as talented as I am that can't find that kind of success because they didn't have that kind of background. And so I volunteer really regularly at a youth homelessness organization in the area, and I feel really passionately about making sure they have opportunities to go forth and be successful citizens. So I ask you to please reinstate youth homelessness funding.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator.
Next speaker.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Byron Jose with the Trans Latina Coalition and Immigrants Are Los Angeles. Having a hard time tracking public comment at some of the electives that are not in the presentation. So if it's not public comment for everyone, that's interesting given the limited time. At any rate, we do want to ensure that as we build, regardless of the semantics, permanent housing, permanent dignified housing, we are investing in prevention as proposed by different community support groups and some of the service providers, such as focusing on intersex, transgender, intersex, gender expansive communities, as well as immigrants and system impacted individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deborah Kikone, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Deborah Kikone, and I work with the San Gabriel Valley Consortium on Homelessness. We work to educate on homeless issues and advocate to end homelessness in San Gabriel Valley. In regard to agenda item number 5, we are asking you to include the operation of shower programs for the homeless as part of the budget. Addressing basic hygiene needs can help restore dignity and promote overall well-being by offering a sense of normalcy, improving mental health and self-confidence. Shower programs also provide an excellent opportunity for outreach groups to develop relationships with those in the homeless community, building trust and connecting them with additional supportive services. This is especially important when it comes to transitional age youth who are just starting their adult lives, and we encourage you to consider preserving funding to continue these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Rodney Tanaka, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. I'm Rodney Tanaka, and I am the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Gardena and the current board chair for the South Bay Cities COG. I'm just thankful that the supervisors are here on this important item. I just want to say that we are in support of option 4, as this option is totally an option that affords everybody a good portion of the monies that are being funded. If you look at option 1, just for example, that option gives more money to one actual city than it does to all the others. So with this item being on, we actually thank you for your support. We thank you for this item, and we hope that you will actually consider option 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Fred Ali, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Fred Ali. Some of you may recall that I served as the president and CEO of the Weingart Foundation for over 22 years. After I retired from the foundation, I became active again with an organization I began over 35 years ago, Covenant House, California. One of the primary reasons I returned to Covenant House was because, like many Angelenos, I was frustrated with the tragedy of so many individuals on our street. And I understood that stopping youth homelessness can have a profound impact on preventing chronic adult homelessness. And that's why I'm here today. Simply put, the Measure A recommendations to defund and deprioritize youth homelessness is a mistake that should be opposed by this board. Homeless youth housing providers are already threatened by federal funding sources, and this plan will exacerbate the situation. If we remove the funding set-asides for youth, we will undo the progress that has been made in reducing youth homelessness, and most importantly, risk increasing the ranks of chronic adult homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thanks again for the opportunity.
Sherry Weaver, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Sherry Weaver from Harbor Interface Services. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to approve the Homeless Initiative funding recommendations. We want to ensure that contracts are not delayed and services not disrupted. Also want to thank you for sustaining some of the regional coordination, as this is the heart of collaboration and coordination efforts at the regional level. This work cannot effectively be done through centralization that lacks the knowledge of the people and situations that exist in each of our respective regions. Suggestions for future conversations: roundtable discussions with all funded entities, COGS, service providers, city entities, and early architects of CES. These multi-day efforts have been done in the past and led by the county to bring consensus to how we fund current strategies and build a landscape of homeless services. Also remember the importance of not stripping away the frontline structure where the crisis lives. We essentially have been the first responders to this crisis and have always been flexible.
Next speaker, please.
Dwayne Gill, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Dwayne Gill. I'm representing Sanctuary of Hope. I'm here today on behalf on the residents of Los Angeles County especially those in Spot 1 and across the county, to voice our deep concerns about the proposed Measure A recommendations that reduce funding for critical youth homeless services. Each year, thousands of young people aged 16 to 29 experience housing insecurities and immense challenges as they strive to build and secure futures. Thanks to existing programs, we've already seen 16% reduction in youth homelessness, but the proposed cuts have put that progress at risk. These services go beyond providing shelter. They offer crucial support like education, mental health, and essential life skills, helping young people break free from the cycle of homelessness. We strongly urge you to reconsider and restore funding to these vital programs by continuing to invest in youth and prevent chronic homelessness and build a stronger, more resilient community for the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Johnny Kay, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin. Next speaker, please.
Emily Kalbrowski, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Emily Kalbrowski. I'm a resident of Mar Vista, and I work at Safe Place for Youth in Venice. I ask you to prioritize transitional age youth services in the allocation of Measure A funding. I see the unique impact of youth services every day and hope that funding is preserved for young adults so that we can prevent our young people from falling into chronic homelessness. I hope that transitional aged youth are not overlooked in the implementation of Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Armando Nada, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm Armando Nava with the City of Baldwin Park. I would like to encourage the board to select Solution Fund Formula 4 because it more accurately captures the need for the funds to support our homeless neighbors locally. I don't think that we should use progress to RHNA goals to impact formula because for some cities, some cities, those RHNA goals are very low. Given this, I encourage the board to select Formula 4 for the local solution funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lee Stickler, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Lee Stickler. I'm an employee at Safe Place for Youth and reside in Koreatown, Los Angeles. I urge you all to prioritize the needs of transitional age youth in the implementation of Measure A. Many of the young people we serve report being re-traumatized when placed in adult systems, which are not equipped to meet their emotional, developmental, and psychological needs. Youth need support tailored to their specific challenges and safe, supportive environments. It's crucial that we create systems that nurture healing and growth rather than placing them in settings that can further harm them. I ask for your commitment to ensuring that youth are not overlooked and that their well-being is central to the implementation of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Madam Chair and esteemed supervisors, I'm Joe Franklin, former mayor and current council member of Manhattan Beach. We greatly appreciate Supervisor Hahn for her motion which calls for adoption of Scenario 4 for the funding of the Local Solutions Fund going forward, and her understanding that the Local Solutions Fund should allocate more funds through a future discussion and action. Cities throughout Los Angeles use the Local Solutions Fund to provide the caseworkers that work directly with our homeless population to provide them with the services that they need. We are making a difference by building trust with our homeless through the hard work of many interactions with our dedicated team and providing them needed services. We are gratified that you recognize the success of our programs to house, remediate, and repatriate people in our jurisdictions. We also reiterate our request for more and quality data to be available to us so that we can be even more effective with the resources that we supply.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Ronson Chu from the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. I like to thank the supervisors for, I know no one's really happy with how we arrived at today. It's been a tough couple of months, and you heard from Councilmember Franklin about sort of alluding to the compromises that need to happen today, and the supervisors working hard to bring all the coalitions together to arrive at a compromise. Our board, the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and our member cities do support the scenario that would benefit the most cities and also not penalize any cities for achieving success in that scenario 4. I'll just end by reading directly from Measure A, and it states, the Executive Committee shall oversee and make recommendations regarding the expenditure of funds allocated to the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Hector de la Torre, Executive Director of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. For those of you that don't know, we're about 5% of the population, 20% of the population in LA County. We have about 17% of the homeless individuals in the county. So we are supportive of the executive table's recommendations to this board. That's what they're there for. They voted unanimously to approve the goals and metrics as required by Measure A by April 1st. It's in front of you today. They also recommended that the Board of Supervisors delay the budgeting actions here before you today because they are not required in Measure A. You could do a continuous resolution to pay the bills, to pay the contractors through the end of the fiscal year, and then give us more time to work together to figure out. Otherwise, we are going to end up picking winners and losers among the cities. I do acknowledge that most of the cities benefit from option.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Velma Cuellar Stallings from the City of Paramount. I'm also Gateway City Chair, and I'm speaking on item number 5. The county, Los Angeles County government plus 88 cities, all of us, are launching a brand new $1.2 billion homeless program and should not pick winners, but losers with the local solution fund. The executive table recommended that the board approve the goals and metrics as required by Measure A, which we support and commit to doing our proportional share to meet these goals. The gateway cities want to be partners in addressing homelessness in our county. But we need the board to show us that we are true partners and not afterthoughts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Margarita Matson, and I serve as the Public Safety Director for the City of Paramount. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our concerns about Measure A funding. To ensure continued success, we need Measure A funds allocated directly to cities. The City of Paramount opposes the selection of option 6, which is being recommended to the board. Instead, the city requests the board to allow each city the option to select any one of the 6 formulas that provides each city with the highest amount of funding. This option of choice would benefit all cities greatly as opposed to imposing a one formula fits all solution. In Paramount's case, the best option would be option 5. We believe that Paramount's efforts show that progress is possible when resources meet determination. However, limited local funding cannot effectively address regional problems. Let's ensure cities are doing their part to address homelessness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hadir Azab, and I'm the policy coordinator at the Council on American Islamic Relations Greater Los Angeles chapter, and I'm also here speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here to ask the board to focus on preventative measures and ensure that the Homelessness Initiative funding recommendations reflect all individuals affected by the housing crisis, including undocumented immigrants. An estimated 246,000 households in LA County are currently behind on rent, and immigrant families make up at least 82,000 of these households, and about 62% of immigrants in LA County are behind on their rent, with over 25% spending more than half of their income on rent and thousands facing evictions each year. Measure A presents us with an unprecedented opportunity to serve this vulnerable population through local dollars that wouldn't be limited by federal or state restrictions, and it would allow us to learn from the challenges of implementing Measure H funding. The allocation of $20 million investment would keep 6,000 to 8,000 people in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Paulina Uvidia. I have been a homeless youth. I experienced firsthand seeing the different help that youth and adults have received since I was a child. I have been homeless on and off since I was a child. My parents were not able to hold a stable, safe environment, nor were they able to be financially stable. That being said, when I experienced homeless firsthand, I got help and services from SPY. I did see how much they were willing to connect us to supportive and secure stable housing and therapy services. We cannot heal our youth or help them if we keep putting them in the same circumstances. It is imperative to end and prevent homelessness in our city. We must prioritize funding these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Greg Erickson, Senior Director at REDF. I'm here today to speak on behalf of REDF and our 40 LA Rise partners. We oppose the budget recommendation specifically regarding the stabilization category, which proposes a $6 million or 78% cut to the LA Rise program. Since its inception, LA Rise has supported nearly 10,000 individuals in transitional employment, job training, and comprehensive support services that puts people on the path to economic mobility. As the primary homeless workforce program in the city and county of Los Angeles, $1.7 million out of a $600 million budget is not adequate. We believe it's short-sighted to reduce the role of workforce development and employment in both prevention and long-term stability post-housing. We respectfully urge the board to restore funding for LA Rise to the current fiscal year levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello all, my name is Savannah Benton and I'm the Senior Director for Communications at Safe Place for Youth. I live in Long Beach, but I'm an East LA native. And I have to admit to you that I'm fairly new at Safe Place for Youth. I started 6 months ago, and for 6 months I've had the honor of listening to stories of young people facing homelessness in our county. If I had my way, every one of them would be speaking to you here today. But I wanted to do my best to share 3 important things I've learned so that you are compelled to restore funding for youth homelessness that was cut from the Measure A recommendations. First, transition-age youth need programming and services that are tailored to them. They need to be able to work with caseworkers, therapists, teachers, and mentors who specialize in working with young people with programming that addresses the unique needs of young people. Second, make no mistake that if this funding is cut, the services that feed, house, and connect with unhoused youth will be in jeopardy. And lastly, I want you to know that youth interventions prevent lifelong homelessness. These programs work, and these successes are only possible because of dedicated funding for youth experiencing homelessness. Then that's all I'll have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Racias, and I'm here to urge you to restore funding for homeless youth-specific services in Measure A. Youth make up nearly 10% of Los Angeles homelessness population, and without intervention, over 50% will experience chronic homelessness as adults. The recent closure of Safe Place for Youth's side of a bridge home facility has left the west side without a dedicated youth shelter, and the nearest option is Covenant House in Hollywood. This pushes youth to remain on the streets or relocate across the city, which is unsafe and unrealistic. Youth must not be overlooked in the implementation of Measure A because homelessness will never end if we only focus on adults, and youth are not allowed to thrive in the adult system and in adult shelters. I've received support from Safe Place for Youth for the past 1.5 years and seen firsthand how this organization gives young people a place to eat, sleep, and survive another day. But the work doesn't end here, and we need to restore this funding to remain steadfast in the work that we already do and extend our support structure to other less substantial organizations so that no young person is left behind. That's all.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Alejandra Pineda, Tameka Green, Shannon Murray, Mel Tilkiraten, Zoe Montanier, Ayinde Love, Anna Greenwald, Vicky Arenas, Chera Mires, Samoan Thomas, Gabriela Garcia, Erica Hartman, Ashley Hertford, Caroline Haas, Robert Hasbrook. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items set matter 1 and 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Larry Foundation, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin.
Zachary Gindusi, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Zach Genduso of the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, speaking in support of the proposed funding for a guaranteed income housing pilot for the general relief population. Our staff has decades of experience working with unhoused and housing insecure GR recipients, so we're well positioned to comment on the impact of the proposed funding in decreasing homelessness in the population. The GR program has a deep need for data-driven reform. A GI pilot is both a great model and an important and necessary data gathering tool to lead those efforts. When DPSS and advocates worked together in the early 2000s to redesign GR, the GR housing subsidy and case management pilot was implemented and carefully studied. The research showed that providing housing instability through the rent subsidy did result in getting more people on SSI and into steady employment. The subsidy was supposed to be expanded, not, and the progress to move more people off of GR that was indicated by the study was stalled. LAFLA supports the effort to renew funding for housing stability through the Guaranteed Income Housing Pilot and rigorous study of the program.
Thank you.
To continue
Next
making
speaker,
headway
please.
Yanada Arias, your line is open. Please go ahead.
To follow up with the comments from Zach Genduso from the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, the GR program only $220,000 in the county receiving no other. I'm sorry, there's an echo. For disabled recipients were only 9 months of the year. This is the same amount that in the 1990s and is insufficient to meet a tiny fraction of the need, hence the high level of homelessness among the GR population. LAFLA has seen how many programs like CAPI and SSI with higher monthly benefits can move individuals out of homelessness and into housing in line with Measure A's goals. Stable housing can also increase the likelihood that those on GR
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karina Macias, your line is open. You may begin.
Chair and Supervisors, my name is Karina Macias, Council Member for the City of Huntington Park, and the city is part of the Gateway Cities Council. As you heard our Executive Director mention, just wanted to be here in support of the Executive Committee Regional Homelessness Alignment. We're asking for those recommendations to be adopted, and I want to thank all of you for having this discussion and specifically keeping cities in mind so that we can continue to support our homeless individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Johnny Kay, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Chair Barger and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Johnny Kay, and I'm the Campus Peer Navigator in the San Gabriel Valley for Sycamore. The Connect LA regional coordination and Campus Peer Navigator work is essential to taking a strength-based approach to ending homelessness. The CPN program provides services to TAY, adult, and families who seek higher education to overcome income disparities. These problem-solving efforts encourage educational and employment goals to overcome individual housing crises. This is vital to preventing reentry and reliance on the homeless system for many years to come. Without the proper funding for youth programs, I fear that the CES system will lose sight of the ultimate goal, which is to give tools and skills needed to embolden our unhoused neighbors to never have to rely on such services again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Biko P, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Zeno. I'm representing Africatown, commercially known as Bookmark Park. I hope I don't have to convince the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on the budget for homelessness. As a homeless person and also as a person that has worked for companies that are funded through measures like this, and I daily see that the money is not properly used. So in the spirit of supervision, with contingency on approving a budget, I would hope you guys all keep a top eye on organizations like SPY and SHARP and Hobbits and such to make sure that the money is actually being used properly and not being misused. Another thing is, in collaboration with this measure, should be considerations for AB 1315, which is an agency bill that will also help people out here experiencing homelessness through finding eligibility for compensation for child slavery done in California.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Elijah Washington, your line is open. You may begin. Elijah Washington.
Good afternoon. My name is Elijah Washington, a representative of Sanctuary of Hope. I'm calling in today on behalf of the Los Angeles County, particularly those in Spot 1 in Los Angeles County, to raise our concerns about the recent Measure A recommendation, which proposed cuts to critical youth homelessness services. The number of homeless transitional age youth decreased significantly from 2,871 to 2,406 from 2023 to 2024, a 16% drop only due to insufficient funding and access to these programs. The proposed cuts threaten the program that have already helped reduce youth homelessness. Without these programs and proper funding, youth are not given the opportunity and stability within housing or life itself. These services are not just about providing shelter, they offer education.
Thank you.
mental
Next
health
speaker,
support,
please.
and those tools to help young people escape.
Next speaker, please.
Larry Foundation, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, my name is Larry Foundation. I represent United Parents and Students, and I am speaking to item 5 as well, and want to say that our organization believes that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So give me 1 second. First, I want to thank the board for having us here, and we want to support the $5 million proposed for older adults, the $3.3 million for transitional age youth as outlined on pages 25 and 53 of the proposal. However, we also urge the board to expand prevention efforts like this to include all general relief recipients of the board, to scale the program, to take in more people. We believe preventing homelessness is a major feature, and that income support does that very, very. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christian Green, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Christian Green with Sanctuary of Hope. I'm just giving you a call out to think about TAYU. As we look into Spot 1, specifically Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palm, Little Rock, there is a need for more TAY resources. Just yesterday, I had a young man come into the office, and I tried to get him access to other resources with the specific housing. There was no shelter available, and his name was Jonah. And when we think about the Bible, we think about Jonah and the whale. The whale right now is homelessness, and we need to really need to examine our budget and really get back into our funding, into our youth. Whoever took away the youth money needs to be fired. But in this case, let's continue to fight for our youth. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of allocation, and the fact that TAY and youth money has been suspended or interrupted or curtailed, unfortunately, I don't know because, I tried to look it up. And by the way, nice work, Mitchell, on these cluster meetings. A 300-page agenda is wadded up there, and the supervisors are not even there. There's just little chit-chat. I'm going to get the transcript and get into it, but on the Measure A, we're so overtaxed right now. I know that this billion plus got through. I hope we can put it to good use. I'm very worried about the fraud, waste, and abuse. It's in the air because lots of not-for-profits feel threatened by the federal government, by lots of different things, and there's just a lot of promises, and I just hope the services are actually getting out into the districts to the people who need it. I have a great concern about that, but I appreciate that you're trying to.
Thank you.
Push the
Next
money
speaker,
out the door.
please.
Jennifer Perez, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you and good afternoon.
First, I'd like to thank the supervisor for creating the Executive Committee for Regional Homeless Alignment. I am currently the Vice Mayor for the City of Norwalk and sit on the ECRA Committee with my colleagues. And I'm simply asking that the supervisors adopt all 3 unanimous recommendations made by the ECRA Committee last week. Give us the time to really look at this and have the true accountability that we're asking for in Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Brown. I'm the Senior Director of Community Programs at Safe Place for Youth in Spot 5. Given the potential budget cuts from Measure A and the funding reduction, it's crucial to focus on youth programs that provide the highest impact in preventing homelessness, supporting mental health, and ensuring long-term stability. Here are some few critical focus programs which should remain a priority: housing and homelessness prevention, transitional and supporting housing programs providing temporary or permanent housing for homeless youth, including rapid rehousing and host homes, rental assistance and prevention services, financial support to help youth avoid eviction and stay housed. And for our regional coordinator, in youth-focused organizations like Safe Place for Youth plays a crucial role in ensuring the smooth operation and programs across multiple locations. Their responsibilities including program oversight, partnership building, advocacy, and resource management. Ensures youth programs, housing advocacy, mental health, job training.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am the director of the LA Emissary. We work with unhoused young people and TAY providers from across all of LA County. In the initial proposed budget, $7 million was cut from youth services. That includes what you've heard today: campus peer navigation, regional coordination, host homes, Connect LA. And this is devastating to our county's efforts to prevent long-term homelessness. We know that 50% of people who are chronically homeless first experience homelessness as a young person. And so we really have an opportunity now to prevent that inflow and to stop more people from becoming homeless. But we need to ensure that we invest in young people and the TAY sector. It's our understanding that the updated budget has restored some of regional coordination, and I'm here to urge you to make sure that the restoration goes to the TAY sector. We can't meet our goals to reduce homelessness without the TAY sector's specialization and expertise in working with young people. We need regional coordination to fully fund the TAY system's coordination, so that the staff that have specialized knowledge of working with TAY and the services are specifically designed for young people.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mauricio Alvarado. I'm here with representative of Sanctuary of Hope, SOH, and I'm also a fellowship Bayard Rustin from AV. I'm here to speaking on behalf of Sanctuary of Hope to express our deep concern over the proposed cuts to the transition age of youth housing and homelessness prevention programs in the FY of 2025 to 26 homelessness initiative funding recommendations. While we understand that the county is facing a budget deficit, it is crucial that the needs of the young people who played a pivotal role in the passage of Measure A are not to overlooked. These youth campaign voted and mobilized their communities because they believe the Measure A will deliver the solutions to end the homelessness for young people. We urge the board to ensure that the funding of the TAY housing and prevention services reflect on the voices and needs. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Zoe Montaner. I am the founder of Compassionate Santa Monica, and I'm speaking today as a member of the former student of Santa Monica College. As a person that ran for Santa Monica College Board of Trustees, I was very inspired by Trustee Sarah Hernandez's presence today advocating for students. However, I don't see anybody from Santa Monica College here speaking on behalf of the students of Santa Monica College. And the problem that we see that not everybody fits on the agenda of Safe Place for Youth. There's a lot of students that have aged out of that program, and non-traditional students that are out of that age cannot benefit from the services that that particular organization works. So we have to approach it differently when it comes to non-traditional students. A lot of them,
Thank
mothers.
you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Stephanie Klasky Gamer with LA Family Housing. We are a homeless service provider and real estate development company working in all of your districts. As a provider in our region, I'm grateful that our agency and our sector has been engaged for the past 6+ months in the development of the Measure A goals and metrics, as well as the Homeless Initiative funding recommendations under review today. Our engagement in the budget itself included HI-led listening sessions last fall, presentations and meetings to our Greater LA Homeless Coalition, and one-on-one meetings with our agency. In terms of the proposed goals, I was honored to be part of the Regional Homeless Alignment Leadership Table, which advised ECRA. While we may not all agree with what's being proposed today, and a huge shout out to the TAY providers that showed up today to speak out, we recognize we're in a period of transition and appreciate the input that we were invited to provide. But I ask that you not delay on voting on the budget so that we have contracts in hand by July.
Next speaker, please.
Hey everybody, my name is Allende Love. I'm with Sanctuary of Hope. Thank you to the supervisors for taking the time today. I'm here because I want to be able to amplify the voices of the people who could not make it today, and those people being the ones that are most impacted and subjugated by the budget that is here right now. We need to make sure that we're having TAY-specific and amplified budget allocations within Measure A as we continue on. Those very people that are impacted by these things oftentimes are byproducts of adults making decisions that they could not actually control or affect themselves. And now the Board of Supervisors, you guys are sitting in a very unique position to where you can actually circumvent some of those things that prevented them from actually being here to speak to you guys themselves today by making sure that we have specific budgeting allocated to TAY-specific resources that will allow the stability that they need to be able to be here and amplify those voices themselves. Thank you guys so much for your time today, and have a good one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Solis, Mitchell, Horvath, and Han. My name is Mel Tilakaratna. I'm with the Shower of Hope. I don't need to tell anyone how vital showers are towards the people who are experiencing homelessness. But what is not said is how important those showers are to what Director Todorov said of the service connection events, because that is the main tool that a lot of case managers ask for, to be connected to folks until they can even be sent into interim housing. So for that, I ask that you preserve the funding for mobile showers. Beyond mobile showers, I ask that you prevent the funding for TAY youth, because if a person is homeless when they're young, there's no reason that we should let them come to take a shower from an organization like us. So please make sure we preserve the funding for TAY youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I am Tamika Green, and I am here representing the Sanctuary of Hope, which serves communities including Hawthorne, Antelope Valley, Compton, and West Adams. We are deeply concerned about the recent Measure A recommendations, which propose cuts to critical youth homelessness programs. We are here to ask that we urge you to restore funding for those vital services, ensuring that our youth across our community continue to have access to the care that they strongly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Shannon Murray from the Watts Labor Community Action Committee. I wanted to say thank you for listening and for restoring about half of the regional coordination funds. I also want to say that I do not agree with the cuts that were made to the youth system, the other half of regional coordination, and we also want option 4 for the local solutions fund. With that said, we still recommend a yes vote of the Homeless Initiative budget today so that our critical homeless and housing program contracts are not delayed. We also ask that all of those programs are restored if and when there is a surplus of Measure A income, and that the community, including providers doing this very hard work, be more thoughtfully included moving forward in all future Measure A budgeting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandria Pineda, and I'm a proud graduate of the LA Rise program and a staff member at Made by DWC, the Downtown Women's Center Social Enterprise. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed 78% cut to the LA Rise funding. I know firsthand that employment is a proven pathway out of homelessness because it was for me. 4 years ago, LA Rise gave me the opportunity to work at Made by DWC, where I gained key skills and most importantly, found my confidence and voice to rebuild my life. Today, I not only continue working there, but I also support new women who are looking for a second chance. I see every day how a steady job can be a turning point for someone exiting out of homelessness. Cutting LA Rise means fewer jobs, fewer opportunities, and a weakened safety net for thousands of Angelenos working towards stability. Housing alone isn't enough. Employment must be part of the solution. I urge the Board of Supervisors to fully fund LA Rise and support women just like me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vicky, and I'm representing the Downtown Women's Center and the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition today. We recognize you have really difficult decisions ahead of you today, and we thank you for your commitment to ending homelessness in Los Angeles. We encourage restoring funding to LA Rise, as well as protecting housing resources for survivors of gender-based violence. For the women we serve through LA Rise, like Alex, LA Rise is a lifeline, and we see more than 50 women each year go through our program and find fulfilling jobs, including at the Downtown Women's Center. Employment is a pathway out of homelessness. Additionally, we desperately need funding for housing resources for survivors, including housing navigation and rapid rehousing. It's so critical that survivors can access housing quickly. It can literally be a matter of life and death. Please continue investing in programs that work, and we're so grateful for your continued partnership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Robert Hasselbrock. I'm a project coordinator with the Center for Living and Learning located in Van Nuys, District 3. I fully support the full funding of LA Rise as I'm a graduate and having this project available to me help me gain the skills needed and obtain employment. Today, I work with justice-impacted individuals returning from incarceration, being able to offer housing with paid work experience, eliminate some of the barriers leading to employment. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support of LA Rise.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Noelle Stanfield, Suzanne Gothard, Afton Branchy Wilson, Lisa Lajala, Charmaine Tillette, Lavina Lewis, Richard Loa, Olivia Flint, Sean Morrissey, Montrell Harrell, Liz Lee, Isaiah Choquette, Greg Erickson, Joy Richardson, Amanda Delgado, Hector De La Torre, Detrell Harrell, Margarita Matson, Tahia Hazlett, Vilma Kuehler-Stallings, Brianna Wilson, Mike Fewer, Hannah Rodnick. Next speaker, please begin.
Hello, my name is Simone Thomas, and I'm the matcher for SPA 5 Youth. Prior to this position, I was the campus peer navigator for SPA 5, and I do want to say that we have successfully connected students of any age to housing, especially with SMC. The trend that I am seeing as a matcher is when connecting transitional age youth participants to a bed in the adult system, there is a higher chance of them returning to homelessness. While youth programs are designed to provide tailored support, guidance, and understanding of their unique needs, the adult system often lacks these specialized services. Youth program offers life skills and mentorship that has been vital in the youth's journey to stabilizing. The adult system is typically more rigid and less focused on rehabilitation and life skills. To ensure success, it is imperative that we continue to have youth-specific funding as it empowers our young people to build better futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ainsley Herford, and I am here today on behalf of the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking, also known as CAST. For over 25 years, CAST has provided vital services to survivors of labor and sex trafficking here in Los Angeles. We are also members of the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition. We understand the challenges the board faces in this difficult budget year, but while the future of funding for survivors at every level remains precarious, with persistent cuts to the VOCA fund federally, we ask that the Board of Supervisors prioritize survivors in the Homeless Initiative budget. Under a Housing First model, we ask that funds from Measure A continue to fund rapid rehousing and housing navigation for survivors. Housing navigation in these budget recommendations faces a $5 million cut, but at CAST, last year in 2024, 100% of our new clients that disclosed their housing status reported being homeless at the time of intake. We encourage the board to continue funding.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Garcia, and I'm a young person who has experienced homelessness. I know firsthand how critical youth-focused programs are in helping young people like me find stability, support, and hope for the future. Many of us left unsafe homes, aged out of foster care, and been forced to the streets due to circumstances beyond our control. Programs designed for young people have helped so many of us access housing, education, jobs, and mental health support. Restoring funding for youth homeless services is not just about helping us in the moment, it's about preventing chronic homelessness in the future. So sorry. I have achieved so much with SPY. I'm going on 3 years to house today. I've improved on my mental health. I've got my high school diploma. I've joined a SPY squad as a youth advocate, and I built a community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am Caroline Hawes, and I'm a case manager at Safe Place for Youth, here to emphasize the importance of funding youth services as it remains separate from adult services. In youth services, we often work with homeless youth who are even still in high school. These young adults are escaping familial violence and sexual violence, and they come to youth services for refuge. These experiences make youth more susceptible to harm and manipulation from adult population. I have witnessed what it's like for a young girl to go to an adult resource center or a homeless shelter filled with strangers triple her age. This experience has deterred youth from maintaining housing due to concerns of safety and can upheave a youth's life to no return. A youth told me once, "I'd rather be on the streets than in an adult shelter." It is unjust and irresponsible to cut youth funding and group them with adults when their trauma is so fresh and need intersectional care to ensure healing and growth. This is all dependent on an environment that is first and foremost safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Erica Hartman, and I'm the CEO of Safe Place for Youth, one of the lead youth homeless services organizations serving over 1,300 youth per year. I'm here today to implore you not to cut funding for youth homeless services as proposed in the Measure A recommendations. Young people deserve to be able to access services where they feel safe and with providers who know how to meet their unique needs, and not to be swept up into the adult system. These resources are critical to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Addressing youth homelessness is a strategic investment in addressing chronic homelessness. We are effectively decreasing youth homelessness, and we cannot afford to go backwards now. We are not addressing prevention if we are overlooking youth. If it is decided that reprogramming is necessary, please ensure that funding still goes to support youth and that there are youth-specific set-asides in all homelessness strategies. At a minimum, please do not vote to approve the recommendations as they stand and continue this item until further study and remedy. Youth experiencing homelessness are counting on us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Andrea Reeves-Salmon, and I'm a 32-year resident in Venice and part of the community grassroots support for Safe Place for Youth. I implore restoration of cut funds for unhoused youth. The everyday miracles must continue. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Afton Branch Wilson from Chrysalis. The most common reason a person falls into homelessness is the loss of a job. LA Rise helps hundreds of people each year find a new job and enter on the path to housing stability. With this funding, Chrysalis offers clients transitional employment. This means they can start earning income quickly. We then provide the support needed to find and maintain permanent employment. LA Rise is a proven solution to prevent homelessness in LA County. For every dollar spent, LA Rise delivers a $2.23 social return on investment to the LA community. We urge you to restore its funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Charmaine Tillett with Chrysalis. It's very easy to forget about people when we talk about budgets and money, but I'm here to show you. This is my client. His name is Sean. Sean is a recipient of the LA Rise program. Through the LA Rise program, Sean was able to dig himself out of being homeless. A young black man homeless today is a common occurrence. He was able to dig himself out of that. He was given transitional employment. He was able to earn a living. He was able to find a place to live and sustain that place. Today, Sean is now an employment specialist. He is working with Chrysalis to do the very thing that we helped him do. He is now trying to help his community through the LA Rise program by telling them about the program, by showing them what it means to be a part of the program.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Detrell, and I'm the Advocacy and Policy Coordinator at LA Emissary. The Emissary is an organization of young people with lived experience in homelessness who organize, support, and represent over 60 TATE advocates across the county, many of whom we heard from today. We came to the deputies meeting calling for a reinstatement of funds from a proposed $5.7 million cut to the youth system, which zeroes out campus peer navigation, regional coordination, and Connect LA. TATE advocates and providers shouldn't have to panic and scramble to try and protect the system that holds the survival of thousands of young people in it. Therefore, today we come asking that some of the remaining regional coordination dollars be budgeted towards the upkeep or operation of the youth coordinated entry system, and we ask for more intentional community engagement during budgeting so we can avoid a crisis like this in the future. Young people have specific needs that only the youth system can address. Failure to meet these needs only feeds these youth into the adult system. The youth coordinated entry system is a catalyst for those needs that makes us effectively house young people. The TATE sector has shown you that we're here at the table and waiting for.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Montreal Harrell. I'm from Friends Outside Los Angeles County. I'm here to urge you to restore funding for LA Rise. LA Rise is an essential program that offers training, placement, support services, and individuals facing significant barriers to employment, including homelessness. The program has already served nearly 10,000 individuals and stands as only the one homelessness workplace individual in this county with a proven track record of helping people achieve long-term stability success. Restoring this fund will ensure that these critical services continue to support LA Rise's most vulnerable population. Thank you for your time and hope you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lisa Lila. I'm from the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I ask you to support continued full funding of LA Rise. LA Rise provides hope for the future. LA Rise provides opportunities for employment training, development of hard, soft, and life skills leading to job placement. We also provide 8 to 10 hours of financial education plus coaching so our participants achieve goals they establish based on their own personal values. Our participant workers are recently discharged from substance abuse treatment programs, federal and state prisons, and currently live in shelters or in transitional housing. One recent graduate enrolled after living on the streets for 10 years, female. In 2024, 76% of our graduates moved directly into jobs, many in social service organizations having difficulty finding talent. Another 10% moved into additional training or educational programs.
Thank you. Before you begin, given the number of speakers who are remaining that have signed up to speak on this item, and given the number of agenda items that are still to go on the agenda, I'm going to allocate 30 more minutes of public comment on agenda item number 5 and 1. So with that, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board members. My name is Amanda Delgado, and I'm a case manager at the Center for Living and Learning in SPA 2. I support fully funding the LA Rise program as I'm a graduate, and having this project available when I was new to recovery and not even sure if employable gave me a safe space to come for work training and avoid returning to jails and homelessness. Today, I get to help women access the same services, and after graduating, now work for the Center for Living and Learning and other social service agencies. Thank you for your time and continued support of this crucial workforce development homelessness prevention program.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Supervisors. My name is Joy Richardson, and I'm the VP of External Affairs at St. Joseph Center. We're a nonprofit that provides full wraparound services for those experiencing homelessness. We urge the board to vote yes on the budget to prevent any delay in funding. We appreciate the CELHI for responding to the community and partially restoring CES funding. In future budget cycles, we ask that you consider starting the process earlier to garner more engagement from the community. Thank you for hearing my comments today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is John Pelzer, and for the past 8 years, I've been a volunteer with Shower of Hope. I've seen how important a shower and something to eat can be for our unhoused neighbors. But there's something else Shower of Hope is dedicated to providing, something we all need and deserve: dignity and respect. This is particularly important for our transitional youth, those trying to find their footing in a world of personal and societal challenges. It is for them and for all the other people Shower of Hope serves that I ask you to continue funding mobile showers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lavina Lewis. I want to say thank you to the board, especially you, Lindsay. I just want to let you know that it's important that you keep the funding for LA Rise. I am one of the tens of thousands of people who went through LA Rise, and with the help of Downtown Women's Center, which I now volunteer with, I went through their program with LA Rise and learned skills that I use now in my handbag business. And I launched that business on Skid Row. And if it wasn't for LA Rise, I tell you, I don't even know where I'd be today. Between LA Rise, Downtown Women's Center, and you guys, I know we can keep the funding up. It's important. Just one person like me, I've been able to help others. I volunteer with other organizations. I've helped to house 70 people with the help of Downtown Women's Center and developers. And I just want you to know that that funding means something. It makes a difference. Please, please give us the $6 million that we need and maybe give us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Noelle Stanfield, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Safe Place for Youth in Venice and reside in Inglewood. I'm here today to urge you to restore and protect dedicated funding for youth experiencing homelessness. Young people need safe, supportive environments and adults to help them navigate such a critical time in their lives. Youth have unique needs and require specialized services, and cutting funding for programs like Connect LA, Host Homes, and Campus Peer Navigation can be detrimental to their overall well-being. I've seen firsthand how the right services at the right time can be life-changing. Youth-specific programs offer mentoring, mental health support, life skills, and stability, which can help support youth so they can go back to school, build careers, and secure stable housing. We know early intervention works. 50% of chronically homeless adults first experience homelessness as a youth. So we truly need to break that cycle by maintaining these youth-specific programs. I urge you to ensure youth are not overlooked in the implementation of Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Gothard, Clinical Director at Safe Place for Youth, and I reside in West Culver, LA. I'm here today to urge you to stand in support of ensuring that youth are not overlooked in the implementation of Measure A. Young people are clear. They have shared with us time and time again that specialized youth services tailored to their stage of development and their unique needs are critical to their success in obtaining and maintaining housing, enabling young folks to grow, thrive, and to share their creativity, their brilliance, and their leadership with communities across LA. Youth are going to lead us into our future, and they deserve our support and access to safe, affordable housing now. From youth-specific coordinated entry matching, to support for youth relocation and reconnection with family, from peer navigators on our college campuses, to specialized funds to support youth move-in costs. Youth-specific services are essential to preventing long-term homelessness. I have seen firsthand the ways in which prevention and youth services open doors, and I urge you to ensure the continuation of youth-specific funding to support young people experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Olivia Flint from Safe Place for Youth. And in LA, over 13,000 kids age out of foster care every year, and 1 in every 4 experience homelessness. This is because from ages 18 to 24, there's a detrimental 7-year gap where young adults lose the support of foster care but still can't access adult homelessness services, or they don't feel safe to do so. We fill in these gaps between children and adult services, but only with the support of youth-specific programs like Housing Navigation, Connect LA, and Host Homes. Just yesterday, a young mom stopped by my office to tell us how excited she was about her new apartment. Her daughter ran up and said, "I have to show you something," and pointed to her first grown-up tooth that first grew in. And I thought it's perfect because that's what we do. We fill in the gaps together for youth. So let's continue to do that.
Next
Thank you.
speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Liz Lee, and I'm a downtown LA resident and here with Safe Place for Youth. I want to register my deep concern about the exclusion of youth services in this budget. This allocation cuts services to the almost 4,000 unhoused youth here in LA, and because we know that more than half of people experiencing chronic homelessness become homeless in their youth, cutting funding to these services effectively cuts prevention and creates a direct pipeline to chronic homelessness. What we also know is that at least 60% of our youth at SPY would rather sleep on the streets than go to an adult shelter, ultimately making homelessness not only more prevalent, but more visible. Youth services were created because we already know the adult system is unable to serve youth effectively. So please know, this city needs us. Please give our clearly very dedicated TAY providers serving our communities and youth every day what we need to keep youth safe and get youth housed, because every night a youth sleeps on the streets is our collective human rights failure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Choquet. Pronouns are they, them. I am the California Homeless Youth Project's Community Empowerment and Engagement Director. I also sit on Cal ICH Youth and Young Adult Work Group, all of which were made possible by a youth system. The TAY system here was able to support me and provide me the resources and connect me into the spaces in order to not only survive and make it out of homelessness, but then to advocate and work for my community. I do all of that. Everything that I do is based in that. In a county where TAY make up 23.75% of the homeless population, according to HDIS data, I feel it's imperative for us to have budget allocations that match that same range. Not one point of homeless funding is matched at that rate for youth, yet we're expected to run a bare bones operation and survive. I ask that we please, please, please invest in our youth, because that's investing in our future. We may not be able to fix all the things of the past, but we can definitely course correct and make a better future for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Inspired by the TAY advocacy always. My name is Sean Morrissey. I'm Vice President of Advocacy with Union Station Homeless Services, and I just wanted to acknowledge all of everyone's hard work. Although cuts are extremely difficult, we are asking the board to approve the 25-26 funding recommendations. It's imperative that this happen today, or the continuity of programs beyond July 1st will be in jeopardy, not only hurting service providers and our staff, but especially the people we serve, our homeless community members. We're also deeply concerned that prevention isn't being addressed in a cohesive way as Measure A takes over for Measure H, and the funds begin to transition to La Casa, and we hope that the supervisors will lead and direct this discussion. We support Formula 4 for local solution funds to be equitably distributed in the San Gabriel Valley. And finally, again, we agree with everything that TAY is saying, and thank them for showing up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sakura Timas, and I am a community advocate for Los Angeles. I'm here today to urge the Board of Supervisors to support immigrant renters by expanding the flexible housing subsidy pool. Safe and affordable housing is a growing crisis in LA County, where many immigrant families are struggling to stay housed due to skyrocketing rents, ineligibility for federal assistance, and limited access to housing programs, putting them at risk of eviction, overcrowding, and homelessness. This urgent issue calls for stronger renter protections, increased affordable housing, and emergency rental assistance programs that include all, regardless of immigration status. A $20 million investment to the FHSP could help keep 6,000 to 8,000 immigrant families in their homes. This investment is essential to preventing homelessness and ensuring stability for our communities. Please support this effort to protect vulnerable renters.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Fewer, Inner City Law Center. The prevention cuts are perplexing. With 3 people falling into homelessness or every person getting housed, the only way to make progress is on prevention. That the staff's proposed cuts suggest La Casa is going to take over, pick up the slack. But by statute, La Casa is to supplement, not substitute for existing programs. And by the way, 40% of people entering homelessness are not renters. La Casa's mandate is to help renters. This board needs to elevate, not cut, prevention. A particular cut is a cut to the lawyers ending and preventing homelessness program. Now, that cut, complete defunding, for which there is no replacement funding, will mean 1,000 people who are precariously housed or are homeless won't get help next year with getting benefits, with eviction defense in zip codes where stay housed doesn't function, with immigration issues, with domestic violence issues. 93.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Mark Mercarian, Sydney Schlesing, Dexter O'Connell, John Pelzer, Chris Namath, Lena Silver, Pablo Garcia Hernandez, Perla Otto, Jessica Peral, Natalia Sanchez, Erica Hoitzma, Ben Kay, Janet Kelly, Grace Weltman, Veronica Gonzalez, Yesenia Cox, Oscar Zarate. Next person, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Wilson, and I serve as a homeless program director in my home community of Antelope Valley for the youth. However, today I speak to you not as a service provider, but as an advocate deeply committed to the future of our youth. As a former foster youth and a former homeless youth, I know firsthand how vital these youth-focused services are. These programs are not just budget lines, they are lifelines. Thousands of youth experience homelessness each year, many aging out of foster care or escaping unsafe situations. Without early intervention, they are 5 times more likely to become chronically homeless as adults. By restoring funding for the Youth Homeless Services, you are investing in prevention, reducing long-term costs, and ensuring that young people have the opportunity to thrive rather than cycle in and out of homelessness and end up in the adult system where they are not treated appropriately or developmentally. Now is not the time to step backward. I urge you to stand with young people and protect their future and the future of our.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Tahia Hayslid, Executive Director for Harbor Interfaith Services. I will echo what has been said today, echo what has been posed or discussed by the county supervisors. I think as community service providers, as those who receive the services, we all share the same common interest, the same common goal, and want to ensure that the system continues to thrive. I think, the biggest part for us when we first started the advocacy behind the budget that was put before us, the understanding is that if we had buy-in or if we had input at the beginning, I think we will all be in a different place. And so a suggestion that I raised while we're focused on the budget for 25-26, we need to think about next year and how the community is engaged before we get to the supervisors. And I think the other key part for the service providers, we are concerned about if a budget is not passed, what happens come July 1st of this fiscal year. So again, just ensuring that the community is involved from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Lena Silver, Director of Policy at Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County. Our organization represents GR recipients in legal matters, and we engage in partnership with DPSS to ensure access to the program. Preventing and ending homelessness in LA demands bold action of this board to reform GR, which serves nearly 124,000 people a month at just $221 a month for decades. NLS strongly supports the guaranteed income housing pilots for older adults and youth, but we ask the board to invest more deeply in them. Use them as a golden opportunity for research to learn how guaranteed income at an increased amount can reduce GR homelessness not only for youth and adults, but for the majority GR population, those 26 to 49, most of whom are Black and brown men. Keep the structure flexible to this research so researchers can respond to their findings in real time, adjusting for different amounts to find that sweet spot of guaranteed income that moves people on GR into housing. In addition, PEP Legal Services should not be moved to La Casa, which means it may be defunded.
Next speaker, please.
And can I just say, if you've got something you want to submit into the record in writing, we'd be happy to take it. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. Dexter O'Connell, Director of Youth Policy and Advocacy for Safe Place for Youth, an organization with housing sites in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th districts and work on vouchers countywide. Thank you very much for considering amending the good work before you to solidify specific supports and funding for the youth system. Youth coordinated entry is a door to a house, and if the house is dropped in the middle of the field and all the paths to get to it are broken, it will not work. The youth will need to bungee jump from a helicopter to get to the front door. Please make sure in your consideration of this item that those paths are there, clear, and obvious through regional coordination, campus peer navigation, and Connect LA to help young people access services that will help them succeed in their lives. You have heard about the many stories of youth who have succeeded in these programs. Please ensure that those things continue. Please ensure that we're able to also address the foster youth to homelessness pipeline effectively. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chair Barger, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Mercarian, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sycamores. I am a youth regional coordinator and have served the county for 4 years. My region is Spot 3, San Gabriel Valley, and I'm here to ensure you guys that this would make a traumatic change in the dynamic of how our 31 cities in San Gabriel Valley communicate with each other regarding homeless services. With regional coordination, our continuum of care is able to gather our community partners, focus on improvement with authentic collaboration, maintaining alignments of rules with LASA and HUD and other entities, and we just work toward, improving the practices for everyone that's trained to be a homeless service provider. DMH has their TAY access centers. DCFS has AB 12. DPSS has Youth at Work. And even the city of El Monte has an emphasis with Miss Hilda Cease's Iris House. Without me.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Natalia Sanchez, and I am a core member at the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. I am currently enrolled at the LA RISE program. This program has opened many opportunities for me. The most important so far has been I was professionally trained to work in the city's disaster relief efforts. After the January wildfires, I was part of 2 crews that went to the Pacific Palisades for 2 weeks. I wouldn't have gotten the chance to experience it if it wasn't for the LA RISE program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Pablo Garcia Hernandez. I'm the Chief Programs Officer for the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. I'm going to keep it brief in the interest of my colleagues here in line. I'd urge you to ensure continued funding for the LA RISE program. LA RISE is an essential program that offers organizations like the Corps, community organizations, increased capacity to enhance their job training, job placement, job training, and support services to individuals like the Corps member you just heard from. Over the last few years, the Corps has served 400 Corps members for the LA RISE program. Out of those 400, 5% were actively homeless and living out of their cars, self-reported. Out of that 400, 77% were housing unstable. These were young people just out of high school. Of that same sample, 77% left the Corps housing stabilized. Please ensure funding for LA RISE.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Janet Kelly. I am the Executive Director of Sanctuary of Hope. The Measure A budget proposal fails to invest in a promising future for young people experiencing a housing crisis. Instead of a real solution, it offers minuscule funding that barely scratches the surface of their needs and weakens our ability to leverage federal and state resources for greater impact. The elimination of programs like Connect LA and other critical support for young people strips away vital safety nets, pushing young people closer to homelessness. Housing funding remains stagnant, yet communities have already lost dedicated housing for transitional age youth. And with rising costs, more closures are imminent. Measure A cannot claim to address homelessness while leaving young people behind. Prioritize transitional age youth, protect and expand the programs that keep them housed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Chris Namath, and I am here in solidarity with TAY providers, young people, and on behalf of the Los Angeles LGBT Center. I want to take this final opportunity to urge you to stop the defunding and deprioritization of services for youth and young adults and to delay your vote. These young people deserve dedicated TAY-specific programs, services intentionally designed to meet their unique needs, not a trickle-down approach that funnels them into inadequate and restrictive resources. They need more than just a bed. They need opportunities to grow, thrive, and build independent futures. The challenges facing the TAY system extend far beyond the funding decisions being discussed today. I urge you to think beyond this moment, beyond 3 predefined outcomes, and beyond just beds. Investing in these young people is investing in a future where they can truly succeed, where they are not limited by the eligibility requirements of resources not designed for them, and where youth homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. Please advocate for the prioritization of TAY within all budgets and funding categories under Measure A. And remember, today is not your only opportunity to support young people and the resources they deserve.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Perla Otto, and I'm a transitional aged youth with lived experience, here to represent and uplift my peers that are not able to make it today. First, thank you for the budget replenishment for the next year, which cut about approximately $7 million. As a young person who has been positively impacted by direct contact with the peer regional coordination, I've been housed for about 7 months. Thank you to that regional coordinator. On behalf of many of the TAY providers that showed up today, like Sanctuary of Hope, the Los Angeles Emissary, and the Los Angeles LGBT Center, who all had a part to play in me being housed, I urge you to improve community engagement with the TAY sector and maximize funding for the TAY regional coordination system. My call to action to you guys is to restore and expand funding for TAY housing and wraparound services. These investments provide young people like myself and my peers with the stability, support, and opportunities needed to successfully transition into adulthood and break the cycles of homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sydney Schlesing, and I'm the Programs and Quality Assurance Coordinator at Safe Place for Youth. Myself and my colleagues, as well as our peers in the TAY homeless sector, are asking that while you are funding homeless services, you use specific funding in implementing Measure A funds to address homeless youth to meet their unique needs. I'll leave you with this. Think about if it was your children, your nieces, or your nephews, and they were 18 and had to spend overnight next to a 50-year-old. That is what will happen if youth programs are cut and funding is not set aside specifically to serve young people's unique needs. During the prayer in the beginning of this meeting, you swore to protect our most vulnerable. The prayer specified homeless and orphans, transitional age youth, or both. So I ask you to uphold your oath and amend Measure A to specify homeless youth protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Kush from SD2. I'm here on behalf of the Council of Mexican Federations, COFEM, and we stand in support of the IRLA Coalition. Today, immigrant communities across the country are under attack, facing restrictive policies denying them access to basic resources. LA County has one of the largest budgets in the nation. The decisions made here set a precedent that reaches far beyond our borders. If we believe in equity and inclusion, we must take actions that ensure immigrants can remain in their homes, thrive economically, and live without fear of displacement. Housing insecurity is a crisis that continues to disproportionately impact immigrant families. High rents, the ineligibility for federal and local housing assistance are forcing many into overcrowded living situations, evictions, and homelessness. Expanding the flexible housing subsidy pool with a $20 million investment would keep more than 6,000 families in their homes. Undocumented seniors who contributed to our economy for decades are aging into poverty. Expanding the guaranteed basic income with a $12 million investment would.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Kay. I'm one of the directors at HOPIX and SPA 6. First and foremost, just want to say thank you to Cherie and the HI team for listening, for coming to the table. This has been quite the last few months, I know, for them. And so we want to thank you to HI for the partial restoration of CES funds. And we would encourage the board to vote on the budget today, to pass the budget to ensure that we're not seeing any lapses in services. One thing I want to say, though, as I end, I think it's important we remember what Measure A is. Measure A originated from the people of Los Angeles. And it was successful in passing because the people here and the providers that you've heard from worked together to pass it. It is a gift to the county, and it's yours to use, and we trust you to use that. So we encourage you to continue to fund.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chair Barger and members of the board, my name is Erica Hoitzma and I'm with Sycamores. I am also here to urge you that transitional age youth not simply be absorbed into adult systems. TAY services need to be tailored to their developmental stage, trauma histories, and survival realities. When you are placed in adult programs, we see lower retention, increased vulnerability, and worse outcomes. Investing in youth services isn't just about housing. It's about preventing long-term homelessness, incarcerations, health disparities, and preserving equity. Youth providers have spent years developing specialized programs like Connect LA and Campus Peer Navigation, which reduce youth homelessness with minimal fiscal investment. These systems work because of the skilled staff, strong community relationships, and the regional expertise of our TAY coordinators. I urge you to protect our TAY systems in this and in all future budgets so we can keep moving forward to functional zero for youth homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jessica Peral from the Los Angeles LGBT Center. We're here to urge you to restore funding for youth homelessness. Currently, this is a direct threat to housing stability and homelessness prevention for some of LA's most vulnerable residents. LA is the epicenter of the youth homelessness crisis, with LGBTQ youth making up a disproportionate share of those on the streets. And many of them are driven from their homes due to family rejection, discrimination, or systemic barriers that prevent them from securing stable housing and employment. Legal services that we provide are a frontline defense, helping individuals fight unlawful evictions, access benefits, and avoid the spiral into chronic homelessness. LGBTQ youth are significantly more likely to report homelessness due to family conflict than their non-LGBTQ peers. They're also more likely than other youth to be robbed, physically assaulted, and sexually assaulted or raped while on the streets. And a third have reported being a victim of a hate crime since entering life on the street. Continued or increased
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Grace Weltman, chair of the South Bay Coalition and Homelessness. So we are in support of a budget. We are reluctant, but we realize we need a budget because we do not want to delay or disrupt services to those that really need it. We do have, we're troubled by the lack of public input prior to the draft budget being initially released. We didn't have that much time to respond. We weren't engaged, and so we were scrambling trying to respond, and we got minimal changes, which is not ideal if you really want community participation. So we urge that the next cycle for this coming year is that the community engagement and the participation of broad stakeholders are done right away and intentional, and it includes a broader set of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica González, soy promotora cívica de COFEN, Confederaciones Mexicanas. Hoy vengo en apoyo a IRLE.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Veronica, and I am a civic promoter of COFEM, which is the Council for Mexican Federation North America. And today I came to support IRLA.
Soy del Distrito 4. Insto a que Junta de Supervisores apoye a los inquilinos inmigrantes ampliando el fondo flexible subsidios de vivienda.
I am from the 4th District, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to support the immigrants' tenants by expanding the Flexible Housing Subsidy Fund.
La vivienda segura y económica es una crisis aquí en Los Ángeles, cada vez más mayor en el condado, donde muchas familias, los inquilinos anticipamos la falta de elegibilidad para la asistencia federal.
Safe and affordable housing is a growing crisis in Los Angeles County, where many immigrant families are struggling to stay housed due to skyrocketing rents, lack of eligibility for federal assistance.
Y el acceso a límites de programas de vivienda, poniéndolos en riesgo a desalojos, la sobrepoblación de la falta de vivienda está problema urgente exige una mayor protección de los inquilinos, más viviendas accesibles y programas de ayuda en emergencia para el alquiler que incluya a todos los angelinos, independientemente de su estatus migratorio.
And limited access to housing programs, putting them at risk of evictions, overcrowding, and homelessness. The urgent problem calls for greater tenant protections, more affordable housing, and emergency housing assistance programs that include all Angelinos regardless of their immigration status.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. With that, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the advocates and providers and cities who have such a stake in the outcome. And thanks again for the speaker that reminded us how Measure A got to the ballot. It wasn't crafted by us, it was crafted by the advocates, and they were the ones that really helped the voters understand why they should, again, tax themselves, basically, to try and solve this homeless crisis that we find ourselves in. And we thank the voters for doing this. And I think the deliberation you're hearing today is because we do take it very seriously, that this is taxpayer dollars that intentionally mean to go to whatever we can do to solve the crisis of homelessness. And as I said earlier, we're going to approve over $600 million in this Measure A funding, and that includes the $96 million in the Local Solutions Fund that is going to support our cities. Now, in my remarks, Madam Chair, I was just going to drill down on the Local Solutions Fund. I know others are going to take up the mantle of some of the other recommendations. I will say off the top that I certainly support the TAY recommendations and fundings. I think that is such a serious population that is really has become sort of the poster child of those that could fall into homelessness unless we take action. I also am supportive of the prevention strategies that I think we're going to try to keep in there. But I'm going to focus, Madam Chair, just on the local solutions. You know, I heard from concerns from a lot of my cities and COGs about the different options. There were 6 options, and how much money each city would receive from the various options. According to the Measure A language, a minimum of 15% of county funds must be set aside for this local solutions fund. But just to let everybody know, there's nothing that says we must only use 15%. That's the bare minimum based on the ballot language. We've heard an alternative strategy from ECRA, the Executive Committee on Regional Homeless Alignment. I think Supervisor Barger and Horvath sit on that. And one of their committee's recommendations was to maximize the funding for each city, meaning of the 6 proposed formulas, allocating the formula with the highest dollar amount for each individual city. Basically, not using the same formula for all cities, but instead using the most beneficial formula for each city individually, sort of like a smorgasbord. My staff costed this out, giving each city the maximum amount from all options, and it would increase the percentage to about 16%, a little over 16%. It would require reallocation of some of the remaining funds from other areas. But since these numbers are continually changing, we got some as late as 11:20 last night. I'm not sure we're ready to pivot to that. But I think for me, in next year's discussion, I would like to see the CEO provide recommendations that increase that 15% a little bit more so our cities could have even more local solutions fund. Having said that, what's in front of us today is the Homeless Initiative's proposal, which is recommending to this board to approve the funding allocation using Formula 6, which I was told was not the first choice for many of our cities. By breaking down the funding numbers city by city for each supervisorial district, it's apparent that most of our cities would do much better under Formula 4 versus 6. In fact, 68 out of the 88 cities would receive more money under 4, including our unincorporated areas. So the biggest difference between 4 and 6 is the city of LA. And the city of LA they would receive 54.9 under Formula 4 instead of 55.7 under Formula 6. So they would get just a little less than 1.5% under 4, but most of our smaller cities would be doing 25%, even 50% better. And I think that would make an incredible difference for these cities that have never had a steady funding stream to address homelessness before. So with this information, colleagues, I'm offering an amendment, which is getting passed out, to approve the allocation of Formula 4 instead of Formula 6, and I thank Supervisor Solis for co-authoring that amendment with me. I think it's the overall winner in terms of our cities. Not everyone. I don't want to talk about winners and losers. A few would do worse, but I think overall they would do better. And, you know, when I listen to TAY advocates, you know, it's also responsibility of our cities to take up this mantle as well. Each city can also look to the population of the transitional age youth within their own city. I know the city of Long Beach, for instance, purchased an entire apartment building just for aged out foster youth. So cities can also take up the mantle with their local solutions funding, and I think that's going to be the big change going forward, is encouraging, teaching, educating, mentoring, leading along our cities to do more, since now they do have their own funding to help us stem the tide of homelessness in the County of Los Angeles. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that. And with that, I will yield my time.
Okay, so for point of clarification now, and thank you, Ivan, we therefore move the recommended Formula 6, you're just adding the language explaining what it is within the motion, correct? Yes, I think.
What I'm doing is I'm substituting 4 for 6 in my amendment.
I mean, I meant 4.
Oh, yes.
I meant 4.
Right, that's what I'm doing. I'm offering 4. The recommendation was 6. I'm offering 4 with the co-author of Hilda Solis.
I got it.
Yeah,
okay.
that's it.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Mitchell, on this.
Ask quickly. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I went and got me some Milk Duds so I could keep up with the program.
Ooh, Milk Duds, you want to share that with the rest of the class?
But we didn't hear a presentation on item 5 per se, so I was just curious as to why the recommendation was 6. Would you mind hearing that?
I wouldn't mind.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't matter to me.
I'm clear about why 4. I'm just curious how 6 got the recommendation in the first place.
Pass those Milk Duds over here.
I don't have a whole box. I'll see.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Carter Hughley. To answer your question, most cities, just to be blunt, preferred the formula that gave them the most money. So there wasn't general consensus between all cities. Some people liked one. There was consensus that there were 2 formula options that people did not like. So among the rest, we believed that the best sort of opportunity for compromise across all jurisdictions was to go with Formula 6. Formula 6 is also the unique feature of it. It includes an incentive to produce very low-income housing, which is an authorized use of the Measure A ordinance. And so the additional benefit of Formula 6 is it incentivizes the progress toward something as opposed to relying on just measures that are relative to how many people are homeless in your jurisdiction.
Thank you. Good. You yield your time. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought it would be useful for us to just see a pie chart of how Measure A is being developed. I've shared this with the executive office, if they can share it with everyone, because I know that there's been a lot of discussion around, you know, this is a doubling of how much money is coming in with the ballot measure and where it's actually going. Because I think we have to start the conversation by understanding where funding is going and what funding we actually have to work with, because it's not the entirety of Measure A that this board has to work with. And I think it's very important that we sort of start at that place. And I really appreciate everyone who came out to advocate. I think, and I agree that the comment around really how Measure A was passed and motivated by everyone who was here today, and how the community really led this effort speaks volumes to how we need to implement with that in mind. And so to that end, I know an ongoing conversation that we have had at every table, LASA, La Casa, ECRA, all of it, is how we are standardizing care through this budget. I know the mayor of Los Angeles talks about that every opportunity she gets. And we have been saying that we want to be consistent. So how does your budget proposal ensure that we are standardizing what care means across our system?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the Measure A ordinance actually requires the standardization of care. And at a recent executive committee for regional homeless alignment, there was a motion that was adopted that the executive committee would work with the leadership table, the county, and other stakeholders to look at the standardization of care and to make recommendations that would come back to this board. And that process, that standardization, and thank you for elevating all of the different components, it would cross across all of the different funding that's administered by the different entities. So we actually truly do achieve that standardization.
We got a letter from the mayor and from Councilmember Rahman and Councilmember, they both serve on ECRA, and they highlighted their concerns during that discussion. And so I will be proposing some language to make sure that we're really drilling down and addressing that, because I think that's a primary goal of Measure A, is to make sure that standardization of care isn't just something we talk about, it's something we put into practice. And really that's going to come down to who do we fund and what are we funding and how are we holding that funding accountable from an outcomes perspective. I know getting to this point, you hired a consultant to lead community listening sessions, and we found that the report from the consultant, offered very tangible suggestions on the budget, but it doesn't seem like what was proposed here is in alignment with what they shared. So how did you incorporate community feedback to inform your funding recommendations today? And can you provide examples of feedback you received that informed your funding recommendations?
So thank you. The community stakeholder process has always been such an important part of the funding recommendation process. I think there were approximately 22 or so community listening sessions that were done in preparation for this one. We actually have great appreciation for our consultant and the team this year who did a really amazing job with the engagement and also producing that report that you're referencing. There's two things to consider here. Ultimately, we did advance funding recommendations, which I haven't had that chance to share with you all yet, but nobody, myself or anybody on my team who's been involved in this is pleased to be advancing these funding recommendations. I have to say that honestly. We are struggling ourselves. It was a very difficult process, dealing with a situation in which the need for funding exceeds the available funding, and all of these programs have merit and they're all serving people, has been an extremely difficult process. We ultimately aligned ourselves around a few sets of criteria that helped inform the funding recommendations. One of those was the most urgent and immediate services that would address somebody's homelessness. So it does prioritize, and transparently, it prioritizes shelter, permanent housing placements, and outreach. Over 90% of the funding is going to that, and that is clearly prioritized in these recommendations. We also looked at what some of our legal settlements and legal agreements require, and those were considered to make sure that we were compliant with those. And another significant one was where we could bring in state and federal funding streams, so where there was a cash match that we were able to draw down those funds, so we did not lose those dollars. So we did align around those as we advanced these funding recommendations, and those criteria did not always align with the all of the opinions and input and recommendations that we got through the stakeholder engagement process. So we need to be very transparent about that as well. The stakeholder engagement actually, a fair amount, a significant amount of the recommendations actually have to do with how programs are implemented. And that is information that we intend to use with our funding partners and look at our contracts and then look at how we're partnering with folks to bring those recommendations into how services are delivered. I think that gets back to what you were talking about as well in terms of the standard of care. I think there's a real connection there as well. So we do intend to use those and use that process to inform that. We've been, have already, I think, shared with the board, but I'll mention again that as we go into planning for 26, 27, and as we go into operationalizing Measure A, and this is our first year, and it happened quickly, and we have a lot that we can do from here and a lot that we can improve on, but that stakeholder engagement process becomes a year-round one, so there's a more constant feedback loop to continue to iterate and improve, and also want to recognize the many voices here that said today that we need to immediately start thinking about how we're looking at 26, 27, and I and my office would wholeheartedly agree with that. We need to adjust, we need to examine and adjust our process, one, because it's time, but two, because we're working under a new sort of Measure A rubric, and also because the issue that we're facing here related to the gap between funding and need and the actual cost of operating these programs is going to be an ongoing one. So we're going to need to have like a very transparent process and a rubric that's being used that is approved by your board about how we advance moving forward with funding recommendations.
Okay, I would say that the board letter we were presented and the funding recommendation documents did not include outcomes. And I think that has to be fundamentally how we are evaluating on a going forward basis what effectiveness is. So I would strongly recommend that that future reports and that funding decisions are based on performance and alignment with those Measure A metrics. I would also like a detailed report of legal settlements and requirements, including the number of teams or beds and the associated committed funding, because I know that impacts what our work is, especially in relationship to other agencies and entities. And so we have an understanding of not only from this perspective what is already spoken for, but also what we are legally obligated to in other spaces, because that changes this as well. So I think that's also important to me. It's my understanding today that we have two major decisions before us. The recommendations from the Executive Committee on Regional Homeless Alignment, which is directed by Measure A to be approved by April 1st. So there was a lengthy discussion, lots of concern expressed about the timeline that we're under and whether we've been able to bring everyone to the table to get to a final answer that that satisfies what people are looking for, but we know today that those recommendations have to move forward. But I believe County Council has advised that we have some room going forward we have to establish those goals by April 1st, but we can continue to modify goals as we need to, should we determine that, that we've set goals that are not within alignment or with, keeping us on that right path. And so can you just confirm for me, going forward, if we approve today, are we married to this for a decade, or do we actually have that flexibility?
Yes, Supervisor, you do have the flexibility to make modifications to these documents going forward.
Okay, so I know that there have been a lot of concerns expressed around the goals and questions asked, and so I'm glad to hear that you really see that conversation as a year-round one, because I think there's going, especially with this being new, there's going to be a lot of communication very early on, and we need to make sure that we're continuing to, express why the goals are set the way that they are. The other piece is the related budget in order to achieve those goals. And while that's not we have our budget process going forward, if we don't sort of establish those decisions today, it puts in jeopardy our ability to continue some of our critical services and funding. Do I generally have that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so given that, and we've heard a lot of concerns expressed here today, I would be comfortable with finalizing budget changes if we took into account some of the concerns that were addressed here today. I think restoring prevention cuts are critical. Given this initial year of Measure A funding being distributed to both the Board of Supervisors and La Casa, and as the La Casa Board is working to develop their funding plan and funding their priorities, this is not the time to cut prevention programming funded by our homeless services system. Through this initial transitional year, decisions will be made about how ongoing funding for prevention is, as we seek to define what prevention is, how it will be funded, and what programs will be implemented in support of Measure A. Language in the bill SB 679 that creates La Casa restricted what can actually be funded by La Casa, and so we also have to take that into account, because as we're defining what prevention is, they may determine prevention to be something different, and that's why I was sort of drilling down in the previous item as to what we understand our relationship to Stay Housed LA to be, because there are prevention services that are being done by LASA, there are services that are being done by a lot of different entities, and if we're taking those funding streams out and they're not able to be funded by La Casa, then we are cutting things, and maybe it's seen as unintentional, but we know right now that that's at risk. And additionally, from my perspective, this board has consistently said that it's always more cost-effective to keep people in the housing that they're already in, and that's really what prevention is about. So I would propose maintaining funding for prevention based on this year's spending for prevention programs, understanding that prevention funding will require further exploration and open communication with the La Casa Board. And the cuts as shown in the board letter are approximately $19 million. However, our direction would be to restore funding only to the level that will be spent this year, which we estimate to be closer to $15 million. And I will read a specific motion a little bit later. But I want to reemphasize that our previous conversation around prevention for me highlights while centralization is needed, because you as HI are presenting these Measure A funding allocations, but you weren't able to articulate what else we're doing in prevention throughout the county system. And I think we have to know what our whole system is doing in order to have confidence that the budget allocation that we're making today is actually addressing the needs that we've identified in the system. The second thing I want to touch on is restoring transitional age youth cuts. During this time of making difficult decisions in support of a changing budget climate, we absolutely have to be wise with the cuts that we propose. And so I just cannot see why we would not be investing in housing our young people who are most at risk, who are most vulnerable, 40% of whom identify as LGBTQ, but most importantly, do not have resources. They don't have systems that are supporting them. We are their system. We are their lifeline. And if we aren't investing in our young people, what are we even doing? So I'm very concerned about this proposal, especially because I don't see this as a number that we can't reach. The Board of Supervisors has encouraged our community to tell us about their experience with county services so we can provide impactful, constituent-driven services in support of an effective and supportive social safety net. Many, many young people who have experienced homelessness have eloquently shared about how meaningful the existing homelessness funds are toward providing them the help they need through a system the youth themselves helped to create. We talk about how important lived experience is. This system was driven by lived experience of our young people. It is a system they trust. They don't trust anything, and this is the first thing that they're trusting, and now we're gonna take it away. I don't support that. Our youth providers have echoed this sentiment, so I would propose maintaining level funding for the TAY system with a particular focus on funding in these areas. Regional coordinators for youth, youth family reconnection program, housing navigation, peer campus navigation program, and host homes for TAY program. These reductions equal approximately $7 million, and the costs are shown in the board letter from the youth family reconnection program, the campus peer navigation program, and host home programs. But for the regional coordinators and housing navigation, the costs specifically related to TAY are grouped with other expenditures that would need to be isolated in the budgeting process. So there are several ways that we could restore funding for prevention and for our TAY funding. A reduction in the $159 million proposed to the Pathway Home contract, which represents 17% of the total $908 million budget, mindful that at Measure A underspend could reallocate to support ongoing Pathway Home operations if the program reaches spend down. Although Pathway Home is a well-regarded program, and I do support it, I think that reducing this program by a fraction of what we are investing overall to maintain programs that are proven, that people showed out in droves to fight for. We didn't hear a lot of people showing up to say fighting for Pathway Home, not because they don't like it, not because it's not important, but because it's still in progress. Pathway Home costs $132,000 per person last year. If we spent $132,000 on each of our youth, imagine what we could do to support them. I think that this investment is important, and we have to look at a pie chart, and unfortunately our funds are not limited, and I believe reallocating just a fraction from that program allows us to protect things that are critical. Also, a reduction to the $5 million housing acquisition, housing location funding to LAHSA, which has yet to demonstrate impact. There would still be $28 million in other housing acquisition line items, and I would propose that we utilize the full $5 million to restore these services with the remaining amount coming from Pathway Home, as I mentioned, and that allows us to substantiate the changes that I proposed. Additionally, to highlight the City of Los Angeles's concerns, my district, I know that you have, I think, the most cities in your district. My district overlaps with 9 city council districts in Los Angeles for size and scope. So I appreciate that you're looking at this from a city's perspective, the number of cities' perspective. And I also think that we have, each of us is going to look at that from our respective districts differently. The option 4 does absolutely serve a higher number of cities. In my district, it happens to defund the cities that are experiencing the worst crisis, or not defund, but reduce, not defund. You're absolutely right. No, they get a little bit, but not nearly what's being proposed now. And so, but I am clear on your methodology, and I am clear that a majority of cities would benefit. Just having to highlight what the experience is. But the city wrote us a letter focusing not on that, but on Measure A ballot language requiring that it is comprehensive homelessness services funding spent to provide standardized basic services. Measure A language goes on to direct that the Executive Committee on Regional Homeless Alignment shall develop best practices for standardization of care, including but not limited to connections to behavioral and mental health, medical care, and other services. These best practices should fund guidance and key performance indicators for contractors and funding recipients. One of the things we heard from ECRA is that they're concerned about how our board approving the Measure A funding recommendations today because the work of standardizing the services across our region has not yet been completed and incorporated into the contracting language. So this opportunity to create uniform services and to hold ourselves accountable to these standards of care is important and required by the measure, and I don't think should be ignored. We know what our responsibilities are, and in order to fulfill our obligations, we have to move forward today. So I have 2 motions that I would introduce to address One that speaks to the budget adjustments for transition age youth and prevention, and one that speaks to ongoing reporting and how we coordinate to formally establish and have an understanding of what we are doing to standardize care across our systems. And yes, executive office will circulate, and I'm happy to read them aloud when the time comes. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't want to be repetitive, but I obviously concur with much of what my two colleagues have said, and happy to support Supervisor Han's motion to support Solution 4, because I think for my district, our cities came in loud and clear. Many of them were here, including the COG. And yet I will say to you too, though, there are some reservations because there are unincorporated areas that don't fare as well in Solution 4, and I'm looking at East LA, and I bring up East LA because I thought we were going to be doing more with the Pathway Project, and I know we attempted to do something there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we could continue to do some efforts in Westlake, MacArthur Park area with the City of Los Angeles, and continue to look for space in the San Gabriel Valley. Because the need is so high, and I said earlier today, just yesterday, there's over 70 RVs that have been occupied since October, unhoused people. So the issue is that people are there. We need to have a willing partner with hopefully our local solutions funds so that we get the buy-in and we start moving. Otherwise, let's move on. But I would say I am equally concerned. I heard today also regarding TAY, and we have built some transitional age housing in the first district, and I'm happy we did that in East Los Angeles as well as Boyle Heights and in El Monte. But we need to do more, and I support Supervisor Horvath's motion to find the amount that's needed to restore that budget to where it should be. It actually should be a lot higher. And I would also underscore, we had folks from the shower to shower program. I don't know how many of you are really fully aware of what that program provides, but you heard from one of the providers that they do more than just provide someone getting a shower, and getting clean clothes. It's more about guidance, and they actually get people to be referred on the spot to services that they are due and should be utilized. I've seen it for the last 10 years in operation in the San Gabriel watershed, and they have since expanded to other districts, so I want to see that continue funding for that. And then lastly, I would just say that for me, prevention dollars with respect to legal defense, education, eviction prevention are still very important. And I would ask that our CEO and Sherry Turgeroff come back to us. Maybe perhaps we could look at those expenditures that have not been all fully utilized after the first quarter, unspent dollars that could be used to help provide assistance in the Pathway program if necessary. Okay, I'm saying that, or even the legal fund. So I would be looking at those two things. Those are priorities. I don't think I'm deviating from what we've heard today and what the board feels, but I certainly think if there's a way to revise, because we're going to see that there's going to be unspent dollars, that we can make those decisions and help to salvage some of these efforts that we know work. So I don't know, CEO, do you have any comment about that?
Thank you, Supervisor. Essentially, we are not just within our larger county budget, but within the Measure H budget. We're trying to right-size the budget. And I think Ms. Todoroff explained earlier, all the programs that they looked at were, meritorious, and that there are some very difficult decisions that have to be made. I hear the request and a desire to continue the funding. Essentially, it's a request to redo the proposed curtailment formula, realizing that we have a set amount of funding to deal with here. Under your proposal, I think what you're asking is, can we look at underspend and then come back and reallocate some of the underspend. I think what we can do is, in the county budget, every couple of months, we ask departments to submit what's called a BSR, budget status report. And it's a projection in terms of where they will close at the end of the year. Will they in fact spend all the money that has been allocated to them? Without committing to identify funding for this program, I think we can look at what the spending levels are, project it, because we'll have to look at what the spend is. And if we ascertain that there is some large underspend, we could come back to the board with recommendations. And I want to look at Cherie to put a finer point on that if I'm missing something. We don't allocate the funding assuming that there is going to be an underspend, but we know that through the year, things happen along the way that delay implementation and delay drawdown of 100% of the funds.
Right. Knowing fully well that it's not going to fill the entire gap, but we're trying, and as our county council suggested, we can always make changes as we move along. So that's the kind of road that I want to move toward, and hope that Sherry, you'll be able to help us navigating some of that. And I think we've heard loud and clear from our constituents, many today and over the last couple of weeks, that this has been put forward to us on different items that people want to see restored and not cut in particular. And I get it. And I totally don't want to see our providers not get their funding. I don't want to see that hemorrhaging, because we're going to lose out on all the things that we have established, and that's really critical. We've always heard about that. Providers not getting paid on time, but then if you cut them off because of a mistake here, that doesn't help us either. So if that's the case, that's where I want to land on this. Okay? Sherry?
Yes, thank you. Would it be appropriate for me to ask for some points of clarification, or do I let you continue?
Is it, yeah, well, points of clarification over everything that's being said? Because I'm, okay, go ahead. Are you talking about the motions?
Yeah.
Let's, go ahead. Point of clarification, and then we'll let Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. With the TAE funding.
Which motion are you talking about? Supervisor Horvath's or
Supervisor Horvath, number 1A.
Okay, so she did not read her whole motion, and do you want to read your whole motion?
Oh.
Well, it's up to you. I think it'd be helpful to the public to hear what she's.
All right, I'll read them. So the first motion that's related to the budget adjustments, I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct CEOHI to restore the following expenditures in the fiscal year 2025-26 homeless initiative budget. A, transitional age youth items, approximately $7 million. Sub 1, coordinated entry system, regional coordination, funding associated with 8 regional coordinators for youth, page 1 of funding recommendations. 2, targeted prevention, youth family reconnection, $1,866,000, page 5. 3, navigation, housing navigation, funding associated with housing navigation for TAE, page 10. 4, navigation, campus peer navigation, $1,094,000, page 10. 5, transitional housing for special populations, host homes for TAE, $967,000, page 14. B, prevention items, $19,066,000 budget, problem solving $550,000, page 4. 2, problem solving administration, $48,000, page 4. 3, targeted prevention, homeless prevention, case management, and financial assistance, families and individuals, $15,605,000, page 4. 4, targeted prevention, staff and administration, $2,063,000, page 5. And 5, targeted prevention, emergency basic support, $500,000, page 6. 6, targeted prevention, housing-related assistance, $300,000, page 6. Sub C, prevention line items shall only be restored to the actual expenditure levels in fiscal year 24-25, not their budget level in fiscal year 24-25, which were $19,066,000. CEOHI shall determine actual expenditure levels. 2, funding for the items indicated above shall come from the following line items. A, housing acquisition, housing location, $5 million, page 18. B, pathway home, remaining funding needed to restore the above items after the use of $5 million from housing acquisition, housing location. That's one item. The other motion to address the service standards would read, I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct CEOHI and Housing for Health in consultation with the ad hoc subcommittee to provide a written report to the Board of Supervisors by September 25, 2025, detailing the standards of care, how they align with Measure A goals, and how the standards will be incorporated into the contracts executed for fiscal year 2026-27. In order to gather pertinent information for the report back, direct CEOHI, Department of Health Services, Housing for Health, Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, Department of Public Social Services, Department of Military and Veteran Affairs, Department of Children and Family Services, Department of Consumer Affairs, Department of Economic Opportunity, Department of Aging, Disabilities, Justice, Care and Opportunities Department, Office of Diversion and Reentry, and any other relevant departments to participate in the Executive Committee on Regional Homeless Alignment, ECRA, Ad Hoc Subcommittee on Best Practices for Standardization of Care. And this motion was drafted in consultation with Councilmember Rahman, who voiced these concerns at ECRA, and there was agreement on this language. Thank you.
All right, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you. One question, there was the reference to related to prevention funding to restore to actual expenditure levels. Some of the categories are not prevention, so I wanted to know if those were intentionally excluded or if you meant to apply that actual expenditure to all of the restored areas.
I guess I don't understand your question. What is missing?
Give an example.
The comment about prevention line items should only be restored to the actual expenditure level in fiscal year 24-25.
Yes.
A couple of the categories on the list to restore funding to are outside of prevention. Does that actual expenditure?
So what one is outside?
Let's say, for example, housing navigation.
Well, I think, yeah, problem solving and prevention are, which of those are not considered prevention?
Let's say number 1A3, navigation, housing navigation.
That's TAY.
That's under TAY.
That's not prevention.
Okay, so you're saying anything in the TAY category gets full funding, prevention is at actual levels?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and just so you guys are informed.
Yeah, A is all of the categories of transitional age youth items, approximately $7 million total, and B is the prevention items, approximately $19,066,000.
And just so you have the information, our adjustment to the housing navigation budget was based on actual expenditures. It's had chronic under expenditure, and so we've been allocating money that hasn't been spent so that we didn't have to take other cuts. We reduced it to actual, so that's what we're recommending. So I think what you're recommending is that we fund it perhaps above actual utilization.
Well, housing navigation is in transition age youth, and you're proposing to cut it entirely in this budget, so we're bringing it back.
We weren't cutting housing navigation.
Under transitional age youth?
Under transitional age youth, yes, that was what was proposed as cut in this budget.
Which category are we talking about?
It's written right in the item, page 10.
So page 10 of... Page 10 of attachment 1?
Yeah, page 10.
Yeah, housing navigation, they're zeroing it out. Right. Yeah, right. For TAY?
Oh, campus peer navigation?
Yes.
Not housing navigation. Okay, thank you.
The funding associated with housing, there was a reduction proposed for the housing navigation overall as applied to TAY. And so we are saying that we don't want the overall housing navigation reduced, and we want the campus peer navigation restored.
Okay, so housing navigation being on page,
What's the reduction to TAY there? Doesn't really say. It doesn't say there.
No, we're going from 17.3 to 12.3.
The top line item on page 10 says navigation, housing navigation.
yes.
Supports housing navigation, which assists people experiencing homelessness with identifying, viewing, and inspecting units, reviewing and negotiating lease terms, financial assistance for application fees, transportation costs, and security deposits, as well as landlord incentives. It's reduced by about $5 million, and we didn't include a specific funding allocation amount in A sub E because we can't determine from how you've line itemed it here how much of that $5 million is reduced from youth, but we assume it's impacting youth.
Okay, so this is the line item that we're recommending funding based on actual utilization. So if we fund it at a higher level, then we will be funding beyond actual expenditures.
And I think that's why we wrote funding associated with housing navigation. So if nothing is lost, then there's no need to add anything to it. It's just not spelled out here, so we couldn't figure out what the impact was to young people.
So that's not to restore full funding, is to fund it at the level that it's actually being utilized. For that one category.
I don't know that I can tell the difference based on this line item. If you're saying that there isn't need for additional cost, then okay. But if there is, and we're cutting housing navigation for young people, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, the recommendation was not proposing cutting any slots that are actually being used.
Okay, great.
All right.
It just wasn't clear from how it was written here, so that's why we included it. But I'm clear from what you said now.
All right, Supervisor Mitchell, thank you for being so patient.
Thank you. I know we've discussed now 3 sets of amendments, but I'm going to talk about kind of my overall response, and then I'll respond to some of the amendments that have come forward. So I'd like to thank HI for doing really difficult work. And I want to just lift up the multiple comments and requests we heard with regard to community engagement. So I just want to lend my voice to that, because we all have to recognize the critical role all of those key stakeholders play in our ability to successfully implement any of our efforts to house Angelenos. And so I appreciate, as you said, this is the first time. Measure A just passed in November. We are in a new state of affairs, I get that. But I just wanted to elevate those points. You know, as we talk about the value of co-governance, this is a tangible example about how critical it is, given the role they play in our ability to implement any of these programs. I'm clear the budget before us considers painful reductions because of our reductions in revenue. I think it's a reflection of your ability to balance reduction in revenue, implementation of board motions, the investments aligned with the county's homelessness initiative framework. I get that. In responding to Supervisor Horvath's inquiry about, you know, what was the kind of lens or framework you used to cut, I understood it, but one indicator that didn't appear to be used was really at-risk populations, and that's why I think we're elevating the issue of TAY youth. I think it is challenging when we pit one at-risk population against the other. We are picking winners and losers, and that's unfortunate. And so when we hear about the value of the LA Rise, TAY, domestic violence survivors, the value and the humanity of a shower, I would hope that as we continue to figure out how we reduce our expenditures to match our income, that yet another lens would be added in terms of really looking at the disproportionality in our at-risk populations. And that would capture TAY, that would capture systems-involved people, that perhaps would capture seniors who we know are rising in significant numbers among our unhoused. One question I had also as I'm thinking about our public comment, there was a reference to a continuous resolution. I hear that all the time in reference to Congress. I thought I was following our budget process here pretty closely at this board, but I don't know that we have that power. So could CEO or county council inform me as to whether or not passing a continuous resolution is an option afforded us?
Thank you, Supervisor. We do not have a continuing resolution process here in the county that is used at the federal government level. I think what the speaker was saying is, can you just continue all of this, maintain status quo for a couple of months until we reach some other decision level?
And the answer is
no.
We cannot. Thank you. And I wanted to get that clear because I'm also clear about the potential impact of a delay, the impact on our contracts. We have heard repeatedly from our contractors the pickle we put them in with delayed payments, us, LASA, the city. And so we've heard that in terms of their ability to maintain staff, their ability to do what we need them to do to help us house Angelenos. So I cannot support delaying today's decision, as challenging as I know that will be for some. I want to jump to some of the motions that are on the table, because I know we've been at this for quite some time. And yes, while I fully appreciate the importance of prevention and TAY youth, what I will not and cannot support is any reduction of Pathway Home. Representing the 2nd District with the largest, I share the dubious honor with District 1 in terms of representing the vast majority of unincorporated communities and the vast majority of unhoused people who reside in RVs. We had a lengthy conversation about this chart that we saw today and pushed hard about why we only have 58 people in permanent housing. You heard me elevate unincorporated communities that have had zero cleanup in going on 5 years. And we talked about how we've just gotten rolling in terms of trying to make a dent in this. And so I cannot and will not support any reduction in Pathway Home. Pathway Home is our only county program where we coordinate across departments and cities to connect people to housing and wraparound services. I think the continuation of Pathway Home will directly contribute to Measure A's goals and the metrics of increasing people moving from encampments into housing. And so on behalf of the people who call Florence Firestone, West Rancho Dominguez, East Gardena, the encampments in the Bayona Creek, and so many other unincorporated communities in the 2nd District, and I would assume the 1st District as well, we cannot afford to go backwards with regard to Pathway Home. It's unclear to me as I read the language if we are putting $19 million back in prevention, $7 million in transitional age youth, and we're only gonna pull $5 million from the housing acquisition, if that balance would be expected to come from Pathway Home. And while that may seem, as you stated, Supervisor, small or minuscule, it is not to the people who live in my unincorporated communities. So it was my understanding that there was a consideration to bifurcate this. I would love to support TAY and prevention, but not at the expense of the people who live in unincorporated communities who are relying on Pathway Home to make their communities livable, and to the residents, the long-term chronically unhoused who are living in RVs. I appreciate it must be, it's $132,000 as you stated per person. That is because so many of them have been chronically housed for too long. And if we're gonna talk about, you know, where it's best to invest, Should go back even before the Tay youth entered the foster care system if we're going to really look at where's the best way to invest to prevent people from hitting the safety net. That could be, you know, child care and prenatal care to prevent them from hitting these systems in the first place. So if that could be bifurcated, I would love to support it, but not at the expense of Pathway Home. Appreciate the amendment from Supervisor, I got so much paper, Han and Solis with regard to the transition to Formula 4. I've looked at the list and realized that there are a couple of the cities I represent who will get less, but it's relatively small. And one of those cities was actually here today. I think they're supporting their fellow COG members and support it going to 4. So I'm comfortable making that transition too. We've had lots of conversation on prevention and what is prevention. And so just in my last question, if I may, Madam Chair, just ask Ms. Todoroff to clarify for us again, because what we have heard is that people are being told that HI staff has firmly stated that, quote, the county is not funding prevention and that it's with La Casa. So if you can just state for the record one more time, if people are indeed being told the county's not funding prevention, when there is actually some funding throughout the budget for homeless services prevention programs. You know, I see $504,000 this fiscal year and $6.3 million in the 25-26 budget. So if you could state for the record and provide that clarity, I would appreciate that.
Yes, this budget does include funding for prevention. It includes funding for the homeless prevention unit. It includes funding for problem solving. It includes funding for guaranteed income programs for both TAY and older adults. In addition, there is county investments in prevention outside of the homeless initiative by many of our county departments. And of course, we talked today about the work that's happening at DCBA.
So it is not a fair statement to say that the county is not funding prevention and that it's with La Casa.
Correct.
Thank you. And I think with whatever, if these amendments pass today, that it would recommend that additional prevention services that have been cut based on today's budget would be considered for funding. Again, I can only support that if it's bifurcated and the Pathway Home budget is not compromised as a result. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell, before I speak, Visa, I was told you want to seek, you want to clarify something?
Yeah, this is I think it's important to clarify this and make sure that we understand what on the motion that we're talking about on item 1C, like Charles, there's a question about, or there's a directive to restore to actuals. And if we were going to do that, we close our books in the county because our budget is so large. We don't know our closing fund balance until about August of each year. That's when your auditor controller does a report and he says this is, and so my question for Cherie, this will be an implementation issue, or, you know, I don't want to raise expectation of providers and they say, hey, we didn't get our amount or the right amount. Would we be able to implement a contract July 4th based on the actuals for 24-25? Like how if we're not able to do that, then we should have that discussion, because then the, you know, providers won't feel that, you know, we've implemented the directives of the motion, so.
I don't know if you sought clarification or just confused.
I'm sorry.
Issue. I don't know.
I think she's gonna.
Yeah, go ahead, Cherie.
We will not have received providers would not have submitted their final invoices. They would not have been processed by LOS, and they would have not have been received by us in order to execute agreements before the start of the fiscal year that's based on 12 months of actual. An approach to address that would be looking at actual year to date and sort of prorating and doing an approach along those lines. But we would not be able to have contracts in place July 1 if we wait for actuals for the full 12 months.
We're just trying to make sure that there's a true up process. So if you want to authorize lower and then true it up, I'm just trying, because we're in this year of trying to align what the budget is with what these goals are. You know, we're in this, we know that going forward, we're going to do this process differently and have more input and more experience, but we are where we are in this moment. So I'm just trying to write it in a way where you have the flexibility to do what needs to be done to restore that.
So I think it would, need to be revised to say that we would restore to the actual expenditure levels from the beginning of fiscal year 24-25 to, and Cherie, you could put the date, whatever date you have invoices through.
Through, essentially, since we're moving, we would move quickly into a contracting phase.
Yeah.
We would use it like through, and we would give an opportunity to submit any invoices to get up to date in the next like couple of weeks, and then we would use that information.
So let's pick a date so we can have certainty.
Insert the language?
This is 1C. I have it that restored to, it will now read, prevention line items shall only be restored to the actual expenditure levels from the beginning of fiscal year 24-25, and I'm waiting for the second half.
For invoices received through March 31st, and we would then extrapolate what 12 months of funding would be.
So for invoices received through March 31st, 2025, and prorate to complete the fiscal year, is that? Okay. Great.
But just on the prevention that Supervisor Mitchell was asking about, when you look at this presentation, under prevention, it is zeroed out in all of them: problem solving administration, homeless prevention case management, targeted prevention. I mean, it's the homeless prevention unit, which you mentioned, it's zero. So I'm confused on.
Apologies, because we do have different funding categories under A, so it does make it much more complicated. The problem-solving funding has been combined with shallow subsidies. So it's located in a different place in attachment 1, but it creates some flexibility there with problem solving and shallow subsidies. There's a relationship between them. The homeless prevention unit is recommended funding under the innovations category. And then both of those guaranteed income programs are in the housing category, although they serve at risk, so they would be considered prevention as well. So apologies, I hear what you're saying, that it does get confusing.
It's like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
But problem solving is in the existing shallow subsidy budget. What's zeroed out is the problem solving budget. And that's why we're presenting to bring it back, page 4, both from problem solving and administration for problem solving.
Yes, it was combined with shallow subsidy in order to create the flexibility. We would still do problem solving, and it would create some more flexibility between those funding categories to be a little bit more nimble.
This is hard to understand. So are you keeping the shower program in? You're going, I mean.
That's zeroed out.
The shower program is, yes, it's not recommended for funding in attachment 1.
So let me ask some questions, and I will call on Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Hahn. You know, on the motion by Supervisor Horvath regarding directing CEO, HI, and Housing for Help and consultation, basically to have our departments do and engage, is the reason why Vice Chair, Councilwoman Rahman and I went to the leadership table, because the feedback we got from the departments was they were not showing up. And then when they did show up, they did not participate. And then when they did participate, they would basically shoot so low because they didn't want to push themselves to do more. Mm-hmm. And this is not coming from Councilmember Rahman or myself. This is coming from people that were in the room that called on us and said, maybe you all need to, as the quote unquote bosses set the tone. So both the city agencies and the county agencies know status quo is unacceptable. So I just want to say I appreciate this motion, but I think it's highly unfortunate to all the departments out there. I hope you're listening, that it's very disappointing that we have to mandate to you to engage in something that is a priority for this board. Oh, and by the way, a priority for the residents of the County of Los Angeles who just passed a measure to fund homeless programs. So thank you for bringing it forward, Supervisor Horvath, but I find it incredibly unfortunate that the departments felt that this was secondary to their primary job, which actually, in the case of the unhoused and how it impacts this county, I would argue it's their primary job. So I just kind of wanted to get that on the record. And then to Supervisor Mitchell, you know, I agree with you about not wanting to pit different groups against different groups. And when I heard that Tay was being zeroed out, we are the de facto guardians for these youth.
I'm clear.
And for the last 10 years, before I was elected, we have been fighting tooth and nail to try to build more housing so that our transitional age youth do not end up unhoused. And so, oh, by the way, so they can end up going and getting an education or getting a job, whichever, I mean, whatever they want to do to break the cycle. And to Sycamores, you were one of the first in the 5th District to open up transitional aid youth housing for children that were transitioning out of the system. Yeah, and so, you know, for me, everyone is important. There's no question about it. And we have to make tough decisions. But, and I can't remember which one of us asked that, it wasn't me, but I can't remember who it was, but I think we need to get a clear understanding of La Casa's role and HI's role, because at the end of the day, the voters voted for Measure A. And it is a tax that is for the homeless, the unhoused, to address this growing problem. And here we are arguing over cutting programs, which is going to sound counterintuitive to the voter, because wait a minute, I just voted for this, and now you're talking about zeroing out. Then we talk about La Casa, as though La Casa is a separate entity. Newsflash, we're all on La Casa, all right? So La Casa is not a third body that we are not involved. We are actually La Casa. And so I think that at some point we need to have a clear understanding of the expectations. I've heard that La Casa is charged with doing the prevention piece. Then when you talk to La Casa, it's like, define prevention. Is it the housing? Is it what was talked about with legal aid, protecting tenants and their rights? What is it? And oh, by the way, has La Casa even set the priorities based on, I know they have set it based on my district and the impact on the fires, but in terms of how they are going to prioritize housing, I don't know. I don't know. And that's on me because I'm on it. But I know they're still building the system. And I know that they just hired their chief deputy, who actually comes from, I think, the organization that wrote Measure A. So that should be interesting, because I think who better to understand how it plays out than someone who wrote it. I'm going on because I'm frustrated, because I don't think this board should have to make the kind of decisions on this that we are. And, you know, I am all in for Tay, because, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's our responsibility as a board. I know, I hear you. And, you know, for me, the motion by Supervisor Horvath that talks about Pathway Home is an important tool. In my district, we've done it up in the Antelope Valley. There's some districts, some cities that have pushed back, but that's one of those that's not a one-size-fits-all. And my attitude is, I always say reward good behavior, If there are people that want a pathway home, I say you reward that behavior because that's an important program to get people rapid housing when we're going out and doing the encampment clearance, but not all cities want it. So I have a hard time zeroing it out from the standpoint, I know you're not zeroing it out, but I mean, from the standpoint of if a city wants it, we should say, when do you want to open? Oh, and use your own money. What? Oh, yeah. But I believe that, Fezia, that maybe the language that you inserted would help to address that so that we're not pitting pathway. Would that help in terms of not pitting? No?
What's being proposed could be up to a 21 million reduction in the pathway home, $21 million reduction in the pathway home budget, which would freeze where we're at right now. We would not be able to do any more expansion.
How much of the 21 million that was budgeted last year, was that what was budgeted last year?
No, that is looking at what's being proposed in the motion.
Okay, so how much was spent, what was allocated last year and how much was spent? Did you have a budget for this program?
We do have a budget for the program. So last year
she
would have
said
been
in the last presentation that it was
smaller.
132 million and 1,000 people were served.
No, I understand because I know the amount you're talking about, but I'm talking about, like, are we over budgeting in an area, like you said on some of the other ones you said that was over budgeted and not all used?
So pathway home budget was based on our actual best estimate for utilization, and it's using the same rates that we use in the rest of the budget. So it's using the same rate for time-limited subsidies, it's using the same rate for interim housing services. We are not seeking to pay more for pathway home than we're paying for the same services we're paying in other parts of the budget. So the amount was based on being able to do the actual number of operations to expand into a couple of areas where we don't have sufficient footprint yet. So it does involve some expansion. So if we were removing that amount of money would basically, we would not be able to, we have a couple of hotels that we're negotiating with that we would have to pause on and maybe not move forward with, and we would not be adding, we would be continuing operations where we have and turning over sites as we can.
So would you impact, for example, East LA or plans to go into the San Gabriel Valley? Because we're not in the San Gabriel Valley. That would just go away, right?
Yeah.
It would impact our opening of a MacArthur Park site. It would impact.
And San Gabriel Valley.
It would impact our ability to open the unincorporated Gardena site servicing Redondo Beach Boulevard, as well as, we're not as close, but our attempts to get into La Puente.
Right. Okay, well, that's not good because our folks have been waiting. I mean, we have too many encampments in the unincorporated areas. Even in the West Puente Valley, every single day we get
And I guess
calls. It doesn't stop.
My frustration, I hear you, Supervisor Mitchell, because no one in my unincorporated area got a pathway home either. And if this is our signature program for the county, how is this much of our unincorporated area not being served, and yet we're spending $132 million? Like, I guess that's my frustration.
We have 4,000 RVs because of the sheer volume. And I appreciate that from your perspective that the investment per person is high. I completely get that. I think we also need to look at the population. All the research shows us trying to get people to relinquish an RV is different from someone in a shelter or in a tent. Could we figure out how to make it more cost effective? Sure, but until we do that evaluation, I can't afford to redirect any of those dollars given the calls I get on a daily basis
So
from
can I make a
unincorporated
suggestion
residents.
then? I mean, I hear you, and I understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Horvath. What I would ask, could we bifurcate this and vote on the tape, but then on the second one, rather than vote on it, ask for a report back next week on the specifics behind it? So, because I think that I agree with you, and I think I'm hearing we all agree with the premise. It's just, how do you get there?
How do you get in terms of paying
Right,
yes.
for?
Madam Chair, I do think we should make sure that, because I definitely believe in the prevention strategies being funded. Why don't we at least take that vote so staff knows the board does want to, and then get the report back on maybe how the funding, because it seems like it's the how of that that is causing some consternation. But I think if we declared our unanimous support of the prevention strategies being restored, I don't know, I think that would go farther with staff.
And I'm comfortable with the housing acquisition. I'm comfortable with that element.
just
It's
not
I mean, comfortable is,
So
it's important,
Okay.
but.
It never gets spent down.
Okay,
Lessa.
then housing acquisition, I would leave.
Yeah, zero it
The
out.
pathway home needs to be bifurcated, because I will not vote on.
all right, well then I think she agrees. You agree with that?
I'm here. I think what we're just trying to make clear is if it was another funding source that wasn't Pathway Home, it's not the proposal itself, it's the source of funding that's the issue.
Correct.
Okay.
I
So
fully support
how can
pay
we
and
modify
prevention.
this
So I would-
direction then to, well, we can bifurcate and then modify that direction
We
so
don't even
it
need to
doesn't come.
bifurcate if you're going to modify it.
Okay,
If you're
that,
going to
even
modify
better.
it, then the bifurcation I don't think is necessary. I think the bifurcation is only to buy time to figure out how we could prevent Pathway Home from being funding. So I would say funding items in line items A, housing acquisition, housing location, and then B,
do we think it's 10 million? Yeah.
go ahead, Feezy, because I'm
Well,
trying to think of the language.
So
of-
I want to make sure, so when
Fund
we
balance, do
say
you have-
another source of funding, you mean within this?
Yes, within Measure A, within Measure H, because what's your fund balance at the end of the year?
The fund balance is currently allocated.
To what?
It's here in this budget, and then there's a remaining amount that is the last year of funding for the one-time projects that we had previously invested in per board motion. So Skid Row Action Plan, Every Woman Housed, Very High Fires of Area Zone Outreach. So there's a final year of funding for that. That's in the fund balance. The rest of it has an allocation plan.
But in the $908 million total funding, $88,466,000 is Measure H anticipated carryover funding. $121 million from Measure H is obligated fund balance, but $88 million comes from Measure H anticipated carryover funding.
So that funding is here in the budget. It is funding 56 or so million of it. I'll check to make sure. Is 59 million of it is in recommendation number 1. It's funding all of those activities in attachment 1, the core budget. So that's where the bulk of that money is.
So it leaves 30 million?
And that money is in this budget as well.
So all 88 million is.
That's why we're recommending you to approve it, because it's all allocated to a line item in this budget.
So let me ask you a question. I mean, not to get into next week's agenda item, but assuming that the board passes the motion next week to move funding back from LAHSA into the county, is that going to save on overhead administrative cost? I think the answer is probably yes.
So there's the opportunity for efficiencies, although I feel it's important that I elevate to you, we've talked about it before, but as you're having this important conversation and as you're asking me that question, we're looking at a gap in 26-27 of about $150 million, right? So right now we're looking at 66 million. In 26-27, it's 150 million. What you're not seeing in this budget right here is the $102 million that is needed for the interim housing rate increase. That's being paid for with one-time funding in 25-26. We will need to absorb that in 26-27.
So, Sheree, when you do your budget is based on, how far behind are we on getting sales tax reimbursement? Is it, because it used to be like we used to be a little lag time on getting our sales tax reimbursed, because it's a sales tax.
I don't understand.
You don't get it in real time. So,
Correct.
in other words.
Oh, what is the lag?
Yeah, what is the lag?
Sheree, do you know?
It's a few weeks to a couple of months.
Okay, so when you're budgeting it based on what? That we are overspending $116 or $116 million.
Oh, the projection for the deficit as we go into fiscal year 26-27 is $102 million for the interim housing rate increase. It is an estimate, we're doing some, the remaining 50 million is a combination of both increases that we will need to take, specifically related to funding supportive services and permanent supportive housing, because we need to increase those slots every year. And then the other piece, as you all are aware, is the Measure A ordinance requires salary schedules that are sort of commensurate with county funding, as well as COLAs and admin rate adjustments, so year-over-year increases. So we'll start absorbing those costs related with salary adjustments and COLAs for our nonprofit partners.
And that was driven by the board because we had some providers, I know in my district in the Antelope Valley, that were threatening to pull out because they were bleeding money because they were it was costing more than they were getting reimbursed. So I get that, I guess. And I didn't know it was a couple of weeks because I know way back when the reimbursement on the sales tax was a little longer, but I'm glad they've gotten more efficient at the state level. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I wanted to ask a quick question in terms of timing, that if we directed the CEO that through the supplemental budget process, if we could reallocate underspend to cover this, would that provide you the clarity and the timing? Is that helpful or not? As opposed to just saying, I think it's the language that Supervisor Horvath just showed me, which was like, not pathway.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful in the sense that we would have more clarity on where our numbers are. We would have closed our books. I think what it would do, however, is probably provide clarity on an answer that won't help advance the goals that we're talking about. So if Cherie is talking about structural deficit, which is essentially what she's saying, rate increase to the providers, we extended that for a year, et cetera, the question was, well, what about your underspend? She's saying that that's fully allocated, at least there's a plan for it. What we would have a better idea of in supplemental is whether our forecasts and our projections today, how they are panning out, and whether there's an opportunity, if any, to do some of the things that you're requesting today.
Because Measure H overperformed every single time.
Not Measure A or H?
We got a lot more money from Measure H than we had projected.
The problem now is the sales taxes have not.
Well, but also your board, remember we did the rate increase for the first 6 months, and then there was a question earlier this year whether the board was going to continue that rate increase from July to December of this current fiscal year. The board agreed to do that. We've identified some funding. I think what also Cherie is saying is that there's also these increased costs that we're going to absorb through our contracted providers, because the board has been very supportive of paying them a rate where they can recover their full expenditures. There was like a plan to do that, and they have increased costs.
And let me just say, Madam Chair, you know, when I made the comment about pitting, I really was in response to Ms. Todoroff talking about the kind of rubric she used in making her decision. And so that's when I talked about, you know, LA, who we heard from today, LA Rise, Showers. No one is clearer than I about the foster care kids being our responsibility. I get that.
Oh, no, I know that.
My point was that was, for me, a missing element kind of in her analysis, that there was no at-risk kind of population lens as well. That was the point of my comment.
I 100% knew where you were coming from, and I was reaffirming the fact that that population, especially given our responsibility, should always be prioritized. Supervisor Horvath?
I was just going to offer some language to see if this solves it. So I know, just to repeat, in 1C, the language changed to read as follows. Prevention line items shall only be restored to the actual expenditure levels from the beginning of fiscal year 24-25 for invoices received through March 31st, 2025, and prorate to complete the fiscal year. CEO HI shall determine actual expenditure levels. Okay, and then item 2B, because we don't have a problem with 2A, 2B would change to read, direct CEO HI to report back in 7 days? Is that what you?
I think you can do it in a week, given the fact that this is a budget, you just put it together, right?
To report back in a week to provide the board with options on non-pathway home sources for remaining funding needed to restore the above items after the use of $5 million from housing acquisition, housing location.
I will second that. All right.
Yes.
Yep.
Direct CEO HI to report back in 1 week to provide the board with options on non-pathway home sources for remaining funding needed to restore the above items after the use of $5 million from housing acquisition, housing location.
All right, a motion and a second. Do we?
And the other service standards motion, I know
Yeah, we're
you're
gonna-
unhappy,
well, I think-
but we're still doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we have 3 motions before us. Correct. And I don't even know which motion should go first. I guess
we would start
Janice,
with
because-
Supervisor Han's motion
Janice,
first.
because she was first, yes. All right. Call the roll.
All right, so I'm calling roll for Supervisor Han and Supervisor Solis's motion first.
Solution for.
For the, yeah,
For
item.
the option
For the,
four.
for the amendment.
For the amendment,
Just for
exactly,
the
for the amendment,
local-
yes.
Just for the
amendment.
local solution.
Yes, for the
Yep,
local
yep.
solutions
Option four.
amendment from 6 to
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
Okay, call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Now we will vote on the read-in motion from Supervisor Horvath as it pertains to the transitional age youth and prevention. Call the roll.
Okay, this is for the budget adjustment.
Yeah,
Correct, all right. As
it's a budget adjustment that she's,
it's
yes,
the amendment, it's the amendment.
as amended.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion
And the
carries.
last motion we'll vote on is by Supervisor Horvath, reminding our wonderful departments, well, I don't even know, to do their job. I know, you can encapsulate, I mean, I get so frustrated reading this, but yeah, to work with the committee on regional homeless alignment, ad hoc subcommittee on best practices for standardization of care.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is the service standards
Yeah.
motion, amendment. Okay. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Now we need to actually vote on the actual.
Okay, now we vote on the actual item number 5.
As amended.
As amended with all the amendments we just voted on. Can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Cherie, to the entire team, thank you all. And Cherie, I know you made a comment about your commitment. I know. You wouldn't be doing this if you weren't committed, because it can be a thankless job. So thank you for everything you do.
Madam Chair, it's called sausage making.
Yeah, that's right. All right, now we are going to move on. I've got so many papers in front of me.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
We still have set matter 1, which was a receive and
I
file.
thought it was a receive and file.
It was.
You have to vote on a receive and file?
No. Just to let it.
Yeah,
everyone
so item 1 is a receive and file. Hearing no objection, that will be the order. That's fine, yeah. All right, thank you all. Thank you, Sycamores. All right, item number 4, report on parking enforcement services. It was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public
Yes.
on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. And then before you start, Supervisor Hahn, I'm going to ask that we postpone closed session 1 week because I have a hard stop at 4:30. So if that's okay with you all, we'll move closed session to next week. All right, Supervisor Hahn, hurry up.
That's great news. Did you say hurry up? Which means I'm guessing you guys don't want a presentation. Because I just had a few questions about this. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Parking Enforcement Team, Public Works for the report. Here's what I want to know about, quick. The state has a new daylighting law, AB 413, that aims to make our streets safer for pedestrians by making them more visible to drivers at intersections by prohibiting parking within 20 feet of any unmarked or marked crosswalk. It's been on the books since January of 2024. Last year was a grace period. I think people got maybe warning tickets. But now local jurisdictions are having to start enforcing this new law. So you've made it clear to us in our offices that enforcement in our unincorporated communities is going to start May 1st. That means people could get $63 tickets for a parking violation that I dare say the vast majority of our residents probably still don't know about. And for a lot of families, especially in our dense communities with multi-generational homes and already scarce parking, $63 is a significant unexpected cost. Raising public awareness through flyers or social media posts is fine, but the surest way to let people know where they can and cannot park is a red curb. So my first question is for Public Works. Will these curbs mandated by AB 413 be painted red by May 1st when our parking control officers start giving out tickets?
So Supervisor Steve Berger, Deputy Director for Transportation and Public Works. I've got Julian Garcia, who is lead on our traffic regulations.
Simple answer.
Yes, so the answer is they will not be all in. We're planning 500 by June. We're prioritizing those based on safety. We are doing a lot of outreach. We do have 10,000 intersections that would have to be painted, and that is not going to happen by May.
Yeah, and that's disappointing because you've had a year. So it's disappointing. And honestly, if you got a parking ticket on a curb that was not red, you know, I'm sure you could plead ignorance, which doesn't count in traffic court. It really doesn't matter whether or not you know if you've made a violation, you're still liable for the ticket. How are we going to approach violations along curbs that have not been painted?
Yeah, and so, and I'll let Sheriff speak to this a little bit. We are still issuing warnings and education.
I'm talking about May 1st.
Yeah, and so May 1st, we're still working toward utilizing outreach and informational
So May 1st,
flyers.
you're not going to start enforcing this with tickets?
Well, for if they have red curbs, we can.
But if they don't?
And if they don't, we can, but we can work with the community, we can work with your offices if we need more time for information, you know, informational materials, more time to
Honestly, again, I think, colleagues, this is the most under-raised awareness law that's on the books right now. People don't know that you cannot park within 20 feet, so 20 feet of a crosswalk, marked or unmarked, by the way. So I feel like this is, you know, really difficult. If you're telling me that until the curb is painted red, you'd rather maybe just continue to give warnings, I'm certainly okay with that. I just don't know if the law allows you to do that.
Hi, ma'am. Chief Yolanda
There's the
Figueroa
law.
from LASD. Yes, ma'am. We do have the discrepancy to continue to give warnings. Like he said, we've been posting it on our websites, community meetings. We've been trying to get the message out there. But yes, we do have discretion.
Great. I appreciate that, because I would think that if the curb was painted red, that's obvious. You're not allowed to park there. But curbs that are not painted red, I don't think people know. And your report says that last month flyers will be distributed, and the letter from the CEO says there are, quote, plans to make an informational explainer video, end quote, and we're a matter of weeks away from May 1st. So really, when are we actually getting these materials out to our residents?
The materials are being distributed during our community meetings, posted on our websites, and
I mean, I don't know how many honestly residents voluntarily go to your website.
I'm hoping they use it.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think we should count on that. I think we need to do a better job. And we'll do the best we can in our district, but I do feel a lot better that you're saying you still have discretion if the curb has not been painted red, that warnings will be given out. But I would urge Public Works to really, get these curbs painted red as soon as possible if it's the law. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And, I agree with what you just talked about with this law. And it's going to be in areas where parking is a premium, and that's going to be in areas tending to be lower income. And so I think it's going to have a disproportionate impact, especially on districts where we already know there's a parking problem. And this is just going to make it worse. So, yeah, this is unintended consequences to try to prevent people from getting hit. But they should have thought about that when they passed a law last year allowing jaywalking. So I don't get it. On one hand, they passed this law to prevent people from getting hit by cars, and then they passed a law saying it's okay to jaywalk. All right, I feel so, this has been the best therapy session today, I'm telling you. Supervisor Mitchell?
I just said it wasn't illegal to jaywalk. It didn't say it was okay to jaywalk. You just can't get a ticket for it anymore. Thank you very much. Appreciate the report. It is showing some progress compared to where I was April of last year, which led me to bring the motion forward to look more deeply at this, so I appreciate it. Still have some concerns in SD2. I still get lots of calls from constituents who continue to complain that they are told by law enforcement that Mitchell says don't write tickets. That is not true. I couldn't make that clearer. But I want to get a little clarification about a slower response time in the online portal in SD2. So if you could talk to me about that, particularly like for the Century Station, which has fewer reports than some other stations that don't have the delay in response. So could you help me and the public understand how that came to be?
Thank you. There was an upgrade in our department's email security policies, and because of that, some of the emails were going into our spam. So that has since been rectified.
Okay.
We've done training and we've done briefings on the rerouting of the emails. So that should be rectified, and this delay should decrease.
Excellent. So we'll be able to track that by the next report.
Yes, ma'am.
That correction has been made. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So one more quick question. As you're expanding the number of parking patrol officers with the $8 million in funding that you were provided in last year's supplemental budget, how and when will these 29 personnel be deployed throughout the county, and how will their deployment be decided? Will it be an equity-based or a need-based decision?
Hi, ma'am. Lieutenant Tina Arevalo. In regards for our deployment in future, in SD1, we're going to be deploying 4 additional PCOs. SD2, 6 additional PCOs. SD4, 1 additional PCO. And SD5, 7 additional PCOs. And that is going to be distributed based on the calls for service that we have seen in the past, based obviously on the population within the SD area, and data-driven.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's helpful.
Supervisor Solis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that a couple of things. In East LA, our East LA station there, I understand in the last quarter of 2024, issued over 15,000 parking citations. And that's an increase of 18% compared to the period for the previous year. And I wanted to know why we saw an uptick. Is there any reason for that? And we're the highest, I think, in the whole county. That's what I'm trying to understand. What are they being cited for? What kinds of violations? Parking, but what? I mean, we don't even have every curb painted red yet in East LA.
Ma'am, based out in the East LA area, it is 16.33 square miles. The density in that area is more populated, therefore there's obviously going to be more vehicles. There are 10 parking control officers out there, and our calls went up for service.
There are 10? You said 10?
10.
10.
Yes.
And how many more are you going to add? Now with all of this coming on, this new legislation, how many more?
We're looking at adding 4 more within your district, ma'am.
Okay, but we're generating a lot of money here already, right now. I would think you would want to have more enforcement, more bodies there assigned, and especially since you are citing people, my God. It's a very large number.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know it's very densely populated. There are parts of LA, Boyle Heights, that are just as bad. And I'm sure they're going to have the same problem because they're not going to get out there and paint everything red either. But to my point here is much of that revenue that is generated, explain to me where it goes. Does it go to the general fund? Does it come to your department? Does it stay in East LA? Yep, the revenue that's generated. We talked about this at Metro at one point about where you're cited. Yeah.
Based on the revenue from parking, it does go back into the general fund. And when it goes into the general fund, then it is distributed within the county and the sheriff's department on where we need the assets.
And since this is the highest generating, source of revenue because you got the most tickets there, it seems to me that there should be more effort to provide the enforcement there. So it's kind of taxation without representation, but it's also a fact that there's an imbalance, especially it was pointed out earlier about what our low-income communities face and where they happen to live, and of course they have an abundance of cars. You've got maybe 2 families living in a duplex, and so yeah, it stands to reason all those things are going to happen. And then you have DPW contracted trash haulers who also create issues for people to get around those big whatever it is, barrel. They're not even barrels anymore. But I'm just saying that we have almost created a problem there, and I think we need to do a better job. And one of the things I would ask the sheriff to do is for you all to consider putting more boots on the ground and actively going out there now and telling people what's coming. And it has to be done in a culturally competent manner, obviously, because the majority of folks there are Spanish, monolingual, and English. And to make sure that there are signage and posting. And maybe that's something DPW can do. If you're gonna have to go to, how many more? You said 10,000 areas you have to go to. Okay, so you're gonna get to 500. So subtract that and then start putting postings of some way that's saying, hey, this is the law. And so people can start getting used to maybe that behavior. Because what I'm concerned about is the injury rates that are also probably equally very high and very dangerous for our residents, for our elderly, and for our children. So those are just questions that I have, comments, and just want to know that we really pay attention to our unincorporated areas, because that for me is number one. And I know I brought this up to our director of DPW regarding some meters that are still standing in East LA they're not functioning, but the community sees that as well. I can't park here because I'm going to get a citation. So that also adds to disruption on other neighborhoods around, because people are driving around trying to find where to park, and they're not going to park not knowing that that meter isn't working. It should be taken out, and I think the director, Mark Pastrella, told me he was going to do that.
So those are just little nuances that impact just the East LA area. And I'm sure there's other parts of the unincorporated sections in SD1 that are also impacted in the San Gabriel Valley in particular. So I would hope I can draw your attention to that. And I'm not trying to be personal, but the facts, they don't lie. Thank you.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to, this is a interesting and it's a nuanced kind of situation. So I just wanted to clarify the issues in SD2. The issues in SD2 were that we didn't have personnel that were showing up. And so people were complaining, because of RVs, because of the dense population, people double parking, people who live in unincorporated Lenox, having people from the city of Inglewood straddling their driveways during SoFi events. And so the natural inclination is to say, oh, well, we don't want to over police in these low-income communities because they can't afford the $63 ticket. However, these communities also have lifestyle and livability issues when they can't access their own driveway. So I just wanted to make sure that I hear you, Supervisor Solis. I think my issue was a little different, that we didn't have people showing up, that the response rate is slower, and that is a problem for people who call unincorporated communities in the 2nd District home, that they didn't feel seen or heard and were not being responded to. So that's a little different in terms of, and they appreciate that it might go up for the tickets, but people are drowning under people double parking. It's a safety issue to navigate some of these communities where, because of the lack of parking or the multiple households in one house and multiple cars, people are double parking on both sides of the street where emergency vehicles cannot get down a flat inner city street because cars are parked there for long periods of time, and so people were asking for help in being relieved from that pressure. So it's a little different issue. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and I hear you, and that was your concern when we were talking about parking enforcement in general. And this legislation, yeah, no, I know you get it. I know you get it, but it's just the irony is we're moving in the wrong direction.
It's helpful that we have augmented their salary and expanded their workforce in order to be able to cover that.
100%. But my point is that what you want them to enforce is still a problem, and now they've added one more problem to it.
And my point was, it's just that there are a lot of law-abiding citizens who wouldn't park on a red curb. Is kind of what I'm saying, right? And so, and yes, the $63 is high, and it's not, but in their minds, they didn't violate anything. So I think that's what I want to. Most people, when they see a red curb, most people will not park there. So that's what I was leaning into, was kind of giving residents in my unincorporated area the benefit of the doubt that they are law-abiding, and to surprise them with a $63 ticket because they did not know about this law, did not see any red curb. That's kind of what I'm leaning into. So let's get the curbs painted as soon as possible, but I do appreciate the warning. And maybe, how many warning citations have you given out?
That we don't know. We haven't documented that, but we are giving out warnings until May 1st, and then that.
Right, but I'm just curious to know, there's a lot of people that park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, so you should have been giving out lots of violations.
Yes.
And I'm curious to know, or warning, I'm curious to know, because that is a form of education. That is a form of raising awareness about what happens May 1st, but I don't know how sufficient you were in actually giving those out.
We can report back on
Okay.
that. And I would just like to comment, I know it's a fine balance between the communities, but we are doing our best. Every community is important. Every community has different issues. And so we're trying to achieve that fine balance. So I just wanted to let you know that we're taking into account every single community. The needs are different, and we're adjusting.
Thank you.
All right. Now, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 4, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Mel Belly, your line is open. Please go ahead.
Thank you again. I do appreciate this discussion and kind of piggyback on Supervisor Hahn. I'm in District 2, and in our district, on the corner of Edgemont and Pans, there's a blind spot where a gentleman and his daughter were biking, almost got hit, and unfortunately we did have one of our neighbor's pets that were hit because of that blind spot. People parking on the corner where there is no red, so it would be great if this initiative is taken considerably into consideration, and I agree with Supervisor Hahn said, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. This is a receive and file.
You know, Madam Chair, could I just say, maybe April would be a good month to report back to us on how many warnings you gave. I think that will give us an indication.
So when you give us that information on the warnings, can you give us the information that tells how many tickets you've given for parking in red? I think it'd be helpful to see the contrast. So if you have, can you itemize by if someone parked in red?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we get that number so we can compare?
Yes, ma'am.
See if that can be a deterrent. All right. All right, so in April, is that enough time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what else can we ask for? Because you're in a yes mood today. All right, thank you for that. This report is received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. Thank you all for sticking around.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, items 6 and 8, January windstorm and critical fire events biweekly emergency contract report, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment on these items. We're going to take these two up together.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We recently talked a lot about our county programs to assist impacted workers, but we are spending a lot of county and federal money on emergency response and on our cleanup to stimulate our economy. So I just wanted to ask a few questions. This actually came up during our discussion in Sacramento with our legislative partners up there, who asked about how we are making sure that our local businesses, and especially our minority-owned businesses and women-owned, and that businesses, you know, all of our businesses that we're trying to prioritize to get working contracts in the county, how are we making sure that they are a part of this process? And so with the emergency authorities the county has approved here, are we proposing any relaxation of labor standards, local hire, or any of our other county values?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Michael O., Director of the Internal Services Department. And the answer is no. We are not relaxing any of our policies. We are not upending any of our values. We're keeping everything in place. The only thing that this allows us to do is go a little bit faster.
Okay. Did you want to add?
Yeah, absolutely. Luis Ramirez, I'm a Deputy Director at Public Works. I oversee contracting, and same for Public Works. We haven't relaxed any of our contracting guidelines.
Okay.
Requirements.
I'm glad to hear that, because I know that's also been a concern. Even though we don't control them, can you speak to the contracting and labor standards that FEMA, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and their lead contractor ECC use for the private property debris removal program, and are subcontractors included in those terms?
Great question, Supervisor. And unfortunately, we do not have a direct contract with the feds. FEMA is providing direct assistance through the actual removal of the debris. Every federal agency has different contracting requirements, and at this point, we are not collecting or have any information on the contracting requirements between the Army Corps and their subcontractor. That is something that if you're interested in getting, I think that it would be best to have them come and provide that information, and or we can set up a meeting with your office and the Army Corps to get that data.
I'm glad to hear the county hasn't changed our standards, and it
Yes.
sounds like if there's any deviation from them, we also need to confirm with our federal partners. I know DEO Director LoBianco did indicate in our session that afternoon that her department is working with businesses to help provide any sort of technical assistance or support that they might need to be considered by ECC and for those contracting opportunities. I know my office has been directly contacted by some of our labor partners and I've put them in contact with our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers leads. So we've been doing some of that assistance to make those connections, but I wanted to understand. It sounds like to get more of the federal data, we just have to get it from FEMA.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. When the board originally voted to give the Internal Services Department and Public Works as delegated authority, I raised the importance of transparency in our contracting process then. And although we've waived the competitive bidding requirements on contracts executed under this item's delegated authority, we have not waived our county's community workforce agreement nor our local and targeted worker hire policy. We remain committed to using skilled and trained labor as we complete the recovery and rebuilding process. That's important. I do continue to feel that creating a publicly available dashboard to track where the dollars are being spent under this delegated authority, I think is a good idea. The board didn't take action on that suggestion, but I continue to believe that our recovery must be an equitable one that rebuilds all affected communities, and we can provide quality jobs while also being accountable to the public about the economic opportunities being created as we rebuild. And so just a really quick question of ISD. How can the county make sure the contracting authority related to fire recovery furthers our equity in county contracting goals and brings in women and minority-owned businesses?
Thank you, Supervisor. We think that you can see from the reporting that DPW and ISD has done that these are existing contracts that we've been leveraging so far to date, and those did go through a very robust county procurement process. And actually, for the ISD contract, for the construction management contract we have in place, more than 35% of those of the subcontracting will be going to LSBEs or minority-owned firms. The $12,800 emergency PO that we had to leverage this past reporting period for specific services actually went to a certified local firm. So both of our departments are very committed to making sure that the outreach and the actual processes are in place to reach those companies, and we will continue to do that. And as you see from our reporting, we include those contracts in the reporting and on the final page. We've also been meeting to figure out how we can combine and maybe make those reports a little bit more user-friendly. The challenge, frankly, has been the cadence of the reports. We're all rushing to try to do the work and then get them out. Even though it's a bi-weekly report, it actually ends up for us being about a weekly report because we have to get them ready for the agenda by that period. And so we'll continue to work on that and iterate, but we are committed to making sure that that happens and doing the outreach to make sure to reach those companies.
I appreciate that, and I just want us to figure out how we can brag about and share that good news, particularly now. The fact that you have gone the extra mile, even under this emergency situation, and we've got such good numbers. I just want to make sure the reason I keep pushing public-facing is so the public will know that that is their LA County at work. You know, as we continue to look at the Covington report and figure out how to do contracting better, I think transparency and public-facing reports is in keeping with some of the elements and recommendations of that report. So I hope we can get there where we can have a capacity to brag about your good outcomes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, again, I take every opportunity to thank you, Michael, and your team in Public Works as well for the phenomenal job that you're doing across the board in both the Eaton Canyon as well as the Palisades Fire. You all have set the gold standard, so thank you. All right, with that, seeing no other board members wishing to speak, Executive Office, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 6 and 8, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
The gentleman with the hat, did you
Madam
sign
Chair?
up? Go ahead. AT&T, go ahead.
Yeah, please begin.
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. Would you give your name for the record, please? Can you pull up the mic? Sorry.
I was at the disaster center trying to get a debris removal permit for owners, and the sheriff blocked me from going in. That's it.
Where was this? Was this in the Altadena area or Palisades?
Altadena.
All right, we'll have someone come out and talk to you. All right?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Is that the only public comment? All right. So item 6 is before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, members of the public and colleagues, we are going to postpone closed session. CS1 will be postponed to next week. Thank you for being here. That concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025 at 1 p.m. Although, can I ask my colleagues, I don't know if I can, is this Brown Act, to ask if we want to do it at 1 or we want to move it up? Okay, we'll work with the executive officer on that. All right, well, no, because last time we had it at 1, we didn't get out of here till like 8. And so I'm thinking that maybe move it up to like 10:30? No? All right, no. We'll figure it out. Stay tuned. It'll be on the green sheet if we do change it to a different time. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Well.
I'm Lindsay Horvath, your Los Angeles County Supervisor for the 3rd District, and we are here to celebrate Women's History Month, joined by an incredible group of women from Topanga. Carrie Carrier, Dorothy Reich, Susan Nisman, and Rosie Daggett are local leaders from Topanga Canyon who were incredibly responsive in the aftermath of the devastating wildfires we faced this year. You all make Topanga the special place that it is, and each of you has been an incredible partner to me, to our entire 3rd District team, to your community, to our first responders, and especially to your fellow Topangans. Thank you on behalf of the 3rd District and all of Los Angeles County. We are celebrating Women's History Month, and today we celebrate you. Happy Women's History Month. You have represented the Topanga community for so long. You have served here in Los Angeles County before just giving it your all as a strong community leader. I know that your text messages in the morning, from your emails and staying connected with all of our team members, you have been a critical source of information and inspiration for the work that's done in Topanga. I'll never forget you texting me about the lumber yard and how close the fire was getting and what that would mean if we didn't address it in that moment. And that kind of on-the-ground information and intelligence really helped us respond in critical ways to fight to save Topanga. So we have you to thank for that critical showing up for each other at a time of crisis, and I cannot thank you enough. You could have retired from Los Angeles County and said, I'm done, and instead you stepped up and have done more, and we thank you for that.
Well,
Thank you so much. I have immense gratitude for being here today. And I felt a tremendous amount of grace in terms of being able to be alive and also be able to help. It's kind of in my DNA, as I told you. Once a staffer, always a staffer, and before that, once an activist, always an activist. And I've been blessed to live in one of the most incredible communities, Topanga, for almost 50 years now. That'll tell you that I'm about 13, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But my gratitude also just extends to you and your staff and to all the departments. This was a horrendous, once in a lifetime. Talk about making history. That's certainly been happening more than we've wanted in this last month or two. And your responsiveness, your picking up the phone, answering it, calling me, asking questions. I can't tell you how much that means to the community and the people that you have that curiosity and you want to know and your boots on the ground. It's incredible and it's wonderful. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Horvath, your Los Angeles County Supervisor for the 3rd District. And this March, we're recognizing Women's History Month by honoring incredible women in our community. I'm joined by 6 business owners from the Palisades in Malibu, all of whom have been impacted by the devastating Palisades and Franklin fires. Our small business community is integral to Malibu and to the surrounding region and to Palisades. And we want to take a moment to highlight their unique and beloved businesses during this very difficult time. I'm here with Dr. Sarisa Klaus, who is from Palisades Dentists and unfortunately lost her business in this fire. We know how critical it is to find a good dentist. I don't know of many people who are excited to go to dentists, but I know that they are eager to get back to visiting with you because of the care that you show and really the love that you offer to your patients. And so thank you for being here with us and giving us the opportunity to be of service, to let us know how we can support you getting back to supporting your patients. And thank you for providing this critical service in our community.
I always say it's a privilege to serve. Thank you so much for your support and for having all of us here. It has been such a tremendous time, but we are uplifted and encouraged by each other and knowing that we are all forging to rebuild and to restore our communities. It has been such a privilege to be able to still serve our patients in our temporary space and communicate with them and hear their stories of returning to town and rebuilding their homes. And we just are here for each other, and we're excited to see what it's going to look like in the future. And we just thank you for your support, and we know that we just all have to be resourceful with the resources that we have, and it's every bit of support from you, Supervisor, and from everybody else, and from the other business owners, and we're just very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. And where are you serving your patients now?
We are serving our patients at our temporary space in Brentwood.
Okay, we'll come find you there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I am here with Faye Vidani, who runs Lux Home Care. It's an in-home care company that's been disrupted. I know you shared first by COVID and now again by the fires. And we know that in-home care is so critically important for our vulnerable communities. They are members of our community who need a special kind of help, especially in a time of crisis. And I know how much you care for your patients, for the people who you show up for each and every day. And so thank you for giving us the opportunity to show up for you at this time, to let us know how we can help. Because the service that you provide is increasingly important as especially our older adult population grows in population. We know there's a lot of people who need your help, and we want to make sure you stay in business to do it. So thank you for being here, and this is for you on behalf of Los Angeles County.
I'm very, very grateful and humbled for the recognition. From first minutes of the fire, we were so eager to save the patients that we knew they were home alone, and me and my team didn't think about anything else by saving them. We were strong. We're not going anywhere. We dealt with this during COVID before, and we learned our lessons. And thank God we have moved back to our home, one of the few that been able to clean the house and move back, but our office no longer there, and we just start a new journey in Brentwood. But we're still serving our patients outside of Palisades, wherever they are, and as a board member of Chamber of Commerce in Malibu, we are standing strong and support all of our businesses to bring you guys back, and we will do anything to support you through this journey. And thank you so much.
Thank you.